All right, we're back for another emergency broadcast again. I just had some unidentified man, or I could make out he wouldn't leave the property. He didn't identify who he was. I believe I've seen him before. So I called 911 to try to chase him down. And did he just leave anthrax on that paper? I called Dan Spencer to try to talk to the attorney about it because this is supposedly from Dan Spencer's office, but I have paperwork saying that Dan Spencer withdrew as my son's attorney. So now they've already come and left a massive debris of tear gas behind. Why would they not come and leave anthrax on a piece of paper? That's why I asked the guy to go outside the property. I don't know who he was. Until they identify himself, I've already been harassed, tear gassed, and my son has been shot. My daughter's been kidnapped. This man doesn't identify himself. That was out of control, man. I'm not going to have this. I am continually being harassed. Now, this paperwork says supposedly they were going to take my son to trial on the 17th, and you seen me ask that man. I'm not certain, but I believe he is the investigator for the county on my son's case. And you heard me ask him about the 180 hours, and he didn't know anything about the 180 hours. They're not representing my son. So I guarantee that man is criminal, and I now have the state, and I told him, don't you dare come on this property. You go get that man and find out if he's got more anthrax papers or what's on him. I don't know. But I know they've already left a massive residue of things that I now have issues. I just cleaned the house again the other day, something I didn't realize behind those egg cartons. And that's why I've been coughing and my eyes have been messed up because I had to huff that stuff again. And there was they shot. I might have the state police show up, or if you're in here, so you probably might be part of a evidentiary live stream. We got cops coming out here now. See, the man's identified himself or he wouldn't even identify himself, but who he was. So you come on somebody's property, you got to identify who you are. And I asked him to leave. I told him to leave, and he wouldn't leave. He wouldn't leave. You saw that. I said, go to the edge of my property. I'll tell you, who are you? He wouldn't. He just, he didn't care. You know, once again, that could have got that man shot dead. The state of Oregon did the same thing, came on my property without a warrant. That's not a warrant. If you're going to serve papers, service of papers, you still have to have a warrant. As soon as I told him to leave and he didn't turn around, he was an intruder. That man is an ignorant fool. This is a bunch of bullshit. That's why I call the law on him. I'm not calling law. I want to know who he is. What is on these papers? Is there anthrax on them? What has been left on my property? What else has been dumped? I told them, you better go find that man and pull him over and find out what he's got, because I've already had to tear gas, 5 tear gas canisters. I have residual residue of them leaving residue. I'm fearing that on this paper, it could have some kind of residue on it. There's some kind of sticker on that. Is there something under that? I don't know. I called Dan Spencer's. He's saying he's from Dan Spencer's office, saying he's my son's attorney. I got paperwork saying he's not my son's attorney. Who the hell was this guy? That's why I told him to leave. How foolish was that? How foolish was that? That these people are Gestapo brothers, sisters out here. This is just proof they'll do whatever the hell they want to do. You have to follow formalities. That guy should have left my property immediately when I said, turn around and leave. Go to the edge of my property. I would have talked to him. That's all. None of this is valid now. This is all bullshit. These people are absolute Gestapo. I will not tolerate this kind of behavior from these public servants. They're tyrants, and what just happened on this property is illegal. Another man could have died on this property today, justified. State of Oregon, you better stop fucking with me. Now, you came out here and you put 20 guys with guns on me, and you couldn't kill me then. You said you were. You bragged about it, and you didn't. You said it was going to be some armed standoff, and it was the farthest from that. Go fuck yourself, Oregon. You're a tyrant. And 29 men, just like I asked that man right there. This is the man who's supposed to be doing the investigation for my son's case, doesn't know about the 180 hours. They're not going to call Ted Martin's office right now or get the hell off my stream. I am tired of people with no backbone. You either stand up for this country if you're an American now, or please leave. This is not the stream for you. Go find some other kind of Pornhub or X or Twitter, or go Twitter your pole or phallic or your X between you. I don't want to hear it. I'm tired of this crap. These people can run around and do this. I have loss of vision because of this concussion grenade. You think I'll ever get to face my accuser? This man caused physical damage to me. This caused physical damage. I only took 6 of these because I care about my animals. I didn't have to do that. I stayed in here so I could get numbers so my animals would be taken care of. They kept shooting me. They didn't care. So why wouldn't that? That's why I told that man to leave. Who are you? Leave. You are supposed, don't ever go on anybody's property, brothers and sisters, without identifying at least who you are. If they tell you to leave, leave. You can be shot dead right there. What a dumbass that guy was. Absolute tyrant. Supposed to be the investigator. I asked him about the 180 hours. Well, I don't know what you're talking about. And they're going to go ahead and have a trial on my son on the 11th of December? No, they're not. They got to look at Dawn, Tom, Morgan, the 2 females. No, you're not. That's why I say you're not taking him to trial. That's why I told Dan, you're not taking him to trial. This is bullshit. I just called Dan Spencer, this attorney. He hung up on me. I left a detailed message saying, did you leave anthrax? Just like I told the 911 operator. Go pull that man over. What was it, 811? Did anybody get on that last live stream? Go watch the last live stream right now for me. Go watch my last live stream. Do something or get the fuck out of my channel right now. I'm tired of this shit. I'm wearing thin. So I'm not going to do anything stupid, but I'm wearing thin with assholes and people who don't want to do anything about this country and this constitutional republic that's been trampled on. I'm a United States Army veteran. So what if I use my right to speak up? That's my constitutional right. I shouldn't be targeted and being concussion grenade and tear gas. My animals tear gassed. This man's entering my property 6 months. This case should have been dropped. This man should have not been on. They're trying to pay me off. Trying to pay me to come down there and try to pay me to be something in my son's. I am not testify against beyond what I'm not letting you take my son to trial. Fuck you. You're not taking and prosecute him for these charges. Once again, I stand against this bullshit. And now they're trying to arrest me, or they have, for 4 counts of felony hindering. I don't have a record right now. Bullshit. I do not. I'm an honorably discharged. No record. Bullshit. I'm a taxpayer in this county. Not that I like paying taxes. I own property here. I'm not a flight risk. They still kept me in jail for a week illegally. So call Ted Martin's office. Call Lane County right now and say there's a man out there who's fearing for his life from the state police. We believe somebody just drove on his property and left it, and they left something. Last time they left tear gas, my animals suffered for how many months? What's on this paperwork? What's on this? What a dad. I called him. He wouldn't listen to me. He hung up on me. What's going on here? I fear for my life. They're trying to illegally prosecute my son. I have evidence that he did his 180 hours. I asked this investigator, supposed investigator, and he didn't know anything about it. Are you sure he's an investigator? I don't think he's an investigator. Who is he? I said, have I seen you? Were you in there? He didn't. I don't see. I'm not sure. Is that some kind of double they got out here? Is this the state? Is that guy? What did he leave here? Okay, that's what I'm saying. So anyways, don't be stupid in here, RJ. Goodbye, RJ. You're an asshole. Come in here and make jokes and I've been shot and my son's been kidnapped and shot. You're an asshole, man. Making joke about fucking black and white like police officers, cop suckers. This ain't a game to me, brothers and sisters. Although I might be outspoken, that should never give them the authority to target my son or target me. Because I call out corruption, I get targeted. Leave. If you don't like it, leave. That's what they're saying. And this is what they're going to see because they know I'm live streaming. So your evidence, just so you know. Under right discovery, oppressive evidence. I have how many minutes? You got until it calls. You got 426. You got like 25 minutes to call the district attorney's office in Lake County and do something, or please don't come back here ever again. This is not entertainment. They kidnapped my daughter. They're playing this. They don't have to do. What is this? It's a subpoena, so they're going to subpoena. So they draw. You can't drop a subpoena. When I told that man to leave and he didn't leave, this subpoena is not valid because he entered my property illegally. So good luck with your subpoena, state of Oregon. Whoever that man was, if this is he was told to leave and he didn't leave anyway, so it's not binding anyways. No, you have to. I could have shot him dead right there, just like the 2 state troopers that came on my property illegally. I've been very patient with these people. My patience is wearing thin, and so I'm not going to just stand quiet anymore. I'm going to use my mouth until they come swap my house again. Would you like to see that? Would you like to jerk your chain to see me have to sit there and eat 5, 6 fucking canisters of tear gas to my animals? Do you care about animals at all? Are you an animal owner? Would you like your animals to be tear gas? That's all I was asking. Please stop shooting this. I have animals. I'll come out. I'm not armed. I will come out. I don't have any. And still, they just kept tossing them in here. So what the fuck did they just leave on my property again? I'm tired of these people coming on my property doing things illegally. Stay the fuck off my property, state of Oregon. That's why I called 911 and said, don't you dare send somebody on my fucking property. Go find that asshole who just left here and what the fuck he did. What the hell does he have? What did he drop off? Is there something on this paperwork? I don't trust Stan Spencer. I have paperwork right here that says he's not my attorney or not my son's attorney. Right here. He's withdrawing as my son's attorney. Suppose he is. I don't know who this guy is. This could be a bunch of bullshit. This could be a setup to try to get some kind of particulate. I'm breathing. I'm already having issues just the other day from breathing. This fucking trace shit they left here already on my property. Of course, I'm not very trusting of somebody enter my property and dropping things here. The fuck, Dan Spencer? I already called the attorney or the bar about Dan Spencer and Ted Martin. And so call Ted Martin. Who's willing to call right now? Anybody got any balls? Anybody care about their country? Anybody care about animals? I'm not asking you to give your name. I'm asking you to call and say, Tracy is live streaming. He's going to keep live streaming about this county. I will be on doing this until they come here. Supposedly I can do it until I have to go to the 11th, I guess, if this is a true subpoena. But I told him, I ain't dealing with this bullshit. You're going to fucking drop this case. Anybody want to make a friendly wager? No such thing as luck that this whole case will be dropped before the 11th because I'll either be dead shot and not on this property, which sucks because I made arrangements for my animals again before I get shot. So I had to take a pause on the stream to make sure if somebody came out here again that my animals, somebody knows I'm gone and please come take care of my animals. So sucks, but my animals have to be affected by it again. Anybody want to get involved, or you can just be a bunch of pussies and sit around here and do nothing? I can call you a name. It's not the end of the world. I can call a cop sucker, a fucking tyrant, piece of shit, pig. That's not illegal. You might want to understand what your rights are and assert them. So assert your right to get the hell out of here now. Nobody answered. Leave. Get out of here. I don't want you in here. Why are you still in here, 21? Leave. 20? Where? Go. 20. Bye. It's 1, 2, 3. Get out of here. All of you leave now. This is an evidentiary stream trying to get them to look at this stream, not you. Leave. 17, go. You're not in here willing to do something. You're not welcome. This is why evil flourishes, because good men stand around and do nothing. You are the epitome of what that book of Psalms says. Just like who people watched during World War II, walk to their smokestacks to their death. That's you. That's why these people get away with doing this. Because of people just like 17 of you. Now 21. 3 of you entered. Hey, 3 of you, are you willing to stand up for your country, for animals, for the right of the people? I'm doing an evidentiary stream against the state of Oregon. They just sent somebody out to my property again, dropping something off. Last time it took me months to get the shit they dropped off in my house because they SWATted this house and tear gassed it. And now they just dropped something else. I don't know. Call Ted Martin right now and go call his office in Lake County. Do you know how much this county's in danger? We don't even have a 911 dispatch at the end of the month because of the corruption in this county. That is corruption. All I'm asking you to do is just call and tell them that I'm in Oregon and I'm here. I'm doing it for you, Oregon residents. Let me give you a little backdate on this case. 4 years ago, there was a rapist running around, and I'm in the poorest county in Oregon, Lake County, Oregon. Okay. Here we have more rapists. Hopefully, you're not in this county. All this is a beautiful state. We got problems. Kate Brown, she's not here. Hey, whatever. I don't want to do politics right now. Please. This state is a lovely state. I like where I live. It's a beautiful, there are a lot of people who love living here, but we have corruption within the county, and it's very known. I know when I got my son an attorney, he said, if your son was in any other county right now, I would have him out of jail. They do whatever the fuck they want there. That was from my attorney. Okay, so they're very corrupt over here. So I don't want you to get involved in something if you feel like you'd be targeted, because they've already targeted me, my son. But what I pointed out is the corruption in this county. Now, to show you how bad things are over here, we're losing our 911 over here. It's going to be going away, and that's very risky. Okay, they all do, guys. They all do. It ain't just this, and it's not just this county, guys. Other states, like somewhere, I bet you, in Celestial Gaines in Washington, if he looks the poorest county, I don't know if it's King or what county in, probably not King County, that's a bad example, but what county it is in Washington, but I bet you per number, even probably like Seattle, even with the numbers that they release more rapists, murders, and pedophiles into the poorest county in Washington. Maybe not, but there are many and several, and I've live streamed. This is why they're targeting me, brothers and sisters, because I've been speaking them up about this rapist that was running around. Now, my people who were in Oregon, Tony Karsten was a rapist who my son got in trouble for a theft out here of buildings, open, unoccupied buildings that were out here in the middle, kind of the desert, way out in the middle of nowhere. People come out here for winter. They can't make it. They leave. They don't never come back. The stuff just gets abandoned year after year, just sits there. And so this mastermind rapist who raped a Hispanic woman, his name is Tony Karsten. If you want to look up his record, he was lying about it too. That's what's kind of funny. He was saying, no, this is my fiance. And where I had a real issue was he was not notifying the county where he was moving to. That means he was moving about the county and he wasn't known his residence. That's illegal. Like a pedophile is supposed to notify a rapist, a murderer. He was not doing this. So I felt like, hey, wait a minute. He's lying about his charge. Okay. Cool. I'm sorry. I apologize for the weight that's getting up there, Gaines, from coming up. I mean, Seattle, it's right down the I-5 corridor, man. I understand. So I do this not just for this state, brothers and sisters. I do it for all states. There are many states, just like Oregon, where the more murders, rapists, and pedophiles are released into the county, like Tony Karsten, who was a rapist convicted of rape for a 25-year sentence, conviction after raping this woman. He robbed her while he was high on methamphetamines, and then he was lying about what his charges is, his fiance. So I got on to the fact that there was something wrong. Now, I had an issue because they put my son in jail to begin with and didn't put the rapist in jail. And I'm like, what the hell is going on in here? This guy is part of this. How is he not? And I eventually got under right of discovery from my son's attorney, the one who said they do whatever they want, with Tony Karsten being at the scene of the crime when they're going inside of the skylight or something. That's it. That's a conviction right there. He's accomplice. He's part of it. That's felony. He should be revoked, his parole, and sent back, but they wouldn't do anything. So I'm like, what the hell is going on here? Why is my son in jail and the rapist is not? There's 5 guys. He's the actually only one in jail. I taught my son, if you do the crime, do the time. You know, there was no victim. He didn't break into a building where there was somebody there. Like this rapist raped this woman and robbed her. She was a married woman. Okay. That was this mastermind has got these kids in this last building that they had broken into that involved some owners telling him he's a pedophile or something, and that he'd been arrested in the county. He was kicked out of the county, and this stuff's just sitting there. So he had them convincing one was a minor child, 17, 19, I think the other one just turned 20. So they were teenagers. And this guy's a 41-year-old rapist, not telling the county where he's at. Hell, he went down and raped Michelle Draper. Sorry, Michelle, I didn't mean to use you, but Michelle could have been raped. You know what I'm saying? And with unbeknown, because he's not moving around. So I contacted Ted Martin. I contacted Michael Taylor. I contacted all these people. Said, what the fuck is going on here? How is this rapist running around? And why is my son? And I did that for almost a year, guys, and they just wouldn't do anything. So Tony Kirsten was a menace to society, lying, and so is now Lily Frank, the probation officer. Michael Taylor, who was aware of this, who I was calling about this corruption within the county, and as well as Ted Martin, who's trying to weasel. He's going to convict my son. He's going to convict my son. You know what I'm saying? He's going to convict my son on the 11th and then squeeze out on me. Fuck you, Ted Martin. You ain't getting the fuck away from me, buddy. I'm going to squeeze you until you leave office, bud. You either are going to come swat me, get the state of Oregon, Ted Martin. I'm on you like white on rice, man. I'm a veteran. I got stamina, bitch. Bring it, Ted Martin. What do you got now? This me and Ted Martin are squared up now. Not out of vengeance. I will never do anything to the man, but until he's sitting in jail, arrested, he is a criminal Gestapo. I know I can prove it. I know that he is arrested, had warrants arrested for people where there was like, okay, we'll pay for this car and we'll drop the warrants for you. And they're like, the lady's like, but I paid for the car with my servant. They're like, pay for the car. This is what we want, or we'll throw you and your husband and the lady who bought the car from you in jail. She's like, oh, well, because she brought the car back. She's like, okay, I'll pay for it. Freaked the fuck out. Freaked her out. Here, pay for it. She pays for it. She's like, well, no, I already paid for it as part of my cleaning services. Now I'm being arrested for a car that I already provided service for. And you're going to arrest my husband. Okay, here's the money, cash. Okay, they make record of it. She's like, okay, can I get my car back again? I pay for it twice. They're like, no, you can't have it. We're donating it to the police department. The police department donates it to the fire. Criminals! That is criminal. That happened in this county. Ted Martin signed off for a lady, Tina Flowers out here, a lady who found $4,500 cash in a plastic bag and looked up the Oregon statutes on what to do with it. If it was unidentified, she cleared out all the money in her savings account, put it in that account, separated, kept the bag. She had the right to. She didn't want to give it to a little store. She didn't know what would happen with it. She immediately did the right thing. You know what I'm saying? She went on Oregon, the law, and look, what do I do with this money? It's not identified. It's in a clear bag. It's a lot of money. I don't want to give it. They can just take it. I really don't trust the cops out here, but I do need to make sure I cover my butt and find out what the law is. She did that. There's record of that. The cops came under no ORS 0098005. That's what the statute what she has in the legal right to hold it, do this with that, whatever. She put it in her account, cleared out all the money out of savings account, looks at this. The cops come under the next day under ORS 980015. She turns it over to the Lake County Police Department. 6 months later, they come and arrest her and throw her in jail. Fuck you, Ted Martin. I so got you. You're going to pay Tina Flowers. She had to drive all the way to the end of the other town and didn't get to use all these groceries. She kept coming to me and Gary going, I'm going to move out of here, Tracy. I'm so fucking scared. I'm going to sell my house. Fuck it. I'm going to move my car. I'm tired of this shit. I'm like, Tina, they're just harassing you. Remember, you were kind of active during the COVID, talking about, trying to stand. They're just targeting you, Tina. They've got nothing. Gary's like, don't, Tina, don't. And I'm like, Tina, they got nothing. You did what you're supposed to do. What they did is illegal. That judge should be thrown in prison for what he did to you. They can't sign off on a warrant and come pick you up 6 months later on something you returned the next day. You did not anything illegal. They still arrested her. And for 6 fucking months, they held her out like me until they finally, so Ted Martin dropped the fucking charges. You did it with Tina. You think you could catch her slip. I'm not going to slip. I just called 911, not illegal. I've never, ever called 911. I just called 911 because I don't trust you now. I don't trust that this Dan Spencer, who said he was my attorney, analyzed his attorney, which is illegal. That's illegal. That'll get the case. Put this, I could be holding anthrax right now, guys. I don't know what. They already tear gassed my house with just because I wanted to get some numbers to hold so I can come outside and I'll go. I'm not going to resist. I'm going, but still they dumped 6 canisters in my house. It took me weeks to clear my house out. I did one of these. I'm off grid. I don't have running water. It take you, you have to hire a cleaning company to clean one of these out. They knew that before they came in here and did that. Now they just came on my property and that guy dumped something. I told him to leave and he didn't leave. I'm glad I didn't go out there with any arms. I could have shot that dude dead. And if you want to see it, he's on the live stream. So somebody get off of this, please, right now. Go watch the last live stream and give me the plate number. Give me the plate number of that guy. Please don't just hang out in here and do nothing. My life is at risk. Didn't you see emergency broadcast my son and myself are being targeted by the state of Oregon? This guy says he's not my son's attorney. Dan Spencer, I have record that he's saying he's not my son's attorney. Dan Spencer. And then this guy comes and he's saying he is, but my son, I have record that he's not. They're playing games, guys. Who is this guy? He wouldn't identify himself. And I'm super worried. Hey, I asked him about the 180 hours. My son's 180 hours. He don't know nothing about my son's. And this is supposed to be this guy never investigated Tom, Dawn, Morgan, and the two females that went to the dunes, went out here at the sand dunes. Look at this criminal too. Dan Spencer, this guy represented me in the same case. That's illegal. The case will be dropped immediately. Well, you can't have co-counsel on say two defendants in the same case. Co-counsel defend two defendants, and he did that with me. And I've got paperwork saying I'm not your son's attorney, not him. He's withdrawing as Elijah's attorney, and now I get some kind of summons saying he is. I already asked him, he is or not? This is crazy, brothers and sisters. This is Gestapo mafia type behavior. I'm probably going to end up dead. Just so you know, if I had to give you my opinion, I think they're going to come shoot me before I ever get it. That's what happened last time. So why would it be any different this time? And they shot my son. So why would it? Because I don't think you guys will do anything. I just asked you guys, and they blocked my friends' donations and messages. So I don't know what that's about. That's probably not about me. But look, you're not doing anything. You guys are the silent majority in history that's going to go down doing nothing. By the way, you're the reason why this country is so horrible like it is. I'm serious. I'm a veteran. I have the right to speak up. You don't like it, leave. I'm like Bruno Mars. You don't believe me, just watch. I'm going to make sure that either they come kill me and arrest me or do something before I show up to this trial. I hope I don't have to show up in belly chains. I hope they don't come shoot me again dead. Last time they tried to shoot me and they thought they were going to have some kind of armed standoff, but I never did that, did I? Their evidence is shady at best. So why are you in here? State your purpose or please leave. State your purpose. Why are you here? Just like my son asked, why are you here? Why are you taking me? What about my 180 hours? What did I ask? Why are you here? Tell me why you're here. Show cause for your warrant. They didn't have cause, just any cause to show for my daughter, and they kidnapped her without the warrant. I have the paperwork right here. Adriana Massey is not on the warrant. She's not listed on the arrest warrant. How is that possible? You come accost a woman's body and arrest her with felonies, 2 felony charges, and you don't have show probable cause or warrant, that'll drop the case right there. Apparently, you guys don't know the law, or you just don't care about your U.S. fellow citizens. You just think this is a fucking game. It's just a big game to you, isn't it, huh? Yeah, I know it is most people. No worries. I won't hold it against you. I won't hold it against you. You're just soft. You got no backbones. Oh, that's why you're not getting any support, Tracy. It's fine. I want people that are authentic, not people with no spines. So, proof that Dan Spencer withdraws as Elijah's attorney, my son's attorney, and now I get subpoenaed for him to go. He wants me to go there in the trial, and I asked as the investigator about my son's 180 hours, and he doesn't know anything about it. You think I'm going to fucking show up to that court date? Kiss my ass, Dan Spencer. Kiss my ass, Ted Martin. Kiss my ass, Judge Vatterberg. You're a bunch of weak-ass men, and I'll see you all in prison, or I will be in prison, or I'll be dead. It's going to go down one way or the other. I'm just concerned for my animals. So, sucks to be the animals, man. Sucks to be poor, stinking, freaking animals, man. So, anyways, where's all the rest of my paperwork? Where's all the rest of my paperwork? I better have all this paperwork ready. I'm taking this with me when I go. I'm taking it with me when I go, because there'll probably be a good chance that they'll come arrest me before they do anything, and the chances of you guys doing something is like nil and none. So I already know I've never gotten one single dime for support for my legal fees. So what makes you think tonight's going to be any different? It's not. You're not going to do anything. Can't believe he's 20 and you're sitting here whacking off. There's a thing that's called Pornhub. Leave now. Please go to Pornhub. Go twiddle whatever in the middle of your legs somewhere else. I hereby, there's no arrest warrant for Adriana Massey. Never. Here's the search warrant. Look here. Proof how criminal these are. Here's the search warrant, Lake County search warrant. Never does it list my daughter's name. They kidnapped my daughter illegally that day. Do you care about your daughters, America? Why are you guys so quiet, man? Because you're the silent majority that's going to go down in history as the silent majority, and I'm not going to be. So no warrant. Okay. So circuit judge signing off on the special weapons and tactics warrant for my house, and you guys just sit in there and jack off with whatever you're going to do there, play with yourself. You think this is funny or something. So here's their, I mean, I have the right of discovery, but this is what they gave me after they illegally kept me in jail for a whole week. This was their warrant. Two pictures of the land, and no arrest Tracy, arrest Elijah, no name for my daughter on this warrant. Drop the case, Ted Martin. Drop the case, Judge Vandenberg. You never even Mirandized me. This day, under this search warrant, when you come here and you issue a warrant and you accost my body and you take me, you have to read me my Miranda rights. Under the right of discovery and or suppression of evidence, you have no body cam ever of me being Mirandized. You can't provide that. That's why I said you in an open court, Ted Martin, to drop this case. So who's willing to call? All right, I really seek. I'm going to go ahead and turn the comments off. I'll give this one more chance, but I'm not going to hang out with people who don't want to just sit around, and I can just turn the comments off for the chat, and then I don't have to worry about anybody being offended. Because I won't be making comments. Call and you don't. I'll just tell what's going on, and maybe I'll be more proficient here with what I'm doing, because I fear for my safety. I fear for my son's safety. I fear for my community members' safety enough to actually call 911. So if it wasn't an emergency, I wouldn't have done that. So, well, let's give this one last try. Would you be willing to call Lake County, Oregon, and say Tracy is live streaming evidence? You need to go look at his live streams. You just came on his property. He tried to tell. No, you don't have to say anything. Just say Tracy's live streaming. That's all you have to say. Doom, 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 doom. You guys are weak. No worries if you don't. No worries if you don't, guys. If you don't, you don't. Okay. It just, I'm trying. Would you do this for your son if you knew he had done all his hours? You know what I'm saying? If you know he had done all the hours. If he didn't, I wouldn't be doing this. He not only did all his hours, he did more. He did 133, not extra hours he got like charges for. They said he didn't do them. We tried to get him to do, and my attorney said, well, you're just going to have to let him put his head down until you can get it doc, and they do what they want over there, Tracy. So I said, you're not going to like this. I talked to John. We got a call, I'll call Gresham Brunsman. I'll try to get this taken care of. He's like, are you serious? I'm like, he put his head down and he started doing more hours. What an honorable young man Elijah John Werner is. So fuck you, Ted Martin, you piece of shit. Fuck you, Dan Spencer. I can't wait to see that pile of shit. He hung up on me too. He wouldn't even talk to me. You're going to take my son as his attorney when I got paperwork showing that you withdrew as my son's attorney. I called him on this, guys, before he ever went in the courtroom. And I said, Dan, remember, you counseled me in the same case. That's illegal. Dan, you cannot represent me and my son. Go in there and get this case dropped. You know damn well. Shit, he grabbed his clipboard. Oh, no, he wouldn't talk to me. Just like when I called him, he hung up. So I called him back and left a lengthy message saying, Dan, you guys, I could be dying right now. This could have anthrax on it or some kind of, they already deposited 6 of these, which it took me weeks to get this out of my house, and I tear gas myself every single time. They literally have ruined my vision, physically caused damage to me, my animals, and this property. I'm a minister, and although I'm cussing, I apologize if that's, most of these pastors aren't even giving you the gospel anyways. So they're a bunch of fake pastors anyways. They are. Come back when I'm not dealing with this. I'm teaching the gospel. I'll teach you what pastors don't teach you. I have the interlinear Texas Receptus. I'll teach you how to study the Word of God one word at a time using a interlinear, both languages, I'm a pastor before anything. They wrecked the house. They wrecked. This is a ministry. This is High Desert Faith and Truth Ministry. They drove on this ministry and ruined these. I have animal corrals. I raise animals. This is a ranch, a homestead. I'm off grid, and they came and just destroyed the place. I still have not been able to fix my windows. Nobody's given any donations to help me for legal, and I'm not asking. I don't want people to pay for my legal fees like I ask people. Either I'm dead and they shoot me, or I prevail with this and sue the bonds, but ask people, please don't sue your county or your state, because that makes the taxpayer have to pay for bad cops. That's stupid. They have a bond, and that's what I will pursue it, not out of vengeance. As a teacher and a pastor, have never been violent. They brought this warrant out here like they were going to come in here and shooting me up because I was violent. That's what they bragged to the businesses that I stood with during the COVID. They're so stupid. They didn't even do any investigation to find out that these businesses were the ones that I stood with during the COVID. They had a big party and meeting there that they're going to come out in Hogan's Alley me. This property looks like an old ranch. Everything's repurposed, and I'm a hand builder. I build everything by hand. I do all of this. I built my own wood stove. I'm completely off the grid. I don't have the power going because it's been, I'm running the generator. Like right now, I burned $30 of fuel in the last 2.5 days because I'm running this generator. There's been, snowy out here, and oh well, it's going to cost. I won't get reimbursed for the gas. Nothing. My windows are still shot out. I've got them taped, but look at that window. We shot holes through my windows, guys. They completely shot that one out over there. That's what I was cleaning behind this cabinet over here, where there was some egg cartons that I didn't realize that I was, got behind it and huffed that stuff again for a few days. And now been coughing, and why are you coughing? You got a cold, and my nose is, a little bit of change. I know what it is. I'm like, oh, now what? I just got that last one out of here. That was 6 months ago. So if these dumbasses thinking I'm going to sit there and show up to some kind of, and to let them prosecute my son and I'll show up because I was just summons, but I don't even think this would be legal. I can almost guarantee I'll either be dead or in jail before December 11th. And that's how many days? Well, last time they shot me and I streamed for 100 hours and they didn't do anything but shoot me, my son, and kidnap my daughter. What makes you think anything's going to be different this time? Not any of you really are participating in this with me here or anything, and that's fine. I appreciate a couple people got a little bit of much love, guys. I appreciate it. I don't want to get anybody involved. I'm just pushing as hard as I can, guys. What would you do if we're going to lose our 911 dispatch out here, guys, at the end of the year? That's insane, man. That's how much extortion of the money in this area is. It's the poorest county, so that could be expected. But there's also been more conditional use permits, new homes built in this area in the last couple of years than there probably has been in decades. They're extorting this community. Ted Martin is a criminal. He thinks he's going to wander. He's going to get my son convicted and wander out of the back door. Fuck no, I'm not going to allow my son to be convicted. But you don't know who the hell you're messing with, do you? So I will fight to the death. Is there evidence against me? And that was with my mouth. They never called for arms. They're the one who brought the arms. So what is on this piece of paperwork? Why did this man not leave my property? I told him to leave. He would not leave. He just insisted on staying here. That's illegal. That would be Ted Martin. Okay. There's hundreds of hours I've been streaming all day. I've streamed for 200 plus hours trying to get the state of Oregon to look at the 180 hours that my son had gotten in trouble, but did all the time. He was on felony supervised probation. So if he didn't do what he was supposed to do, he would have been given a violation of probation, which he never was until 4 years later. That's not right, guys. What they just did to my son and what they're still trying to convict him of is bullshit. And I will stand in here until either I die, which the chances are probably better that I will lose my life over this, and they'll just martyr me, which I don't want to lose my life. I don't want to lose my life. I don't want to die. I mean, I'm not afraid of dying. I mean, it sucks that I have to go through this, but I'm not asking for death or anything. I'm not afraid to be martyred if that's what they do to me. They're going to shoot me. I'm not going to have arms in my hands. I'm not going to have arms anywhere. They'll shoot me illegally. That's why the last time I exited the building, I asked them, hey, are you going to shoot me? You know what I'm saying? Are you going to shoot me? So that if they did, you guys would have had record of it and I'd live stream and they would have been liable. Right? So, I've already been physically caused damage. I can only do this I know I'm getting close to the end of my strength enough to put this kind of time, and I'll probably have to, I just take a small break. I normally just take a breather like we're supposed to rest, but I've been going hard again now for these last, because I know that I have, just like I told, if you go watch, will anybody please get off of this live stream, go watch the last live stream, and get that investigator's license plate number for me. It was 881. You don't have to watch the whole thing. Go to the very end. It's the last live stream I just uploaded. 881. And what was the last three? Because I want to write it down. If not, I'll do it. I'll go ahead and end this live stream. And actually, where's my Oregon people from Oregon? I want to speak to the people from Oregon. Then I'm going to time to go. I'm not even plugged in. I'm burning gas, and I'm not. Father, please give me some patience here. Yeah, I've got wonderful animals, guys. They're outside, and then my cats too, guys. My wonderful little kitten girls. My boy is laying right there on the couch, and the boys are outside. I've got them out being on lookout because a cop could show up again at any time. They notified me when that guy showed up here, so if they wouldn't have been out here, I wouldn't have known that he was here. So I'm glad I had him outside. This ruined my vision, guys. This concussion grenade has physically scarred me for life. Good. They've done this. Hey. Now, court 513. Just so you know, I appreciate your efforts. We tried this before they swatted this house. They just look at the evidence for hundreds of hours, and I appreciate what you did. They did the same thing last time, court. I streamed for hundreds of hours. I was asking people to call. This time it wasn't like, hey, call. I was like, hey, guys, I'm trying to get the state of Oregon to not swat my house or stalking me. If you call them, please. And they did the same thing. They were calling Lane County. Thank you for having the backbone, court. And I hope that nothing happens to you. And I don't think you will. I mean, you're a long way away, and I don't know where you're at. And I hope that, but I do appreciate your efforts, because we tried this last time and they just did the same thing in this county. Lane County, where my son had left to after completing his probation, would talk, but then some of them were really rude to the people that were calling. So I do appreciate your call, because that's what happened in this county. They just hang up. They won't even have a discussion. You guys, they swatted my house. And then they still haven't given me an attorney. Okay, see you. Thanks for coming in. I don't know I didn't see who Ron is, but I do have record that this attorney dropped off as my son's attorney. But at the time, he was my attorney, or my son's attorney, and he represented me. Guys. That's co-defendant, co-counsel. You can't co-counsel two defendants in the same case. They already did that. That's illegal. This case shouldn't be this far 6 months later. There's anybody outside that comes out to this from any other agency is going to immediately see the corruption in this case goes from the very beginning. For such as no warrant. How would you feel if they came out to your property with and said that they had a warrant? You can find this, guys. You can literally find this. on the live stream, if you go watch the 16-minute live stream, you can go see that they said that they had a warrant for the arrest of my daughter. They said they had a warrant for her, which they have to have, show probable cause. They have to actually have it listed, show probable cause of the warrant, why they're there, list their reasonable articulate suspicion and probable cause for the warrant. Here is the warrant. No, I did Billy Stump, and he quit. He quit. He wouldn't represent me. They couldn't get an attorney. There's only two in this county. The one that is my son's attorney, Dan Spencer, represented me. That's illegal. That's illegal. That's illegal. Ask anybody you know that's an attorney, and they'll tell you, you can't do that. That will get that gentleman's case dropped immediately. I believe they represented my daughter too. I believe this gentleman represented my daughter. So he represented all three of us. I called him on it, guys. He actually was representing me as my attorney, saying, this guy has no criminal record. He's an honorably discharged veteran. He pays taxes in this county, and he owns his land. Let him out. He's not a flight risk. You got to let him out. And they kept me illegally, guys. So he came on the next time when he knew he had screwed up. I think he looked who I was and went, oh, shit. And he said, now he came in the next time representing me. That's this paperwork. Remember, you get your secret indictment. They put me through this whole crap, guys. This is so crazy. Here's my secret indictment, writer's indictment. He's representing me during, they can't do that. He comes in, he represents me during charges. I have those. I've written them down. I'm not going to give you all that. But, the charges that they're charging me with, right? These charges, you'll get two. He comes in and he says, I'm representing the Constitution of the United States. I'm not representing him this time. I'm representing the Constitution, because he knew he had fucked up this case. And that's why I just called him and let him know, hey, and I already let him know this. You see, he dropped as my son's attorney sometime after this. Here's the paperwork showing a motion to draw from Elijah's attorney. He's withdrawing, filing the course of withdrawal. And now I have some man who's showing up at my house saying he's my son's attorney, which I don't believe him. I don't know who the hell that was. He wouldn't identify himself, saying he's my son's attorney. And I'm like, now, wait a minute. I got paperwork says he's not. Who the hell are you? Identify who you are. And he wouldn't. So you guys saw that. You guys saw that. You were a witness on the last live stream. That guy showed up when I was live stream. That's why I stopped and called 911, because I don't know if this paperwork has anthrax on it or what's on it. Did he leave something else on the property? I don't know. They've already left residual that caused me to have respiratory problems and have issues. My dogs, I don't trust them at all. Enough to call 911. I've never called that. I don't use the emergency line for no reason. I was doing an emergency live stream for the fear for my life. Some guy shows up saying he's with my son's attorney, when I have paperwork saying my son's attorney quit. So who the fuck is this guy? Why won't he identify himself? This is how these people act and what they do out here. They won't follow the law. They'll do whatever they want. So I need your help. What time is it? We might be able to make one or two more phone calls before this up. It's too late. So we'll stop with the asking to make phone calls. I got these people, guys, if they would just listen. There's my son did all his probation community service with Tom, Don, Morgan. I asked that guy, you saw, I said, okay, you're an investigator for the state, or you're my son's investigator. What about my son's 180 hours? What did he say? I don't know what you're talking about. And this is a guy that's supposed to be helping my son? And they don't know about his 100. This whole thing is about the 180 hours. Are you serious? That's why I called Dan. So I'm like, what are you doing? Who is this guy? So this is how illegal this is, guys. This is the warrant. This is the warrant for my arrest and my son's arrest that day. The official warrant and it doesn't list my daughter on it. Oh, wow. Thank you, Psalms. I apologize. I'm in a really sticky situation. Kind of like God. Remember, he stood up to the perverted law. This is what Christ did. They threw Christ in prison for standing up to the halakha and the Haggadah. That was the perversion of the Old Testament, the Torah, the original Hebrew. They turned that Torah into their Targum, their Mishnah, their halakha, their Haggadah, their oral and written law. So thank you, Psalms of Samuel. Psalms of Samuel, we always take a pause. Evidentiary stream, jury, judge, whoever listening to this case, guess what? I'm a teacher and I'm a pastor first. I'll always stop doing anything. I don't care where I'm at. That is always been a thing. I don't care if you're, just call me. I'll come pick you up. If you've been drinking, I don't care where, when, who, how, just call. I'll come get you. I don't give a shit. Now look, I don't care. Same thing. I'll always stop for the word of God. God comes first. God creates all things. This is the set that he's talking about. He got his interlinear. Were you able to get your concordance? Were you able to get the concordance? Okay. God, all glory to God. Do you have this yet? Did you get your concordance? This is the one you need. Remember, this matches the Strong's Concordance. Do you have this yet? Because this is what you're going to need to go when it says it's cool. Just look for this one. Remember, see that? That's on yours. It's probably the beige one, which is still fine because yours, it doesn't matter. The insides are the same. But notice that they both match, right? See? So that's the one that's coded. So you got all this is your cheat codes, as I told you. Remember, you're really not going to use this much because it's just going to tell you where everything's located in here. And instead of just reading the one line, outstanding. I ran your serious problem with my Ohio State trooper uncle, and he said about the fraud from your serious. Hey, thank you, Billy. Stump, I appreciate it, man. Anything, I guarantee you, Stump. Just if one person looks outside of the state, one person looks into this outside of the state, they're going to find what's going on out here. That takes a lot of intestinal fortitude, Billy. I appreciate it. Thank you, Bill. Appreciate it. If you go by Bill or William, thank you, or Billy, or okay. So I'm trying, guys. I'm trying. I really am. So all blessings to all those who put their faith in the Lord first and know that God is the judge, God is the authority, and there's nothing that is not happening to me, my son, or my daughter that the Father has not already written. Okay, God said, I create all things from the foundation of the world. So I don't live in fear. I just fear for the safety of the community, the state, and other states just like this, where more rapists, murders, and pedophiles get released into the poorest regions of the state, of the county, and they fund their probation and parole departments with this money. Like Tony Karsten, a rapist who had raped a Hispanic woman high on methamphetamines in the state of Texas. He got convicted of a 25-year rape sentence, robbery, and high on methamphetamines, and that 25 sentence, he served 13 of those years in confinement in prison, and then released into Lake County, Oregon, under a contract where they get paid to have him here for 12 years. They're not going to take that gravy. And so, yeah. And that's how this whole case starts. And they think they're going to take my son to trial on December 11th. In how many days? They've had this many years to go through 4 years of evidence. No, you just heard me ask that state investigator, if that's who he was, about my son's 180 hours, and he didn't know anything about it. You guys, this is criminal. They're going to try to walk on my son and put him in jail during trial. I will not allow my son to go to trial. Hell no would I allow that. They have not had a right of discovery and suppression. They have never looked at the 180 hours. These people think they're going to make this happen on the 11th on my son. They got another thing coming, guys. Like I said, they'll either drop the case or they'll come out here and shoot me again. the chances of me being dead are much higher, brothers and sisters, of losing my life than actually getting the results. So Billy, thank you. I appreciate all the effort. Anybody who's tried. I mean, we literally had last time, guys, before they swatted the house, not to belittle you, Billy, but we did it for 17 days straight, 20 some hours a day. We had hundreds of people calling them. Hundreds of people calling them. Hundreds of people calling them. So I just had a missed number. Somebody called me. Crap. Hold on, guys. Give me a second here. Hold on. I didn't see somebody called me. Nobody called me. They've got my number blocked because of 911. Fuck. All right, hold on one second. I apologize. I'm not being sensational, guys. How's it Ruby Ridge? There's no arms there, Stump. Nobody ever called for an arms. That was an armed standoff. The whole time I was saying this is not. You need to go watch the live streams saying this is not a Ruby Ridge. I'm standing up for the right of the people. There was no call for arms. I mean, I know that's what I was trying to make people understand. Thank you for at least somebody's paying attention here. I know that's not. Thank you, Billy. Appreciate it. I know what you mean by that, but I'm not calling for any kind of armed standoff. Yeah, they just come in and do whatever they want. I'll burn people out. Do whatever they. Brothers and sisters, this was excessive force. I'm a prior police officer. I have law enforcement background, so I know how the law works. They're illegally. I was a military police in the Army. So I'm very understanding on how they've trampled on the excessive use of force regulation. They have to show cause. They have to show probable cause. And then they have to list, they have to list you on a warrant. They illegally arrested they kidnapped my daughter this day. She's not on this warrant. She's not on this warrant. She's not on this warrant. You can't detain her body like that. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, M203. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what they had. It was 203. I mean, it's more modern. I'm law enforcement from the 90s when you could not search a female. I had to call in a backup officer to search a female. Please, I'm older, okay, and a little bit. Things have changed. I mean, a lot of this stuff's been around for a while, but yeah. So 6 of these guys in a 10 by 40 building, it's probably because I'm a veteran that I'm able to take a flashbang. If you look, they concussion grenade me in the face, and I didn't blink. I think when they shot the first tear canister in, I was like, oh shit, gas, almost, my instincts as a veteran almost gave the sign for gas, guys, but I kept my wits and my bearing about me, but kept very calm. And I said, okay, I'll come out. I need to get some numbers. Please stop. I have animals in here. I will come out. I'm not armed. I just need to get some telephone numbers. Will you please give me? And they wouldn't. They just kept pumping these things in here because they thought they can get an armed standoff. They're accusing me of being some kind of, if backed into a corner, I'll strike and I would fight to the death. This is fight to the death right here. This is what I call fight. First Amendment. That's my fight. And they said if backed into corner, I would strike. Well, they came in here and backed me into the corner and I never struck. So drop the evidence, Ted Martin. Drop the evidence, criminal, Judge Vanderberg. This is just overwhelming, guys. So, my daughter was illegally kidnapped by the state of Oregon, guys, and now charged. She's facing felony charges, hindering prosecution. I actually think my daughter already took charges. She doesn't know. She doesn't know what she's doing. I spoke with Abigail. I've never seen anything like this on your case, Tracy. When I ask her, hold on, guys. When I ask her about daughter, she can't give me, she says she's just very naive, Tracy. So I'm pretty sure she took a charge for something she didn't do either, because they scared the fuck out of her, just like 97% of cases that take a deal. Yes, they do. 97% of cases go to what is called a bar. The bar gains. The attorney gains. The public defender gains. The judge gains off your bond. It's called a plea bargain. Plea bargain. Plea agreement. So they get paid and they extort your bond. You pay back restitution, but remember there's fines. Where do those come from? From your bond, from your capital letter, like this, like their idiocracy. Like notice my name on here is not written in all capital letters, because my name is not all, when I was arrested, my name is not all capital letters. See that? I'm not a corporation. I've let them know from the beginning that I'm not a corporation. See that? My name is listed. It's not under capital letters. But they're so stupid as to go there, and then I tell them, and then try to put my name in capital letters here. See this? See this? I've told them every time I've gone into court, this isn't who I am. You're trying to, this is called my straw man. And I'm not Tracy John Werner in all capital letters. I will not, I don't care. Don't put it in this system. That's illegal. And every time I've gone to court, I have told them that I'm not this man. This is not me. I'm not all capital letters. That's not me. Okay, just so you know. So I'm not, and it's kind of funny. They bring, the state of Oregon figures it out, but the county gets it all messed up. So when they did arrest me, they asked me my name. My name said my name is Apocalypse. My name is Revelation. Pastor Revelation, Pastor Apocalypse. That's what this community calls me. That's what they call me, Pastor Apocalypse, okay? Name is not in all capital letters. My name is capital T, small r, small a, small c, small y, capital J, small o, small h, small n, capital W, small e, small r, small n, small e, small r. I am not part of this corporation. You will not extort my bond. I will not let you bargain. I will not sign a bargain. That's why I told the attorney from Klamath County, who actually was going to represent me but dropped off, so I have no legal counsel, that if he said those two words to me, bargain, plea bargain, I would tell him these two words, you're fired. So he couldn't take it to trial. I don't have legal representation. And as of now, this is the SWAT warrant that they have presented at the time of my arrest with the aerial shots of the property. 3 aerial shots where they're going to gain entrance. But on this warrant, it does not state Adriana Massey's name, my daughter. So it's illegally. They illegally detained. They illegally accosted her. They did not show probable cause for her arrest. And let that just go. All right, it's not the end of the world. But they did not show probable cause for her arrest, which means they illegally detained her, and they should. It doesn't matter if Adriana took charges. She'll get them dropped. She'll get them dropped. I'm sure she'll get them dropped. Okay, so can anyone donate a couple of cameras to help him get videos, evidence outside his building? Yeah, I wish I had it. I'm off grid, guys. You know what I'm saying? Much blessings, guys. I appreciate it. This any penny will help, guys. I really seriously, much blessings, much blessings. God is going to provide no matter what happens to me. Please listen to me. All of those that are of faith, stream to the side for a minute. Anybody that's just part of the evidentiary stream or something. To you brothers and sisters that are in the narrow way that are faith. I'm a teacher and a pastor. You know that comes first. Fear not. There's nothing that is happening right now that is not by the Father's, writing. He created all things, creates good and evil. He said, I am the Alpha and the Omega. I create all things, everything ever written, everything that ever was, everything not written, and everything that ever will be. I, God, create good. I create evil, and I do all these things after my own counsel. And this is the hard part, for my own pleasure. You know, he just does things. It's so, as long as my will is not my own here, I'll be okay. And that's what I've tried to remind myself, that this isn't just about Tracy, Werner, Elijah Werner, Adriana Massey. This is about people who have been victimized by the probation and parole system, about people who are subject to rapists like Tony Karsten, where these probation officers, parole officers, let them run roughshod and get away with just about everything. And the communities are put in jeopardy, their lives. I could have somebody, Tony Karsten was not notifying people when he was moving, not people, his probation and parole officer. Not on probation, he was on parole. That's illegal. He could be wandering around the county and moving around somewhere else and could have raped somebody in a different county, and how the hell would we know what's going on? He needed to notify. So I got on that something wasn't right with this guy. And then when they kept my son in jail for a year, almost a year, like 11 months, he never did any time. I was not happy about that. He was 41 years old, rapist. Why is he not in jail and my son sitting in jail? So look, they're still trying to put my son in jail over this. This is crazy. My son did more time than all of these guys. There were 5 people involved in this case. He did more than all of them combined. He's the only one ever to go to jail. He did his 180 hours plus. When they told him he didn't do these, I contact my attorney and all that. And my attorney said, well, because I contact my attorney and already documented back at month 5 to make sure he had completed all of them. And they told me, yes, he had more than one time at Lake County. If somebody would just call, this could all be cleared up. Just like I asked that investigator today. That gives me no confidence. I have zero confidence that I 99% think I'm going to die, guys, over this. That's why I am not being sensational, and I'm putting in, this is an emergency broadcast. I really feel the odds of me losing my life in the next couple weeks are probably better than staying alive. I am in that much jeopardy from this county. I pushed him that hard now. So enjoy your time with Pastor. I probably won't be here very much longer. And if I am, it's only by God's will. Okay? And I'm only here right now because of God. They already brought men with guns, 30 men, multiple armored vehicles, bragging that they were going to shoot me. So I'm only here by the protection of the Father, okay? So I have no will to do any ill will towards any man. I'm only trying to stand up for this country as a veteran, honorably discharged. My end in my tour service, and my honorable discharge doesn't mean that my tour service is over. It doesn't, not to a soldier, a true soldier. And so you take that oath to the Constitution of the United States to defend this enemy, this country against all enemies, foreign and domestic. My tour service doesn't end. If I see a domestic enemy on the homeland, and it is these judges like this judge and Ted Martin and these people out here, what do you just think a veteran's just going to sit there and be quiet? I'm the wrong guy to be quiet about it, guys. Do you understand what I'm saying? I'm just not the guy that's going to stand around and be quiet. So much love, Samuel. I appreciate that donation. I appreciate it. So either way, I will be ready for death. I'm ready to go, as I was ready when I stepped out that door that day. They had already concussed me and ruined my vision. Like I said, I've already, you can look at the side of this face and tell that there's not the same. It just doesn't hold itself over here. I haven't had a stroke or anything, but it's just my face isn't the same. You can look at my eye and tell that. Look at how the height of this eye, and look at the height of this eye. Why is this eye now open more than this eye? I don't know what they did over here. My eye's like trying to focus, I think is what it is, because there's a big hair. It looks like the eye bothered me for a long time. I didn't know what it was when I was actually in jail. Like, what is this? I was laying there and they never turned the lights out. And I'm like, what is it? And you close your eye twitches and so it's like, I'm like, whoa. And it looks like a big piece of hair right now in my vision. And so at first I'm thinking, the hell's in my eye? I'm touching my eye, and it's been a long haul with this right eye, guys. I don't try to gripe about it much, but I think that's why I get a little bit of a runny nose on this side of my body. 45 seconds, they under use of force regulation, brothers, sisters, concussive flashbang grenade at me. That's thrown by hand. This is thrown by hand. You pull this pin on this, pull this pin as a hand fire, then somebody pulled the pin and literally threw it at me. Do you think that I'll ever get to look at the man at the state troopers that threw this in my eye? And do you think he'll be liable for my eye? And do you think Ted Martin should be liable? Do you think that Dan Spencer, knowing this, not looking into the 180 hours, he's calling me as a witness, I guess, in the subpoena to my, he don't even know about the 180 hours. That's incredible. So enjoy the time you have. I don't have a death wish, but I don't think I'll be here much longer, brothers and sisters. I don't think I'll be here for this trial. It is what it is. I could be wrong, but I do believe this is not a sensational broadcast. I didn't put emergency broadcast for no reason. The state of Oregon is at risk from this county allowing its other county members to allow rapists to be released and not be notified of the parole officers. They could be moving within the county, portions of the county, raping other people. And if they're lying about their charges, that is very concerning. And so I don't think I'm wrong for ever bringing this to the counties, and I'm being targeted because of it. And it's probably going to end up costing my life, and it's okay. They'll only martyr me. That's all they'll do, is just make God's word come to fruition. I've had a good life. I just worry about my animals, but I have that taken care of now. I have somebody who will take care of my animals. So I'm ready to continue to stay peacefully without violence. Careful those who call peace and safety what the word says. So without any violence, and fight until the death. Like I said I said I would, and I am trying to be a man of my word and keep my word, because I care about this country. I hate this country a lot because of what we do to other countries. But there are some really amazing people all over the world. I would do this in any country, for any nation. It doesn't matter. I love my people in Iran. I love my bride in the fake Israel nation, the fake Israel. There's people, brides there too, but they're spiritual Israel, spiritual Jews. But Russia, guys, I called that 911 call and I said, what did this guy leave on my thing? He could have left anthrax. And he goes, oh yeah, Russia could bomb us tomorrow too. That's what the 911 operator said to me. I said, do you realize what you just said, sir? I told you that there's anthrax on this paper, and you tell me Russia combined. You're now evidence, sir. You know, you're the 911 dispatch. They're going to play that 911 dispatch back too. They'll eventually look at this case. It'll probably be after I'm dead that this case will get looked at. That's just the way it's probably going to go down, guys. I don't see anything changing. For 4 years, I pushed as hard as I possibly can. As hard as I can. I have pushed hard for one man, I think, than any other man probably could in this case. And I really do. I thank the Father for the strength. So if you care about a young lady who was illegally kidnapped by the state of Oregon, here's proof that the state of Oregon kidnapped Adriana Massey, my daughter, and illegally kidnapped her. And now they've charged her with 2 felony counts of hindering prosecution and interfering with the peace officer and criminal conspiracy. And she's not even on the warrant, guys. Do you find that alarming? I find that very alarming, and that's illegal. This should drop the whole case. But I'll probably die before that happens. It's pretty sad. Pretty sad. I only know that this will happen probably because, not prophecy, because the last time I did exactly this, they brought the state of Oregon out, shot my son, kidnapped my daughter, and ruined my vision, and literally flash concussion grenade and shot at me with 6 of the, into this house when it was all unnecessary. One call to Lake County probation at month 5 after Elijah, before he left, asking them, is Elijah's 180 hours completed? They said 2 times on that phone call, yes. That'll clear Elijah these charges. 5 witnesses. 5. Don, Tom, and Morgan went to the dunes with Elijah. We have the world's largest set of, or Northern Hemisphere's largest set of inland sand dunes. And people come out and drink and party out there at the dunes, and they leave all their beer cans and trash. So the county uses the probation department to use them for community service to go clean the dunes. My son did that multiple days in a row, a couple times, I believe, that he went out there. the fire department. He got hazed for he thought he was going to go to the dunes. He ended up painting the fire station, got paint on his pants, little hick country town. They were hazing him. You got paint on your pants. I didn't thought I was going to wear these. Ha ha. And multiple, he called me talking about, when I raked the fairgrounds again, Dad, we're going right back to the same spot. We're not even doing anything. Shut up, Elijah. Just do what you're told, man. They're pissed at Dad because I'm ripping their ass about Tony Karsten, the rapist. They're mad at me and they're taking it out on you. They want to get you out of here. They think if you get you out of here and get your hours completed quick enough, they'll shut your dad up. He's like, well, that's what's going on, Elijah. You know that. So my son did his 180 hours. If he would have had 180 hours to do, or 133, because he said they'd only done 47 hours, he would have been on his action plan at month 6, even if it was an agreement. He didn't do anything and he didn't get violated in probation, which Lily Frank would have given him a violation because he was on felony supervision. He would have been given a violation of PV. He wasn't. He wasn't PV until month 42, almost 4 years later. And they still threw him in jail anyways. So, unbeknown to Elijah that this happened to him, he, even at month 6, had no writing on his action plan of him needing to do these 133 hours that were not supposedly completed back here. They would have said that. You don't do anger management at the end of your probation. You don't do community service that's what they said. He didn't complete it. And I'm like, that's insane. That's not even possible. And cellular data, all this warrant is over these 180 hours. And you just heard that man come on my property, who is the state or the county investigator on my son's case. Did he ever talk to Tom, Dawn, Morgan, or the 2 females that went to the fire station for 3 days in a row? Even if my son in 5 months just worked 1 day a week on an 8-hour day, that would be 160 hours. That would leave him 20 short hours. Not 133, but he went multiple times to such as the fire station, out to the sand dunes, to the fairgrounds to rake the saints. He's got witness. There's too many people that went with him. His phone, we don't go anywhere without our phones now. Oh crap, I left my tracking device. Well, honey, I left my iPhone. Oh, let's go get it. My hard drive. Everywhere everybody went with them, they had their cell phones, cellular data, like that Trump shooter, the second one, sat in the bushes for 12 hours. We'll know where everybody's phones went out here. This is easily, the evidence is so far against the state of Oregon, Lake County, Ted Martin, Judge Vandenberg, that they're going to be in prison or I will be dead. You mark my words. Ted Martin will be in prison. He's about ready to get out in January, but I will make sure, not out of vengeance, that he serves time. He's the one who signed this special weapons and tactics warrant for the state of Oregon to come out here. How did he allow the state of Oregon to accost my daughter and not list her on the warrant? She's not on this warrant, guys. That's illegal. That would drop the case immediately. Elijah's attorney, Dan Spencer, during this case, he represented me as co-counsel in the same case. You can't do that. You can't have the same attorney. Dan Spencer's, he's the attorney here. He's withdrawing. I get this mixed up here. He's withdrawing from my son's attorney. He's saying right here, Dan, state of Oregon, plaintiff, motion to file comes Dan M. Spencer, appointed counsel for the referred defendant, and moves the court to allowing me to withdraw as his attorney. And this is in, what date is this? In April of 2024. Well, guess what? In May and in June, Elijah's attorney, Dan Spencer, represented me as well. That's illegal. Dan Spencer, attorney. There you go. Dan Spencer co-counseled me in the same case. That is illegal. Can't do that. This case should be dropped immediately. They know this. They're not doing anything. They're still trying to take my son to trial. They just came out here illegally. They're not stopping, guys. They're not stopping. They're not stopping. If they were stopping, they wouldn't have sent that dumbass out here today with this check to try to get me to come to court on the 11th and testify my son. Fuck you, you dumbasses. That's not who I am, you fucking idiots. You fucking morons. Seriously, I apologize for my cussing. My name's not written all capital letters, you idiot. Look at this crap. This isn't me. This isn't me. This isn't me. This isn't me. This is not me. I am not written in all capital letters. I've said that every time. You guys are so shady. Now they want me to appear and go to court and represent my son. I got to appear on that day, but they're not going to go over anything with me, right? I just appear that day. Well, I talk to him a minute before I go on the stand. Get the fuck out of here. Are you serious? You think I'm going to allow them to do that? Are you crazy? You see why I'm going to die? They're going to kill me, guys. I already know it. Father, I'm ready. I'm ready, Father. I think pay me $22. Oh, you're going to give you $22 to go testify on your son's. I think this is I'm a witness. They want me to witness for the defense. So they want me to be a witness. Not a chance in hell. I'm going to go up there. Elijah's 180 hours, 180 hours, 180 hours, 180 hours, just like he did on the SWAT raid. What about my 180 hours? What did I say? What about the 100? And still, you heard me on the last live stream. What about Elijah's 180 hours? You're the investigator, so I can't find who you are since you won't get the fuck off my property. I asked him to leave. You saw that. You witness if you were on that stream. I told whoever that person was to get off of my property and to leave immediately, and he did not turn around and leave. Therefore, this is illegal. He should have left. I would have talked to him at the edge of my property, but he still chose. I should have just went and got my gun and shot him dead in his fucking face. I'm not going to do that ever, brothers, sisters, but this is what these could happen to people. You go on somebody's property without warrant, you're going to get shot out in this town. They're really lucky I'm not one of these other town members out here. This is that town. No, I've tried, Bruce. I have. I think that would be the best way to do it and not do it local, Bruce. I apologize for the cursing. Get somebody out of the, do you want out there, partner? Get somebody from out of the county where they cannot seek retribution, Bruce. You know what I'm saying? Somebody from outside of this district so they're not at risk. We need alt news to pick this up. One day this will break national news. You'll hear about Pastor Tracy Apocalypse getting shot or so whatever. I'm not going to shoot them. I will not have a gun in my hand. I'll never have made any shots at anybody. They're going to shoot me, guys. Eventually they'll come out. They already did once. Why would they not do it again? So the chances of that are better than them not shooting me. They have lobbed a lot of rounds already. They broke out windows, concussed. They shot my son. They've gone handed already. What makes you think? State your case why I will not die in the next month. Why I won't be here or why I'll still be here. State your case. You got a case? State it. Why would Tracy, Pastor Apocalypse, still be here? Because I'm going to keep pressing. They're going to keep doing this, and they're going to come out and eventually shoot me again. So not a sensational broadcast of some kind of, my life is in jeopardy. My son's life is in jeopardy. You obviously see that they don't talk, and they've never talked. I've been live streaming for hundreds of hours again. Have probably never once looked up this 180 hours that my son did, because they admit that, guys. Then they open them up themselves for a lawsuit. They open themselves up for a lawsuit. for all the extra hours that Elijah Werner did, the additional 130 or however many extra hours he did. Not because he got in trouble. They said he didn't do them. My attorney said, just, you're going to get it documented, but you'll have to just tell him, put his head down. We'll get it figured out. He still did more hours. 180 plus 133, you know, what's that's 300. That's a lot of hours, guys. That's over 300 hours Elijah's done. He's done enough. He's the only one to go to fucking jail. Let my son stop fucking doing this, state of Oregon. You're tyrants. Judge Vandenberg, I cannot wait to see you go to jail. Not out of vengeance. You are a fucking criminal, Judge Vandenberg. Got a whole separate case and live streams against you. Ted Martin, you are not going to weasel your ass out of this. You are a fucking weak-ass prosecuting attorney, and you don't know your ass from a hole in the ground. Why have you never called me? You're a pile of steaming shit, Ted Martin. I got so much evidence against you. With other cases, you will, even if you get out of this office in January, will serve time in jail, not out of vengeance, because somebody will pick this story up, even if I die. You watch. Bruno Mars. Don't believe this is one of the biggest cases in the United States of America right now, brothers and sisters. This case is so deep, you don't even have any understanding what you rolled in on. It is that big. I guarantee I am the biggest state of pain in the ass right now for the state of Oregon. I've called the Department of Justice for the state of Oregon. I've called the governor's office. I've called the bar. I've called the federal Department of Justice about this county in this case out here. The feds are very aware of who I am and what I'm doing out here. So the feds, the state, and the county, you're looking at one of the biggest pain in the asses right now for the whole fucking county and possibly the whole country, because I'm exposing this is happening throughout the country. There's more rapists, murderers, and pedophiles released in the poorest counties in America. So guess what? It's probably happening in your state too. This is not an isolated incident. So this is what happens in countries like America. So, but they have reimbursement for all the hours in the workplace supposed to. Yeah, and that's sad, guys. You know what my son did too? He's such a humble young man. He's not gotten in no trouble, guys. None. Everything he was supposed to do. He like a fucking, yes, massa. Yes, massa. Whatever you say, massa. Okay, massa. I do my work, massa. Okay. Okay, massa. Yes, massa. Okay, massa. He's done his work, guys. And then he did down and did another 133 hours. They Cresha Brunsman, the head of probation, knew about all this too, and she didn't do it. Ain't nothing. I called her. I've got multiple cellular data will show that I spoke to the head of probation in Lane County, where he was transferred, and said, "Hey, get this taken care of, all right? You work for him. She's very aware. Nothing was done. She's going to go to jail." Cresha Brunsman, the head of probation in Lane County, was very aware. Could have made one call, but instead, she could have thrown my son in jail for a day, which was still illegal. 2 days. 3 was the max. She threw him in 3. The max gave him the maximum. After 42 months, he never even had a noise complaint, no tickets, no trouble. He lives next in an apartment. He's never even, I don't think he's ever had a complaint for him and the old lady being louder. You know, they don't fight. They read the word of God. They're quiet. They do what they're supposed to. My son works. He works honestly. He works on cars. His fingernails are always dirty. His hands. He's a hardworking young man. His wife works 5 days a week and then goes out and does community service to try to help him. Signs up her own time working 7 fucking days a week, and then they arrest her. What a bunch of chicken shits this state is. They arrest her and they don't even show fucking probable cause on the arrest warrant. You look at the actual arrest warrant from the state of Oregon. They illegally kidnapped my daughter. So I hope that they are all right. I hope they're all right. And I don't know anything about anything. I don't have any idea what's going on with them. That's how sad my poor life is. I don't have poor life, but thanks for the support, guys. I appreciate it. Let me go check on my animals here. Got one of them barking out there. So, oh, hey, for the bumper fund. Hey, thank you. Thank you for the bumper fund. I appreciate that. We're still working on the mobile ministry. God willing, this will all get taken care of. I won't get shot, and we'll go. Guys, I found my niche. I found it, guys. Thank you, Father. I had somebody contact me from an outside agency, guys. Finally, not on this case. And they said, look, your ministry is what we need this ministry. They already have a seminar and they want me to go into the prisons, guys. That's it. That's a good, huge part of to make this mobile. That is edifying for me, to go in and teach the gospel to the people who need to hear the word the most, man. You can see how it lights me up. Father, please don't let me get killed. Please don't let them come shoot me. Let me go teach these people in prisons the gospel, man. And they're like, Tracy, I want you to come in. Here's this number of this ministry. And they said, would you be willing to go into the prisons? And I said, oh, my Lord, absolutely. That would make this mobile ministry just absolutely worthwhile. So, wow. Please, Father, let these chains come off of me. Put these judges in prison, and I'll go hang out with them, and I'll tell Ted Martin. I'll go preach the gospel to Ted Martin. I'll go preach the gospel to. Wouldn't that be awesome to go preach to Judge Vandenberg, the man who criminally tried to have my asshole raped by some big fucking Bob's cock meat sandwich, trying to stuff his fucking fat cock in my face, and maybe his buddy, and they'll double dong me from the back. I would hope that would never happen to Judge Vandenberg or Ted Martin or Michael Taylor. I would never want them to get ass raped by some man. But they don't care if I do. They don't care. They're trying to actually throw my son in prison on the 11th. They're trying to have a trial and still pursue their cases without having any idea about the fucking 180 hours. And Ted Martin don't care about my asshole being violated. But I can tell you, I think Psalms of Samuel does, because he supports the mobile ministry. And probably would support me going in and ministering to, wouldn't that suck if I went in there and Judge Vandenberg's like, oh my gosh, I'm not a judge anymore. I apologize, Tracy. My asshole's so beat. I'm so sorry this is happening to you, man. I know the physical, it's so hard. I know I struggle too, still with physical, but that's not you're any less of a person. Vandenberg, listen, Vandenberg, you're not less of a person just because you got a really loose butthole now and you can't hardly keep your, stuff in. You're not less of a man. Yeah, I don't care what you did to me. We're still equals, okay? That's why I'm in here pastoring to you. Yes, I'm tired of this. This isn't funny to me. But this is never even a consideration for them. You know what I'm saying? So that would be such a blessing to be able to go into these, even if I never pastored to Judge Vandenberg and he's not, or Ted Martin, but wouldn't that be rather ironic for Pastor Apocalypse to show up and these guys are in prison and I go to one of the prisons that are there because they get a very long stint. So I don't want to take their livelihood as far as ever. I don't want them to operate as a judge, a public defender, a sheriff, elected sheriff, any of these people. They're okay to like flip burgers or something and start from the ground up again. I've had to do that before. So, be good for them, build some character, get them out of the line of service. They're tyrants and criminals. So, yeah, that's not funny, but they don't seem to care. They're still trying to prosecute my son on the 11th. They're going to take him to trial. What fucking information do they have if they don't have his 180 hours? This is insanity. All right, I will let you out, buddy. I apologize. You just let me out. Come on, you guys come in and think I'm all fucking well. If they come, oh well. All right. I fear for my animals too, brothers and sisters. Think about when I go to prison, if they shoot me, no more dad for my animals. They really struggled hard last time, guys. I ate 5 to 6 of these just for my animals. I ate these because of the animals. I ate these because of my animals. The kittens and my dogs are what caused me to have to breathe this stuff in. That's why, right? That's why I'm so adamant about trying to get this taken care of. They fuck my animals up, guys. My dog was not going to be the same, and he doesn't act the same. He came back in such bad shape. Somebody had to take him from here. He's not, Pants is 4. Tango's 13 years old. He's an older dog. He can't be with this. See, this stuff covered everything in here. Everything had a powder on it, like this much of this stuff. On everything in this house. You put 5 or 6 of these inside a house in a 10 by 40 building, and it's not all. I have a bathroom that's closed. I have, it's even, go Tango. Come on, dog, please. Go. Tango, go. Go. Okay, thank you. I'm going to charge to go through there. He pauses because he doesn't want to hit the thing. He's like, oh, and then he rushes and grabs it with his tail when he goes through. So my animals have suffered. And when I die, my animals will probably suffer too again. And that sucks because they should be without their dad. Just because I stand up for the country and the community and the state, my animals have had to pay the price because of that already, guys. The animals had to pay the price. I told them I had animals. They could have waited. Instead, they just kept shooting these in this house. Do you think it would be fair to bring Ted Martin inside this building, Judge Vandenberg inside this building, Michael Taylor inside this building, all 25 of the 29 state police that were out here? I don't know how many actual armored vehicles they brought. The witness said they've never seen that many vehicles out here for one single. They've been out here for 12, 13 years. Ever seen that many vehicles for one SWAT raid? Ever. Yeah, that's way excessive. Do you think it would be reasonable to bring Ted Martin in here, Judge Vandenberg in here, and then shoot this house full of these and stay in there while they're they have to write down, they have to get their clothes on. It'd be like a challenge. Get your clothes on. You got to get clothes. You got to get dressed because you're in your boxers. And then plead, okay, I'm coming out. You got to stay, and you got to stay peaceful. You can't say, otherwise they can come in and break in and just come shoot you, right? But you'll say, okay, you got to make your statements. Okay, what about the 180 hours? You got to say, okay, what about the 100? Everybody got to say, what about the 180 hours? I called the feds. I called, and then take 6 of these while you're getting dressed. They keep lobbing them in here. And then you tell them, I'm coming out. I will not be armed. I need to get some numbers so I can please stop shooting these in. I got kitties, and you have to say all these things. And then they get to shoot 6 of these in here before you get to go outside of the door. Would that be reasonable to do to Ted Martin? Would that be reasonable to do to all 29 of the... What about that guy just came who didn't even know about my son's 180 hours? Do you think he should spend some time being 6 of these tear gas containers? And then they got to come back and clean it up in the next 2 weeks without water, off grid. Now it takes cleaning company to come in with the cleaning machine to clean this dust and get all of it out professionally with just one. And the state of Oregon is damn good well of that. They know that, brothers, sisters. They know that. And they still lobbed anyway. So do you think that's reasonable to have the 29 police? Who else was here? I think Josh Bezel, he got to come in here too. Lance Brown, Tom Rorick, Sam Birch. Do you think that would be the right? Do you think? And then they got to clean it up in 2 weeks. So we'll have to do it every day. We'll have to do that for however many people. That could take months to do because they have to clean out the 6 tear gas canisters. And then every time they sweep it, it flashes in. It's like a whole regassing all over again for 2 weeks. And see what it's like to wake up. You got to sleep in here too. You got to sleep in here. You got to sleep in here with the animals that are being... Actually, we'll remove the animals so no animals get hurt again. They hurt my animals, guys. You fucking pieces of shit. Fucking God, man. I cannot believe these people. We're supposed to be given dominion over the animals, and this is how these people treat the animals. So we'll see what Ted Martin will do a body cam and see if Mr. Ted Martin, when he wakes up in the morning, can even fucking move. Oh. Imagine waking up like this. Oh my God. Oh. I mean, it just take me 20 minutes to get my fucking hands open because I'm just gasped the whole time I'm asleep. For 2 weeks, and then you got to clean it up. And every time there's a little crack in there and you dust that, it lofts up, and you got to go through the whole... Oh, and you got to get flashbanged at 45 seconds at the door. You have to take a flashbang to the face. You have to make sure you're permanently scarred for life. And your hearing. Look at this eye. And look at this eye. You tell me they're the same? Look at the way it's holding itself. What the hell is this? What is this? What's going on with my eye? What is this? What is that? Why is this eye do this now? It doesn't even act the same anymore, guys. Look at it. You're telling me that's the same fucking eye? There's a big mass of hair in my eye, guys. It's so fucking annoying. It's always there. It never goes away. Sometimes I forget about it, like, the hell is that? And I touch my eye and it's like, oh. It's been 6 months now. So my eye kind of gets used to this big string hair-like thing, and then because I guess it gets used to it, it goes, zoop, and I'm like, the fuck was that? I thought I saw something leave. So you can't tell me these two eyes are the same. I can visually see it. I didn't even know it until somebody pointed out to me. What? Tell me there's no effects to my body. What is this? Look at what's going on. Am I going to lose my vision in this eye, guys? I might lose my vision in that eye. Can anybody see it, or am I just talking to the fucking walls? Thank you. I don't mean to go there, Sam, but I'm just like... dude, they're messing me up, man. Is the guy who did that to me ever going to face what he did to me? Probably not, guys. Probably never get to do none of that. So, I don't know, man. So, I'm trying. I apologize for the cussing, man. I'm losing it, man, a little bit. Not like that. I'm just losing my ability to hold my tongue. So, it's just not the same, guys. It gets so annoying every day. I don't like this eye anymore. I feel weird. I feel so weird all the time. And I know it's because something happened to my balance, and I'm okay, but I know if this eye is doing this, there's something going on this side of my body. So I'm trying not to be a drama queen about it, but you know what I'm saying? I didn't even notice the physical portion of it until somebody pointed it out to me in the stream. They're like, are you serious, Trace? You can't see it? His eye's all wrinkly. It's all sunk in. Look at it, sunk in. My skull. You can see the outline of my skull. You can't see that right there. No, nothing's wrong with you, Tracy. Okay, whatever, man. Because I didn't have any problems in my eyes. I had some issues with seeing close up. But my son said, Dad, stop. Take those magnifying glasses off. And you don't even have prescription glasses. And I took them off. I don't know what happened. Maybe it was my diet or something. And my vision got bad. It was just temporary. Live stream for hundreds of thousands of hours. And all of a sudden, something happened overnight with my eyes. It just was having a problem seeing thing. And I got some reading glasses or whatever. And then my son, because he purchased, he's a good young man. Dad, I just watched you live stream for 12 hours and you got those from the Dollar General, didn't you? Yeah, why? Dad, those are magnifying glasses. You're wearing magnifying glasses for 12 hours. Remember Uncle Adam? Remember his vision went bad and he went and bought the glasses from the dollar store, and a year later he couldn't even hardly see because he wore magnifying. You're doing the same thing, Dad. You're live stream for 12 hours. Please take those off. Well, son, I can't see the stream on TikTok. You know, it's the writing's lighter and I can't. He's like, please, Dad, don't wear those anymore. Go to the doctor, and if you're having problems, get some prescription glasses, but please don't wear those anymore, Dad. You're going to ruin your vision. Are you telling me you don't remember Uncle? I said, yeah, I do. And I did. I listened to him. He's a smart young man, and my vision came back. I can still read. It's not, but not hair in your vision and scarred. They scar my retina. It has to be. What the hell is this big line in my eye? It's the flash concussion grenade. 45 seconds. Look how close that thing ignited next to my face. That was a headshot. So, deep skull, all this, no dipped in skull, no wrinkle, none of this, whatever this is, all that's getting puffy, and it's getting worse. Actually, I thought it was getting better, but it's getting worse again. So it comes and goes, kind of like this, whatever on this side or whatever. So whatever they did to me is obviously from breathing CS to tear gas, not CS. That's military. That's not as bad. What they hit me with isn't as bad as CS gas, but it's not easy to breathe for 2 weeks straight. I cleaned every day as much as I could, guys. Imagine being gassed, waking up, taking hours to get going, and your major concern because you have animals is to clean, and then you regas yourself every day for 2 weeks. It took me more than 2, but that's when I felt I had most of it. And I actually had somebody come over here, and they stood at the door, and I'm like, come on in, man. Hang out with me for a minute. I'm lonely. I've been here, and, dogs. I got to get most of it. He's like, I can't go in there, man. Dude, it's coming out the door, Tracy. I'm like, it's not that bad. And he's like, I can't go in there, Tracy. He's like, you've been in here for 2 weeks. I said, it's not in here anymore. He's like, yeah, it is. It's coming out the door. You just don't know because you've been in here. For 2 weeks after I thought I had it all clean out, that guy couldn't even come in the door. He wouldn't even come in here, guys. He's like, no, I can't. I can't. I can taste it still. So, it's the military gas, CS gas is a lot stronger, okay, is what I'm saying. I didn't say it's military CS gas is, I know I've been gassed in the military, and I got gassed here at this property, and that is a much more mild of a form of the, it's not even hardly a comparison. I'm not saying it's not easy, when it's not, but it's definitely much military strength has a lot higher strength. I don't want to belittle myself, but I'm just telling you, I've been with both, and it probably took almost all 3 of those, in my opinion, to be lobbed in here before I felt like I felt being put under that. So either way, they're both strong, okay, guys. 6 is double dosed, okay, basically, and the animals don't need any of it in their system. So, insane in the membrane, you know what I mean? So unnecessary. But they thought they were going to come out here and get some kind of armed standoff, and that's not what they got. So, I rebuke the state of Oregon. You're idiots. Your case isn't going to hold up in court. I guarantee you, my son, I actually hope I can stay alive, and God doesn't have them kill me yet, and they martyr me, because I would like to make a massive scene in the courtroom about my son's 180 hours if they try to even take him to trial. It's just like, oh, look at this. Actually, look at this bullshit. I just thought about this. I never even thought about this. They've only got me there. Yeah, right. I see what's going on here now. I didn't think about this till now. I know, and that's what's happened, Josh. I've been permanently. Look at my face, man. Look at the difference between this side. Look at all this puffiness. Look at this sunk in here. Look at all this shadow. Look at this doesn't have this same shape. The whole eye has been sunken in. Look at this around here. None of this in this portion of this eye. Very smooth. Look at the height of the eye. This eye, because there's something in my eye's trying to focus around it. You can't tell. Somebody said they thought they saw, but I don't think you can see the physical. I think it's just the burn mark. So, yeah, I probably should take a look at my face on the live stream and find out why it's looking like that now. Why is it? Well, obviously, so, but I just figured something out, guys. I just figured something out. This is hilarious. These, where'd it go? These people seem to think that they're going to take my son to a one-day trial, or they only need me for 1 day. That's probably all it is. They probably think they can just get away with this for 1 day. So here's the warrant. Yeah, okay, I got to keep this stuff separate. Okay, there's the warrant. There is Dan Spencer withdrawing as my son's attorney. Same attorney who represented me in the same case and my son's daughter, which is illegal. That will get the case thrown out. No listing of Adriana Massey, my son's daughter, kidnapped her that day without warrant. Illegal. No probable cause. Illegal. No reasonable articulate suspicion showing their RAS or whatever their PC. Probable cause for their warrant. Not listed on the warrant. Illegal. My son's daughter was illegally accosted. My son's daughter. My son's wife. Why my daughter? His girlfriend of many years. They're not physically married, but go by the, he lays with her. That's his wife. So I think they've been together for 5 or 6 years. So they were to God together. So that's my daughter. Okay. And they illegally accosted my daughter and kidnapped her without warrant. That's illegal. That'll get this case kicked out. They kept me in jail an extra week. This attorney pleaded to the judge to not keep me in there an extra week. That will get the case kicked out. When I was arrested, it shows here that they have shows cause for my warrant for my arrest. Okay, but under my Miranda rights, they have to Mirandize me. You have the right to remain silent. If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be during questioning. If you cannot afford, one will be appointed to you. They have not provided me, in this case, an attorney up until 6 months. They had Elijah's attorney represent me in the case. I have the paperwork in order. In this, Dan Spencer represented me. That's illegal. That will get this case thrown out. You cannot have dual counsel. Every defendant gets a different counsel, attorney. If I'm not mistaken, Adriana Massey, my daughter, my son, and myself were all represented by Dan Spencer. Which is illegal. This will get the case dropped out immediately. When they did come here and arrested me, they have to Mirandize you. Under right of discovery and suppression of evidence, I've seen all their discovery. There is no body cam footage of me being Mirandized because they did not Mirandize me. That is illegal, and that shall get this case dropped out immediately. Immediately. That's not, you have to Mirandize me immediately. That Elijah's attorney represented me again in court when they brought me from the indictment, the secret indictment, up on these charges for the four felonies and 4 Class C or C felonies and 1 Class A misdemeanor. Dan Spencer represented me illegally. That will get the case dropped immediately. That will get this case dropped immediately. That's illegal. You cannot do that. That should have Judge Vandenberg allowed all of this to happen under his watch. So, JB, what are you talking about? JB, what in the hell are you talking about? Do you know what you're talking about? Or are you just talking shit out the side of your neck? I think that's what you're doing. Betty Crocker. So, I know a piece of shit when I see one. I could be wrong. Sometimes, you know, don't get it right all the time, but genetics. What are you, Donald Trump? Okay, I'm just playing with you. I'm salty today. It's shit, man. I can't believe what they're doing. You know, you can play genetics or whatever. That's fine. Play devil's advocate. Illegal. Four felony charges of hindering prosecution when I have all the 180 hours they're trying to prosecute me for standing in front of trying to prosecute my son. So, Elijah's attorney represented me in this case. Illegal. That should get this dropped. Now, I have another because you continue on. It was your genetics comment that reminded me of Donald Trump with his good genes. Good genes. So again, now in this case, Dan Spencer, it's indivisible in the same in turn as any family because it's conflict of interest, but it's technically illegal. Yes, it is illegal. What are you talking about, JB? Now, don't come in here, with your pile of steaming shit. You cannot co-counsel the same defendant in a case. That's incorrect. Now, if you're going to be some kind of prison court, you know, attorney or something, you give false information, you cannot represent two defendants. Attorney can't represent two defendants in the same case, so you're lying. Don't lie in here, please. So, as you've noticed, I have two sets, and I'm just pointing out this. I'm not going to let, you know, I have to keep this legal, and you cannot have co-defendant and co-counsel in the same defendant in the same case. I believe all three of myself, my son, and my daughter were represented by Dan Spencer, because Mark Costello, when I called him, the other district attorney or the other prosecutor or the other public defender, he couldn't take my case. He said he was booked out for more than a year. So I know Adrianos was not represented by him. Dan Spencer had to have represented my daughter. That means he represented three of us in the same case. That will get this case dropped immediately. So my second time they bring me in, Dan Spencer says, or the third time, Dan Spencer says, hey, he realized he screwed up and said, he did a lot of work too. He made a pretty big case. He says, I'm representing the Constitution of the United States. He obviously went and looked at my record. He says he has no record. Okay. Thank you, Samuel. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for your donation. Hopefully the Father will be able to let me to get that bumper, and I'll keep you updated. I'm hoping that the Father won't martyr me. You know, I'm not ready to go until he's ready to have me go. He said we must endure to the end to be saved. So I've got to stay in the game. I can't let myself get taken out. Okay. So thank you so much. Appreciate it. The second time, the third time, Elijah's attorney, probably Adriana's attorney, and my attorney, which is completely illegal, represents the Constitution and says, look, under the Ninth Appellate Circuit, all these counties in the state are releasing people after 7 days. Let this gentleman out. He has no criminal record. He owns land and is a taxpayer in this county. He's not a flight risk. You need to let him out. Let him out. You're going to lose this case because of keeping him in here for more than 7 days. Klamath County, he even cited the next county over. They're letting them out in 7 days. Everybody, there is a problem with enough prosecuting attorneys in the state that they're turning people out without counsel in 7 days. They kept me in there 7 extra days. That is illegal. That will get this case thrown out. All I need to do is for somebody outside of this county or state to look at this case, and Judge Vandenberg will be going to jail, prison, Ted Martin, the prosecuting attorney, is not culpable for this. He's not complacent. He is completely culpable. He is liable for damages. He is the one who signed off on the special weapons and tactics warrant of this house, of this property, of this ministry. He is liable for all the damages. He's the one who signed for the special weapons and tactics. He's liable. He should go to prison and spend, at least in my eyes, at least 20 years in a penitentiary. I'm sure there's many of other crimes that Ted Martin's involved with. Judge Vandenberg and Michael Taylor, who allowed this rapist to run around, and me pleaded for over and over for hundreds of hours to take care of this corruption within this county, because I'm a resident and I want him to look at, has never come to my house. Cellular data will show that he's never even one time called my house. Yeah, where's Long Island Audit when you need him, huh? So I audit too, guys. If you'd like to see an audit, I have audits on this channel. You probably not be able to see both audits because they did take the second part 2 down, but it can be found on TikTok, where I audit Josh Bezel and Sergeant Rourke, the sergeant I call for backup and insist that I don't need a license to travel, and I audit them as I'm being pulled over for not having a front license plate, which is illegal. I don't need a license to travel. Same thing in this case. That's why they pulled over my son, and they didn't have any, they said they couldn't even see his tag because it was covered in dirt. So they called into dispatch. So, there's no such thing as sovereign citizens. Yeah, sovereign citizens go to jail because they're idiots. So you have what is called sovereign immunity if you're a law enforcement officer, but it doesn't mean you can break the law. So no, there's any sovereign citizens is a moron. Don't claim sovereignty. That means you're above the law. So people don't know how to audit. And that's how you're going to get yourself thrown in jail. A police officer has what is called sovereign immunity. I used to be a cop sucker myself. Veteran military police. I know. I've done this job myself. That's how I'm a little more versed and better versed than most people, because I've had that boot. I put people in a fucking rape cage without a victim. It's insane what I've done in my life. Father, please forgive me. For I knew not what I was doing at the time, but I do now, and that's why I'm going to point it out. So sovereign means you're above the law. Don't claim sovereign, brothers and sisters. I'm a natural man. Men don't even claim what I claim. I'm not a nationalist, which is a good way to claim your name back, to not let them extort your capital letter name. For example, as you see here, I have it circled telling them, no, this is illegal. I was not arrested under this name. You asked me my name at arrest, and I said, my name is Apocalypse. My name is Revelation. Correct? That I said that before I was arrested. That's exactly when I would, if they did come and arrest me, I said, I kept my word. When arrested, they said, what is your name? I said, my name is Revelation. My name is Apocalypse. I'm not a corporation. I don't go on dates with men. I don't follow mandates. My name is not, I'm not a corporate name. Oh, well, that's a charge. Charge. False statement to a police officer. I said, oh, cool, another charge. Well, awesome. I said, I'm 50 years old. I don't have a criminal record. Maybe you could put that down as an alias. But my name is not written in all capital letters. It's capital T, small r, small a, small c, small y, capital J, small o, small h, small n, capital W, small e, small r, small n, small e, small r. But if you can't put it in the system that way, it's not my fault, because I'm not a corporation. Right? Like Devin is a corporation. He's a straw man. Wizard of Oz. So, aren't you, Devin? You're a straw man, aren't you, Devin? Devin's a straw man. If I only had a brain. Wizard of Oz. Remember the Tin Man? Yeah. So tax ID number. Devin's an idiot. Devin can't define the word idiot. So Devin's probably offended by now. So He says, my people will perish for lack of busos. I'll throw him the place of no busos. So, anyways, there we go. Look at all this evidence I have against the state of Oregon. Look at all this evidence I have against Dan Spencer. Look at all this evidence I have against Judge Martin. Oh, Ted Martin, excuse me, not a judge. District criminal, district attorney. So, Dan Spencer, this man will probably hopefully spend some time in prison as well, because he's been very aware that he represented 3 people on the same case. As an attorney, I called the bar, and they were very concerned about that. Very, very concerned. So that's the only people I've actually spoken with and actually got to speak, because I've actually left messages with the federal government, which I didn't want to call because I don't like the feds. But Elijah's attorney stepping down as my son's attorney representing me and my daughter is now saying and sending his state investigator. So I just recently, and I didn't want to, it's the first time, I don't know how long it's been since I called 911, but if I die, guys, it's because Dan Spencer's office, and they sent some kind of, there might be anthrax on this paper. There's some kind of thing covering this too, and I don't know what's under here. This could be some kind of, I'm not sure what this is. There could be something on this thing that could kill me. There's so many things that are nanoparticulate they can put on this piece of paper, like anthrax, anything that could kill me. I called 911 and I let them know, because I'm very concerned about them already leaving deposits of particulates in my house that have hurt me and caused me to have, obviously, like I said, look at the eye. It's pretty obvious to see. It's not the same eye. It's not the same height. There's obviously a difference of what's going on. So this man right here, hopefully Dan Spencer here will serve some time, be disbarred, and serve some time in prison too, because you should be much smarter than that. He figured out he made a mistake and try to correct it, but now he's going back along with this thing, I'm just going to go along to get along. And I think it's rather ironic that they want me to appear in a summons into court. Even that evidence, it'll be counted by bullshit status, most likely. Starting with the appellate courts have already ruled or something. Interesting. That's where this case needs to go, is to appellate court. Because of the conflict of interest, and I've had that from the state or from the county, them telling, I did a live stream yesterday about that, and the dispatch, them telling me, calling the operator, and they said, you need to, it was the undersheriff, you think that there's corruption going on within this county, you need to take it to the state. I did. I ended eventually taking it to the feds. So the feds have been called, not that I wanted to. So I have done everything on my part legally to, like I said, keep my bearing here without doing anything illegal. I have the right to speak up and cuss and tell people they're fucking stupid, and tell cops they're a bunch of cop-sucking pricks and they need to find a new fucking job, and they're bootlickers. And so, oh no, you're a bootlicker if you support these cop suckers. That would be you. So, anyways, if you want to do something, call Ted Martin's office, call the Lake County Sheriff's Office and say, hey, I just watched this guy stream. He's going to definitely, you guys are going to jail. So I am doing everything I can logistically, legally, without doing anything illegal. I've waited for the State of Oregon, the Lake County Sheriff's Office to provide me legal counsel. They did appoint an attorney to me, but he quit, and he filed for motions to quit as my attorney. So I don't even have legal counsel after 6 months. Isn't that hilarious? Under your Miranda rights, you have the right to have a legal counsel question during questioning. If you cannot afford one, will be appointed to you at no expense. And they happen to be able to provide one 6 months later, and they think they're going to take my son to jail take him to trial on the 11th of January or December, just next month. They got another thing coming. You mark my words. I've kept my words, and most everything I've said has come to fruition as far as my words. I'll be dead because they'll shoot me dead. Probably before the 11th of December. On that day. Because there's no way in hell I'll go in there and say anything other than 180 hours. And if they put me on that fucking court stand, they are going to have another thing coming. I will not say anything but 180 hours. My son already did 180 hours. You're in here trying to legal. The judge already knows. Don't you dare put me in that courtroom, Judge Vandenberg. I already told you the next time I saw you, I was going to rip you a new asshole for telling me to shut up. I told that to Abigail. So, Judge Vandenberg, if you're one of these people that's watching your own discovery of evidence, remember I told you, don't you stop telling me to be quiet? Stop trying to trample on my First Amendment rights. You need to be quiet and allow me to, you need to use the Fifth Amendment and shut up and stop telling me to shut up. Then I called Abigail, the trial attorney, and said, you tell Judge Vandenberg if I go in there again and he tells me and tries to suppress my First Amendment right, I am going to make the biggest scene he's ever had in his courtroom. I was very nice last time. You tell him to stop trampling on my First Amendment rights. And he tells me to shut up again. Just go ahead and you'll see what happens. Let him know that, Abigail. Stop trying to suppress my First Amendment rights. I know what my rights are. So tell the judge, don't tell me shut up again. I walk in there, I'm going to make a scene about it when I see him next time. Let him know that. He should be expecting that. When I say I'm going to do something, I keep my word. So tell them, don't you ever tell me to shut up ever again in your courtroom. Ever. So. Okay, well, JB, I don't care what you think. You're not part of this case like that, okay? So you can make your opinions, but you don't know anything about this case like that. So you're making some statements, and that's fine. I appreciate just more plain devil's advocate. Don't speak. Unfortunately, the judge does indeed control the courtroom. Will just say you're incompetent of court. No, that's not true. So that's not what he said. See, you're lying. No. The judge is in control of the court. I was in control of the courtroom. I told the lady, use your Fifth Amendment, be quiet. No, Judge, when? You tell me when, Judge. I'm not going to hear, you're close. You tell me when, Judge. Well, no, Father's in control. Luke 12 and 11, JB. Luke 12 and 11. Oh, you'll be without counsel. They'll throw you in front of their synagogues and their magistrates and their courtrooms, their men in their black robes. Do not give thought on what your answer shall be. I will tell you what to say. So the Father is the one who's control of that courtroom. Father is the one who's making that judge do what he's doing. You're 100% incorrect. Wrong answer. And no, I tell them what I'm going to do. Last time, the time before, a judge said, would you like to take a seat? This time, I won't be seated. He didn't even offer me a seat this time. Yeah, would you like to take a seat? Not sit down. Would you like to take a seat? This time, I wouldn't sit down. So, not having it. Not going to be. I control that courtroom through the Father's words, not of my own. So, and the Father's control. The judge has no control. The judge is an idiot. So, no, don't play word salad with me, JB, at all. Don't you dare try to sit there and play your verbal voodoo with me. It's not going to work. I can tell you've got a dialect, but you're not going to compete with fact, Jack. So, and the law and what was going on in that courtroom, not at all. You don't know, you weren't there. So, the judge has no control of what was going on last time because my witness said if you would have said one more thing, he would have thrown you in contempt of court. One more word. So who was in control in that courtroom? I thought so. I think we went from fictional to fact. So that's the fact. I told Abigail, the trial attorney, she says, I've never seen anything like this, Tracy. Your case is unique. There's no other. I've been doing this for years. There's not another one. And I'm the one who told her, you tell that judge, if he ever tells me again to be quiet in that courtroom, you're going to see a scene in the courtroom that he's never seen in his courtroom. You mark my words. You go tell him that. So he'll know. So he'll be ready for it when it happens. So it's not like he'll be surprised. I don't plan anything. Remember I said I have to go off of what they're saying. So I have to go off. I have to bounce. I mean, I plan all the time. What do you think all this is? And I say, just thanks for not running off, JB. I know you're not soft skinned. I just have to do this way. Because this isn't about me. This isn't about my son. This isn't about my daughter. This is about the state of Oregon. This is about the county residents that are put in danger by the male. This is just unbelievable how much criminal activity in just this one case alone that has been uncovered. What is that? Got something rolling up our driveway here. Make me some more coffee. What if they try to come sneak up here in the dark again? Don't believe me, just watch. Don't believe me, just watch. Oh, man. And I read that stupid the other day. It's been messing me up for days. Oh, man. All right. Well, I have more coffee than I thought there. I didn't drink that much coffee. I thought I'd drink more coffee. Josh, this is going to have to go to appellate court and eventually to the Supreme Court, yes. And even if I die in this case, it will probably go to appellate court and the Supreme Court. I'm sure this will get looked at. I don't think that the father is going to let this just disappear. With all my faith, like Daniel, I do not think that in any way that this will be brushed. Even if they come out here and shoot me and kill me dead, that my son will not. Dad, I'm not going to prison, Dad. I'm not going to prison, Dad. I'm not going to prison, Dad. The thief on the cross, son. All right, Dad. Look out. Why are you here? Why are you taking me? What about my 180 hours? Brrr, and they shot him. Go listen to the search warrant if you want to see it. Thugs. Oregon State Police is a bunch of thugs. They came in my live stream saying, if it was them, I don't know who else, why would it be anybody else? Why would somebody come in the live stream and say, Oregon State Police has some of the best snipers in the United States of America? I think that's intimidation by Oregon State Police trying to intimidate me. In the chat, live chat, we're going to summons that. We're going to summons that. Whoever it was, your evidence right now, by the way, we're going to summons that. And we're going to find out, was that Oregon State Police who said Oregon State Police has some of the best snipers. And then how many days was it? Was it before or after that they drove on my property that I could have shot both those two police officers in the head, dead on my property? And I guarantee you, I would not be getting this fucking piece of paperwork today that they came and illegally dropped on my property. Yes, I could have shot those two state troopers dead in the head and the chest because I shoot twice. I don't mean to. I'm just a veteran. I always double tap. And so first in the heart because I shoot fast, and then in the head, probably right between your eyeballs. But I didn't do that. Instead, I was outside with just a phone and actually doing 100% completely opposite, going, call me. My son's daughter here. This is you. Please, you're harassing me. Stop driving. You just drive on my fucking property. I could have shot those two state troopers right there, dead in their tracks. Yes, I'm not saying that I would. This is saying I had the legal right under the Fourth Amendment. I didn't do that. Look at what I did. I had the phone holding them, filming them, and I have my phone like this going, call me. Not, all right, son, give me your phone. Dad! No, go back inside. 911, what's your emergency? Yes, I just had two state troopers drive on my property. They were heavily armed. They've been harassing me. They're on my, they're dead right here. They both have holes in their head. Please send emergency, send 911 immediately. No, they're not breathing anymore. No, I'm not going to touch them. You come get them off this fucking property. These fucking tyrants just came and drove on my property illegally, harassing me. Prior to this location, I told them not to. And they're on my property. No, they're not shot in the back of the head. They're shot between their eyes. And they have holes in their head, like some kind of fish disease, like they're Oscars in a fish tank. Hole in the head disease, you ever heard of that? That's what they've got, both of them. Please, I don't want them on my property. I don't like tyrants. Get these tyrants off my property. I told them don't drive here. My name is Tracy Werner. I'm off Walled Road. There are two dead officers sitting here because they drove on my, under my Fourth Amendment. I know I have the right to deem them intruder. They've been harassing me. So go ahead and send your investigator out here too. They're definitely not breathing. You might want to send the coroner. I could have done that legally using my Fourth and Second Amendment, and I didn't do a sudden. Those two gentlemen are breathing right now. You know that? And I bet you they don't give any glory to God. I wonder if they're even men of God, those men who drove. Go look at the live stream. It's on the fucking live stream. You doubt what I'm saying? Go watch. Bruno Mars, bitch. Don't believe me. Just watch. I didn't kill anybody. I never said I was going to. As a matter of fact, like I said, I held my hand up like this and was filming them going, hey, I got my son's daughter in here and she's scared for her life. You guys, please, somebody call me. Do you think I would ever gotten this paperwork? Do you think they'd be trying to take my son to trial? Fuck no. They would have talked about my son's 180 hours. I bet you they'd be talking about my son's 180 hours if I'd have killed those two state troopers. What about if I'd have shot that motherfucker who came on my property today? What if I'd have shot him fucking dead? Dead in his tracks. I told him to leave this fucking property. He still kept coming towards me. He still kept coming towards me. I told him to leave and he kept walking towards me. I could have shot him dead right there too, brother. So you better be a little careful about going on somebody's fucking property. People will shoot you dead out here. I'm not that guy. Was I armed? No, I didn't have my arm. I didn't have no weapons. Bullshit. I could have had a weapon. I could have fucking killed that man again today. That's 3 people I could have shot dead legal on my fucking property. And there's not a goddamn thing the fucking state could. I could have shot this dude dead, guys. I told him immediately, who are you? Identify yourself. Why are you here? Do you have a warrant? No, get off my property then. He still didn't give a shit. I could have shot him right there. When I told him, don't come towards me, and he did, that is a threat. What the fuck is on this paper? Where else did he stop on my property? I don't know. They've already came and dropped 6 tear gas canisters, leaving some kind of residue. Is there something on this thing that's going to fucking kill me? I called 911 about it, just so I'm that serious. And told them they better go arrest that motherfucker. Whoever he was, he's lucky, that investigator, that I didn't shoot him dead today. I legally had every constitutional right to shoot that man dead today. Dead, gone. No birthday next year. Are you fucking serious? Stop playing games in this channel. I ain't playing. I've just tipped all in. I'm all in. All in. What an idiot. What an idiot. And then I asked this guy, he said, who are you? He wouldn't even identify. I could have shot him dead. One more man. I should have shot that motherfucker today. Whatever. Maybe it get their goddamn fucking attention to stop sending people on my fucking property illegally. Not a threat of anything. I'm not threatening anybody. I'm just saying I have the right and I didn't execute anything of the sort. Actually, the complete opposite. I just asked him to leave. And if he go to the end of the property, I would talk to him. I wasn't armed. If you want to conversate with me, get off the property like I'm asking you. Identify who the fuck you are before you come on my property. Then I tell them, well, your gate was open. What? God has control of this. God has control of this. That man could have been shot dead today and nothing would have happened to me. No, you go look at the fucking live stream. I asked him, who are you? He didn't identify himself. I told him to leave. Get off my property. You can't come on this property without warrant. So I asked him who he was to try to identify who he was. I didn't know who he was. He wasn't in a police vehicle. So I didn't know who he was. So I said, who are you? Do you have a warrant? No, go and get off my property. You can't come on here without a warrant. He didn't give a shit. That could have got him shot dead right there. Brothers and sisters, if somebody wanders on your property, you can't just shoot them. This property is completely marked. Do not enter this property. So, well, I was filming it all, live streaming it. So I wish I had cameras, but I'm off grid. So I just don't have the ability. I don't have the money. I just don't. So, but either way, that was a stupid fucking move on that guy's part. I told him to get off of this property and he didn't give a shit. He still kept walking fucking towards me. All he wanted to do was drop this motherfucker. That could have cost that dumbass dude his life. No, it's my property, Jay. Don't start that shit. I know I got to pay taxes on it and all that bullshit, but don't go there. So, it's my property. I've resided here for 10 fucking years. When they called the real estate company, he said it's my property. So, stop with your bullshit. I know taxes and all that shit. I think this is stupid. You don't actually ever own your property, but not because of Johnny Law, because of taxes. Jay don't know what he's talking about, apparently. So either way, what I have done here today was proof that I'm not a violent man, and I could have shot a man dead today, guys, legally, using my Fourth Amendment. And I've educated the people in this community on these exact rights under the different titles that show that even if it's an inspection officer, I don't give a fuck if it's the federal government, nobody can enter your property without warrant. And if they do, you can tell them to leave. And if they don't leave, you can deem them an intruder because they can be causing harm, and they've already fucking caused harm to me and my property. I had every right to kill a man dead today, and I didn't do it again. Again, I didn't do it again. And I did it. Go watch the live stream. Why are you here? Who are you? Identify yourself. Okay, leave. Go. And he didn't. And I insisted on telling him, you're here illegally. He didn't care. So I hope that man understands he's breathing today because of God, not me. Stupid, dumb motherfucking policeman. This guy's a state investigator, supposedly for my son's cases. I'm assuming that's what by the paperwork here. And I asked him about my son's 180 hours, and he couldn't answer a damn thing. He didn't know anything. That dude is a criminal and lost somewhere in some other fucking reality, because if he'd come on most other people's property out here, he would have been shot today, brothers, sisters. I don't regret not shooting him, but there was another opportunity for me to shoot somebody fucking dead to get the state's attention, and I didn't fall for their bait. Stupid, dumbass motherfucker could have got easily. When somebody tells you, brothers and sisters, and you're on somebody else's property to leave, leave. Brothers, sisters, somebody wanders on your property, you can't just shoot them. You have to tell them. I don't care if you have it posted. What if somebody's on their meds and they get the wrong meds or something? What if somebody's, has a mental issue or something and wanders on? You can't just shoot somebody. So you have to tell them to leave. When he didn't leave and he kept coming towards me, I could have shot him dead right there. And I had every legal right under my constitutional rights and my Fourth Amendment and my Second Amendment. So fuck this stupid fucking state police with them being thugs, thinking they can come out here and just do whatever the fuck they want, like there's some kind of Gestapo. A man's life was saved today by God. Not me. I didn't have anything. That wasn't me. I'm not concerned about shooting anybody. I guarantee you he would have went on a lot of other properties out in this county. He would have been not being breathing right now. It'd have been that same call. I don't know who the fuck this guy is. He wouldn't identify himself. He walked towards me, and I have it all on live stream. So come get your dead fucking investigator, Dan Spencer, Ted Martin, Judge Vandenberg. This fucker is dead, and he's leaking all over. I want somebody to clean this shit up. Come get somebody out here. Nope. He's not breathing. He's got 2 holes, one in his chest and one between his eyes. He's got that hole in the head disease. Like that Oscar fish disease that they get in fish tanks. He's got the same thing. Nope, just 1 hole. Nope, not in the back of the head. No, if he would have walked out, brothers, sisters, if somebody's walking away from you on your property and you shoot him, you'll go to jail. You got to give him the chance to leave. I gave that motherfucker the chance to leave, and he still kept stepping forward. And I told him, stop walking towards me, and he kept doing it. He even made a walk over so he can still serve this fucking paper, guys. What a foolish asshole that guy was. What a fucking dumbass motherfucker, man. I am thankful, Father, for giving me reservation to not kill that son of a bitch today, man. I am so tired of this shit. I'm not going to take this shit anymore, guys. I'm going to make me some coffee. Dumbass motherfuckers, man. Sending fucking people out to my house to tell me I'm going to have to show up so you can prosecute my fucking son when I'm telling you you're not going to prosecute him. Fucking idiots. His life was spared once again today, who could have had his life easily justified by an Army veteran, could have killed him dead in his tracks. I am a fucking trained killer, you know that? But I'm a meek man. I'm a pacifist. I don't want violence. That's what I've been trying to tell him. That's why I told him to leave my property. He didn't want to leave. What a foolish, foolish man that is. Thank you, Father, for giving me the reservation not to shoot that idiot today. I know I could have legally done it. Damn. Here we go. Same thing. Another man could have been shot dead in his tracks, and Tracy never would have went to jail. Because under his Fourth Amendment, he had every right to do so. What an idiot that guy was. Go watch the video, man. You want to see how to get yourself shot? Serving papers? If I never would have told him to leave, he'd have been fine. He'd come up there and do it. But the minute I said, who are you? He did not identify himself, and said, you have to have a warrant, leave, and he didn't leave. He's liable for anything that happens to him. The minute you keep walking towards me, you're threatening me. That's it. I'm saying, what a foolish, foolish dude that was. What an idiot Dan Smith. Oh, I'm here for your son. No, you're not, idiot. Once he finally I saw the paperwork. Oh, no, you're not. Tell me about my son's 180 hours then. If you're some kind of investigator, I think you're a scam artist. I think you're somebody coming trying to plant some kind of anthrax on my property. That's what I told the police dispatch. That's what he wrote down on his report. Victim believes that the gentleman there might be anthrax on the paper. Can you tell if there's anthrax on there? What else do they have on that piece of paper they dropped off at this house? They've already dropped off things at this property that have a powdery substance. Wouldn't be the first time this state has dropped a powdery substance on this property that hurt myself, my dogs. So am I supposed to trust some idiot that comes on my property with something in his fucking hands? I don't know what it is. That's why I asked him to get off the property. Go on, get off my property, leave. If you don't have a warrant, leave. He didn't give a shit. Don't be a fool like that, man, brothers, sisters. That's how you get yourself killed. For the state, that dude could have got himself killed working for, what he did today was illegal. So good luck there. I'll be speaking again tomorrow because I'm all in. I'll be all in on that tomorrow. All day we'll be talking about that tomorrow. About the piece of shit that came on my property. And it didn't identify himself. So, don't walk on people's property that you don't know who it is. And if they tell you to leave, you better leave. If they shoot you in the back, they'll go to jail. So leave. But if you walk towards that person and you end up getting fucking shot dead, your family's gonna get reimbursed. I don't give a fuck if you work for the feds. I don't care if you're a cop. Cops can't enter your property. Feds can't enter your property. Inspection officers can't enter your property. They can't enter your property. I told him to leave anyways. The minute I told him to get off this property and he didn't leave, he put his life at risk. And once again, you can see I'm not a fucking violent man. Although I am a trained killer, I can kill you with my fucking bare hands. I don't need a weapon. I'm not threatening anybody. I never threatened him. As a matter of fact, I just filmed him and told him nicely to leave. I said I would talk to him if I could figure out who he was off of the property. I immediately tried to identify who he was, identify if he had a warrant, and he said neither, and so I told him to leave. Right there, I could have shot him right there. The minute he kept stepping on this property, I have the right under my Fourth Amendment to deem him an intruder if I believe he's going to cause harm to my physical person, my property, my animals, which they already fucking have. And what the fuck is on this paper? What's on this paper that they brought? What they dropped here? What's on it? I don't know. If I die, guys, they brought something out here, and I can't see it. So if I don't come on here tomorrow and I end up dead, it's because they brought some kind of chemical out on that piece of paper and dropped it out here. Not the first time they dropped the powdery substance on my property. Not the first time. I have record. What a dumbass prick today. Fuck, that dude is so lucky he's alive. He's not lucky. There's no such thing as luck. Thank you, Father, for not even having the thought to kill that man today. Thank you, Father, for being a meek man, not a weak man. Woo, that's good coffee. I need that coffee. Okay. So, that you use the right verbatim, the right language. You have to identify, give them a chance to leave. I did. They have to identify themselves or leave. And if you tell them to leave and they don't leave, brothers and sisters, please don't shoot people for that. That's not no reason, but you would be legally justified. Under your Fourth Amendment, you have the right to be secure in your houses, papers, persons, and effects. He is a threat to my house, my animals. I don't know what's on this paper. That's why I asked him to leave, to go off the property, and I would talk with him, but he would not identify himself. So therefore, that was legal justification under my right. Nobody can enter your property under the Fourth Amendment without warrant, warrantless search or seizure. He didn't have a warrant. I don't give a fuck about his summons. He has to identify who he is. I don't give a fuck. A summons is not a warrant. No, it's not. They have to show probable cause and warrant to enter your property, signed by a judge. So when I asked him who he was and he didn't identify himself, that was dumb on his part. When I asked him to leave, because he didn't have a warrant and he didn't leave, that was a stupid part on his. He could have been shot dead right there. All the extra conversation that I had with him was only securing the fact that now their stupid summons ain't going to mean shit. Because he was told to leave. He shouldn't have been here. He should have left immediately when he was told to leave. Try a different way to notify me. But you can't come on my fucking property and be told to leave and drop something at my fucking feet after you were already told to leave. Okay, who are you? I don't know. But please leave. You're not leaving. Do you have a warrant? Nope. Boom! Bam, bam! I told you I always shoot twice. And I don't miss. I'm an expert marksman. He would have had this in his paper, in his hands. You still think that would be fucking legal? He's dead, sitting this with this in his fucking hands. He got a hole in his head and a hole in his chest. Is this summons still valid? Is this summons still valid? Who are you? No identification. Please leave my property. Do you have a warrant? No, leave. He kept walking towards me. Boom! 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 Oh, oops, so triple shot. Oops. This is sitting next to him. Is this going to be illegal? Is this legal now? Is this legal? Is this summons legal? I told him, don't exit my property. Don't keep stepping. He kept stepping forward on my property. I shoot him dead. He's got this. Is this going to be legal now? Is that served because it was dropped at my feet? It wasn't dropped at my feet. He didn't drop that at my feet. Right? He dropped it at the gate. I backed up. So he's holding this in his hand. Now he's laying with a hole in his head. No, you can't come on somebody's property. You can't serve somebody if he owes you to leave. What he did was illegal. That's incorrect. So, no, you're not served because you're not supposed to be on the property. That was an illegal service. So that will not be a valid service of papers because he was told to leave. And he didn't. He was an intruder. Therefore, well, that's one thing, but he didn't. He came on the property there, Mac, so not legal. So I know how to serve papers. I know how that works. But when somebody comes, no, I'm not wrong, idiot. And don't call me sir. I work for a fucking living. So I know how to serve papers. My uncle, my cousin, my brothers. I'm a prior law enforcement officer myself. Tyrant, jackboot, thug. So if you come on somebody's property, you have to have warrant. I don't give a fuck what you come with. If somebody tells you to leave, you have to leave. This makes this an invalid service. He was told to identify himself, which he didn't. You have to do so while entering on somebody's property. And if they told you to leave, you have to leave. He didn't do any of those things. So this is not a valid service of paperwork. This is not valid. He was told to leave. This is an illegal service. So, yes, you can drop it at somebody's feet, but you still have to identify who you are. So by entering onto the property and not leaving is what made it an illegal service. So it's not legal. Even though, oh, you dropped it. Oh, you said you're served. It's not a legal service. What a fuck up that guy is. Why am I always fighting with the government? Oh, I've been fighting with them for 20 years, idiot. Simple, unskilled layman, uneducated. You don't know anything about this case. So, Joe Mack, I think you should just leave. I don't think you're welcome here. I don't think you know your ass from a hole in the ground. So, you're spitting blasphemies in here. So, I have family or whatever that served papers. I'm a prior cop-sucking law enforcement officer prior myself. I know how this works. You can't go on somebody's property if they tell you to leave and then dump something at their feet. You have to leave. That's illegal. That will get you. Ever fucking have somebody serve papers and they work for Joe Mack, you're going to get a bunch of people shot. Oh, now you're going to know something about the case. Fuck off, Joe. You're an idiot. Seriously, Joe. Kiss my right cheek and left cheek, two cheeks to the same hole. So, you don't know anything. You don't know your ass from the hole in the ground. So, not hard to find public record either, asshole. So, just leave, Joe. You're nothing. You're not above me. You're not below me. You're just not, I don't recognize you. You have no authority here, so. See what the judge tells you. You know, and I'm going to tell you, go fuck yourself, Joe. Get the fuck out of here, you dog shit. Get out of here. See what the judge. Oh, here, why don't you do me? Hey, Joe, don't go anywhere. So you know my case. Tell me about, I'm nothing but a rotten kidnapper anyways, huh? Kidnap my own son, huh? You're an idiot. See, Joe, you're an idiot. Talk about the case, Joe. Put some information out. Underwrite a discovery. I have it. I've got it all here. Discretion of evidence. You know about the case. Go ahead and present your case, Joe. Come on, Joe. You say you know everything. Start stating. I've got it all presented. I already presented a lot of the case. Come on. State your case. When was the origin? When was the date of arrest? What are my charges? You know, you can still find this all public records. It's not like this person can't have my, you know, they do this. It's called doxing somebody. So this guy's just some idiot troll. And that's pretty chicken shit of you to mention my son's fucking name, asshole. I haven't been able to talk to him since that day. It's pretty nice of you, Joe, to come in here and be such a prick. So talk about the case, Joe. Talk about the case, Joe. Schmo. No, I'm not facing 3 felony charges. You're a lying piece of shit. Get the fuck out of here, Joe. Now you're a liar. You're a demon. Get out of here, Joe. Leave now. You're lying. Joe's lying. That's not true, brothers and sisters. I'm facing more than 3 felony charges, you lying piece of shit. Get the fuck out of here. I said now, leave. You're lying and you're blaspheming. That's not, here's the arrest. You're a liar. It's not 3. You're an idiot. You don't even know the case. You say you know the case and you can't even get your facts straight, so leave. Joe Blow. See, Joe don't know his ass from the hole in the ground. I told you guys, just some fucking troll being an idiot in here. And then mentioning my son's name. That's pretty chicken shit, man. Are you standing up for your son? Are you standing up for your country? Nope, you're some troll. You're just some troll on some keyboard warrior. So I hope you're enjoying your trolling here. Did you get what you wanted? Did you get a bite? All right, I'm going to take a break here for a minute. We're going to keep this live stream going. What's our battery at? All right, we're still good. We're still charging. So, all right, if you want to leave a donation by comment, that'll help. That helps the algorithm. Thumbs up. That'll let other people see it. And you're tied the time. Thanks for hanging out with me. So, appreciate it. Time's extremely valuable. You cannot print more time. Hey, they printed me a check. Look at this. They printed me a check for $22 on 11/22/24 for $22 to try to check it out. What a bunch of bullshit. So anyways, Joe, you're not doing anything in here. Don't worry about it. You're not getting anywhere. You think you are, but it doesn't work for you. You just didn't get nowhere, Joe. So anyways, if Joe knew something, he would have already gotten that fact straight. So he's grabbing at straws again. So we'll let the troll hang out here for a minute because I'll let Lady in Red. We feed our trolls, so I'm just feeding the troll. In this case, his name is Joe Blow. So no, Joe, you're an idiot. I'll probably be shot dead before I ever go to prison. You're an idiot. You don't know your ass from a hole in the ground, Joe. You don't know your ass from... I'll probably be dead, shot dead. You're a fucking idiot, man. The state of Oregon will probably come shoot me before I ever go to prison. You're an idiot. You don't know the case. I gave you a chance to state the case, and you got it wrong. See, so just stop, Joe, or I'll moderate you, okay? You can come in under a different account if you want, and I'll still figure out it's you. So you'll only know you by your fruit, so. Josh, I've got the outsides. We did put the 7 yards of concrete. Yep, bye-bye there, Joe Schmo. Lady in Red, it's going to take and moderate. Let him say a couple things, Lady in Red. Give him a couple more chances so he can show his fruit one more time. This is the best moderator in all of YouTube. Bye-bye, Joe Blow. Give him 2 more chances. Let him speak 2 more blasphemies and then get his ass out of here. Because I just pushed all my chips on the table. So, you fucking asshole has enough to mention my son's fucking name, man. You let my son's name come out of your mouth, you fucking piece of shit, Joe. You don't know my son. You don't know anything about Elijah John Werner, you fucking piece of shit. Anything that you don't know him personally. So kiss my ass, Joe. The biggest mistake you made in here was think you could get somewhere. You ain't got nothing, so. Okay, so it's such a poor shame that my kid has to have a father. He's going to go attack my son again. Or attack me, that my poor son has to have a father like me, huh? Stand up and put his asshole in front of the fucking court system so his asshole don't get violated. Oh, poor dad, huh? I mean, poor kid, huh? That's pretty funny. So anyways, appreciate it, guys. I do appreciate the trolls. That's part of being on the internet, part of being on this platform. It's not nearly as bad as the trolls over there on TikTok. Teammate as I know. These probably just part of one of these people. I guarantee you we have the state in here. Lady in Red, we're pushing hard. Lady in Red, you weren't here, were you? Were you here for that, Lady in Red, when that guy showed up in the last live stream? I apologize. Were you here for this subpoena? Lady in Red, were you here? They just subpoenaed me. They subpoenaed me. They fucking came on the property. The guy came on the property, and I said, who are you? He wouldn't identify himself. I said, you have a warrant? And he said, he didn't say anything. I said, leave now. Get off my property. And he kept coming towards me, lady in red. I could have shot that man dead again. Remember today? Or the 2 state troopers I was talking about? Right? Remember the 2 state troopers? He kept walking towards me, lady in red. And I said, stop walking towards me. Get off of my property now. He kept coming. Lady in red, I could have shot him dead. I should have shot him today, lady in red. And I'm not saying, but I should have, because this would have got their fucking attention. I guarantee you today, if I would have shot that prick dead in his tracks, I would have been legally once again justified. He would not identify himself, and he would not leave. He wouldn't leave. He kept stepping towards me. I have the right under my 4th Amendment to be secure in my house's papers, persons, and effects. Warrantless search or seizure. He cannot come on this property without a warrant. And I asked him if he did. He said he didn't. And I told him to leave. He wouldn't identify himself. I said I would talk to him if he got off the property. He wouldn't listen to me. He just kept proceeding forward and kept. I could have shot him dead again today, lady in red. Another man's life was saved because of the Father today. Under my 4th Amendment, I would have been justified to shoot this man. And I'm not regretting it. I'm just wondering, what the fuck is on this paper? I called 911. Lady in red, I did. I called because they've already left residue. Fucking tear. I called 911 and says there anthrax on this paper. What the fuck is this right here? What's this clear thing? Is there some kind of something that's under there or something like that? What's on this? Is there some kind of residual? If I die and I'm dead in the morning and they find my body, it's probably because of this piece of paper right here. And I called 911 and said there still could be anthrax on this. He wouldn't identify himself. So I didn't know who he was. And I asked him to leave and he wouldn't leave. So I was justified today under my 4th Amendment to kill a man dead today, and I didn't. So, there's a check. So it's his support. He's like, it took me a while to get him to, I live stream the whole thing. After telling him to leave, he just wouldn't leave. I mean, for my own safety, I have to at least tell you, I have nothing to hide. For a second, I thought, oh my God, this guy's going to pull out a fucking gun or something, or, and finish me off because I've been pissing them off. I don't have a gun. My gun is in the house. Shit, I'm in a bad situation. I'm glad I'm filming. This guy's not fucking talking. He's not leaving. He just keeps on insisting on walking towards me and not going and following the instructions of when somebody tells you to leave their property. I told him this property is marked. You need to leave. He didn't leave. So he served some papers, but this will not be a legal service because he was told to leave the property. He was told to leave. Get off of the property. Leave now. Go now. Leave. Did not identify. Leave. So this is not a legal service of papers. If I didn't say anything like, who are you? And he said, but I told him, who are you? Do you have a warrant? He said, no, didn't have a warrant. And I told him to leave, and he wouldn't identify himself. This is not a legal service. That's not how you perform a legal service. If somebody tells you to leave, he should have dropped that right there, but he didn't do it. The first mistake he made was not turning around and immediately leaving when he was told to leave this property. That made this an illegal service. This is not a legal service. Absolutely fucking not. It is not. I've done, my brother served papers, my cousin served papers, my uncle served papers. I know, I have family that's done this. I'm a prior law enforcement officer. If you enter somebody's property, you have to have show cause warrant by a judge signed. He didn't have that. I asked him to identify himself. He wouldn't. I should have shot him dead right there. Guarantee this case would be done today. Today. They'd fucking be out here with the coroner going, all right, Tracy, we'll finish this shit up. Let's fucking make a deal here. Guarantee with a dead fucking man sitting on my property, me calling 911, going, this dude's got fucking a hole in his chest and a hole in his head because he kept coming towards me. He wouldn't identify himself, and I told him to leave, and it was all on video. So another man's life was saved today. by the Father. I had every right, legal justification under my Fourth Amendment, using my Second Amendment to kill that man dead. No birthday next year. And without acting in violence, once again, Tracy showed, Pastor Tracy, Pastor Apocalypse showed he's not a violent man. I could have shot a man dead today, brothers and sisters. You think I want to sit there and have more fucking blood on my hands? I don't. Thank you, Father, for giving me the reservation not to come back in this fucking thing, get my gun, and put fucking holes in that piece of shit. What the fuck is on this paper? If I die, they got me, guys. And this is how they did it. Don't think they can't do shit like this. Bring fucking nano particulates. They already dropped dust on this. I don't trust this thing. They've already brought violence. I don't trust this piece of paper. I called 911 and told them, you go find that motherfucker. Who the hell is he? He didn't identify himself. And I only got 3 of his. I filmed him, but I only got 3 on, 881, and said, you go fucking find him. What else did he drop on my property? And who else's property he's going to? He wouldn't identify himself. So I don't know who the hell he is. I could be dead because of this piece of paper. There could be something on this paper. You guys aren't taking me fucking seriously, and I don't give a crap, man. I don't care what you think. This is illegal. They should have left the property. He should have left the minute I said, turn around and leave. Go now. If you don't have a warrant and you're not going to identify yourself, go to the edge of the property. I'll tell you. He didn't give a fuck. He just kept walking towards me. I should have shot him dead in his tracks. And I guarantee this case would have gotten solved today. Stupid, dumb motherfuckers, man. Play stupid games, get stupid fucking prizes. So that guy is very lucky. Once again, there was a man breathing and walking around only by God's will. Because I had every right under my constitutional right to shoot that man dead in his tracks today. And I didn't do anything of the sort. Once again, showed my true colors. I already did, Austin. I already did. I already called the Department of Justice. I've already called the Department of Justice federally, Department of Justice at a state level. I've called my governor. I've called the Special Investigations Office under Tina Kotex. I've called the bar. I've called a lot of people, man. They're very aware of this. This is just how this stuff works. They're very heavy-handed, and these people are used to doing this. I'm taking this as he's the investigator for the state order. I couldn't tell. I was asking him, I think I've seen you in court, and he wouldn't identify. This right here, this summons is for the 11th of December. That's just days away. They think they're going to take my son to trial when it's going to take, I called one of the largest attorney, because we're in the same case, about Elijah's 180 hours. In this case, he said he did not have the bandwidth and could not take the case. They did finally appoint an attorney from another county, and he quit because he knows he can't handle the case. So this right here, could have cost a man's life today, and I didn't do anything of the sort. So they think they're going to take my son to trial on the 11th of January, and I asked this supposed investigator for Dan Spencer. Now remember, I have right here to document for my son's safety and everybody else that Dan Spencer has quit on this piece of paper. Dan Spencer quit as my son's attorney, just like my attorney filed to quit for the courts. Man, I just had that thing just went. I've never had it go the other way. That was weird. I apologize, guys. Remember I said that thing in mine always goes to the right. This time that thing just went the other way. The hair and the thing in my eye, the vision. I don't know if you saw my eye twitch, or maybe I looked over there, but that whole thing just went whoop, like something just crossed in front of my face. So, this piece of paper right here is saying that they have done all their investigation to try to take my son to trial on the 11th and prosecute him in a trial on the 11th. And I asked this guy, what about my son's 180 hours? If he's the investigator on my son's case, what about the 180 hours that my son did? He said he didn't know anything about that. That's what this whole case is about, guys. And I don't think that's the investigator. I think that's somebody else that came out from the state of Oregon or something, and there's something on paper, and I'm probably going to have some issues in the morning because I've been holding it and showing it, and I think they've done something to this piece of paper. That's why I called 911. And I said, this guy wouldn't identify himself. So I'm concerned because they've already came and left a powder residual behind when they came here before. What's on this paper? Is there anthrax on this paper? You know that dumbass 911 dispatcher, what he said when I said that? I said, there could be anthrax on here. I fear me. He said, well, Russia could nuclear bomb us tomorrow too. I was like, are you fucking serious? What you just said? Do you realize your evidence, what you just said is evidence. He's going to compare this anthrax piece of paper to tomorrow that Russia can nuke us. What kind of fucking bullshit is that? Go back and, oh, you can't because I wasn't on here. Isn't that insane? I told him I'm concerned. They've already left a powder residue on my property. Are they doing it again? The guy won't identify himself. What is this? What is this? There could be anything. See, there's a glossy thing right here. There could be something on this. There could be something under this. You guys, we have nanoparticulate. There could be something. This paper has been handled, guys. Look at this. Look at how wrinkled this paper is. Look at how much this paper has been handled. There's something on this paper. I don't know if there's not. I think there is, though. I think there's something on this paper, guys. And I think I might get sick. I could die. I don't know. They've already done it. How would I trust them? You're sounding a little paranoid, Tracy. Well, how do I know? How do I know? They've already done it once. So if I am dead in the morning because of something, it was this paper that they brought over here. That's why I asked him to identify who he was. So I knew what it is, what was in his hands. I didn't know if he had a gun. I was watching his hands and I was looking at his waistband because I thought I was going to get shot. I thought he was just trying to get close enough to me to shoot me, guys. Yes, I did. Now I walk towards him, but I'm trying to get it on camera, huh? So I can legally have justification on why I was shot, just like when I walked out the door here. Turn the lights on. Turn your lights back on. You're not going to shoot me in the dark. Turn your lights on so they can see the live stream. Remember? On the light. No, turn your lights back on. The SWAT vehicle, they turned them off. Thought they were going to get me come outside in the dark. You turn your lights back on. So are you going to shoot me when I come out there? No, we're not. Okay. So that's what I did today. So here's Dan Spencer dropping off his Elijah's attorney saying he quits. And then they send somebody out saying they're Elijah's attorney, which is the same guy. I don't believe this, brothers and sisters. How is that possible when Elijah's attorney quits right here? He's quitting. He's filing. He's dropping off as Elijah's attorney. And now this guy's telling me that Dan Spencer is Elijah's attorney. Is he his attorney or not? I don't know. There's no consistency. I have paperwork saying that back in June, July, August, September, October, November, 6 months fucking later, now Dan's his attorney? He dropped off his attorney back in June. Guys, there's something screwy going on here. Something really screwy going on here, guys. I have all the fucking paperwork. Here he is saying I'm not his attorney anymore. For record, if I end up dead, there it is. Date stamped. Here is the paperwork showing, for the record, Dan Spencer is relieving himself, petitioning the court to be relieved as Elijah's attorney. Back in 2023 or 2024. And here they are, somebody saying that this is his attorney, but I don't believe that to be so. Something's fishy here. Why won't he identify who he is? And why would you sign in multiple different pens? Is there something in this pen that is not in this pen writing here? Was there something in the pen? Was there something in this pen? Why does this have a different color than this pen? I'm an investigator, so I want to know. Why is this different colored? Is there something in this marker? Is there a powdery substance that it put on here? This has got some kind of coating on it. You can see here. Is there something in that coating here on this? What is this? What does this cover over the name? What is that? Oh, that's a sticker. Did they put some kind of film underneath this sticker to cover it up? I'm confused, and I'm concerned for my safety. So that's why I told that man to leave, so I can identify who he was first before I take anything from him or allow him to put anything on this property. That's why I asked him to leave. So I called 911, which I don't use emergency dispatch services unless justified. I feared for my life. I was doing an emergency live stream at the time, and then they turn around and they have somebody come on my property without warrant and won't identify himself and keeps coming towards me. This is very worrisome, brothers, sisters. I thank the Father that I have some kind of control. Well, it's too fucking late now, okay? So shut the fuck up and don't tell me what to do, asshole. Get the fuck out of here. Is your son gonna have his asshole fucking stuffed by eat a big cock meat fucking sandwich? Stop it, like you care. Like you fucking care. Shut up. Seriously, I'm tired of people's ignorance. Go the fuck on, man. You don't know this case, so stop it. Stop acting like you're concerned. If you're concerned right now, call the state police. If you're scared, go to church. He don't dwell in temples or houses made by hands. Why do we have different color writing? Why are they dropping this off on my property when I'm telling them to leave illegally? So this is not a legal service of paper. So I'm not concerned about any service. So I'll be speaking with Dan Spencer and Ted Martin and the district attorney tomorrow. So, and I already called 911. I already called them. I'm trying to have them identify who that fucking person was that came on my property and pull him over immediately and search his vehicle and do a check to find out if there's something illegal and why did he enter this property without warrant. So, guys, this keeps continuing in this state of Oregon. So this incident today could have cost a man his life, and I would have been legally justified to put a hole in his head and kill him dead here on this property. And there's not a fucking thing the state of Oregon could have done about it, or the county, and I could have sued the county for sending him on my fucking property illegally. The minute I told him to leave this property and he did not leave, that was illegal. I said, do you have a warrant? He said, no. I said, leave. He just kept coming towards me. That is illegal. That makes this service illegal. It doesn't matter. I don't give a shit what they say. I know I've done service of papers. My brother's done service, my uncle and my cousin, and I have some family members, blood, that have done this for years. I know service of papers. If somebody tells you to leave, you have to leave. If you don't have a warrant on their property, you can't keep fucking approaching them. You got to try a different way. But he did not adhere to my instructions to leave the property. He didn't identify who he was. And he kept coming towards me. If I had a sidearm, I probably would have probably never shot him, guys. I just would have told him to leave. But I would have been justified to do so legally. So I had every reason under my Fourth Amendment to deem him an intruder, and apply the means necessary. This is part of your Fourth Amendment rights. I've covered it on this channel multiple times. Although somebody comes on your property, you can't just shoot them. I don't care if you've got it posted no trespassing, but the minute that you tell them to leave and they do not, now if he turned around and I shot him in the back of the head, I would go to jail because I didn't give him an opportunity to leave. The minute that dumbass motherfucker kept walking towards me and I was armed, I could have legally pumped a fucking big old hole in his head and went over and stomped a goddamn fucking pothole in his chest with my foot. But I did nothing of the sort. Once again, a man's life was spared today by a man of God who used reservation and did not apply his Second Amendment rights and my Fourth Amendment rights where I legally could just shot that man dead today. So I'm tired of this fucking state and county playing fucking games, sending people on my property. So go kiss my ass, Chris. You don't know anything about this case. You don't have to take my advice, asshole. Take this advice and get the fuck out of this chat room, you asshole. Do something for your country. History's being made every day. What the fuck are you doing about it? Not a damn thing. You're the silent majority, I'm sure. And if you speak up, you just speak nonsense. So I'm not going to take it anymore. I pushed it all in, guys. All in until either death or they drop this case. Okay? So you want to be evidence? You're evidence. You came into a case. Did you want to be evidence? Well, guess what? They said YouTube on their right of discovery under the evidence. And now you're in here, so you're part of the evidence. You better be careful about what you say. So, because we're going to have to go back and look at everybody that was hundreds of hours, brothers, sisters, alone before they ever swatted the house. Hundreds of thousands. They're probably done at least 1,000 hours since. So you're part of this evidentiary case. So let me throw you a little air caution to the wind here. Keep your fucking mouth shut unless you want to be evidence as part of this case. They've attacked me. They've attacked my son. They've done it to other community members. They'll probably go get you if you say something stupid against them. So careful. Me? I've done nothing. I could have shot a man dead today. Again. And I didn't. So once again, Pastor Tracy shows reservation and doesn't kill a man when I was legally justified to do so today and did nothing of the sort. Again, I hold my reservation and do not allow any kind of thought to ever cross my head. Instead, I was just concerned for the safety of my animals. I've already had my animals affected from these type of tirades from these state troopers and Lake County sheriffs. And now they send some investigator. I guess I don't really for sure. I'm still not very certain. That's why I wanted to go find out who that was in that car, pull him over and find out who the fuck he was. He needs to be told, don't go on people's property. If they tell you to leave, leave. You know, if he's a server, that's fine, but do it the proper legal way. He didn't do it legally. So their service of papers isn't going to work. So you mark my words, I'll be dead. Probably more than likely, I will lose my life over this. I already know that. But if the Lord will prevail, like for that gentleman, he will spare my life. And I will live to continue to fight with my mouth, as I said, until I die, another day until I die. Never calling for violence with physical weapons or using these certified, anyways, so I'm not a violent man. I am a pacifist. I am not weak. I am meek. There's a difference. So I showed that today. I showed my meekness. I think I was very patient and reserved with that man. And the stupidest thing he ever did was not leave that property, not leave the property. So his service is not valid, and that's fine. Even if it is, I won't recognize it. It's fucking stupid. Thank you, Father, for showing that man he's breathing tonight because of you, Father. He don't even know it. That man's alive, and he could have been shot dead and just no birthday next year, no nothing. Poor, I don't get a wife or kids or whatever. God spared a man's life today. You're so merciful, God. You are so beautiful, Father. It's so beautiful to see what you can do through a man. Because under the Constitution, and that is God-given right under the federal government, protects my right to my bear arms and my Fourth Amendment right to be secure in my house's papers, person, effects, warrantless search or seizure. And he came out here without warrant, entered onto the property without identifying himself, and would not leave. I could have shot that motherfucking stupid dumbass dead. 2 shots, one in the heart, one in the head, always 2 shots. I'm a veteran. It's just natural for me. Center mass, boom, right between the eyes. Ba-boom. So I can't help it. Go look at any video of me shooting. I'm an expert marksman. I don't miss. Nope. I had no weapons on me. Never did I threaten that man at whatsoever. I only told him to leave. I didn't tell him I'm going to shoot you. I told him, get the fuck off my property. I'll kill you. I told him just to leave. Actually told him I would talk to him if he left the property. So, already got my coffee. Already made it. So thank you, Father. But I bet you 1,000,000 to 1 that if I shot him dead, once again, this would have finished, this case would be done today, guys. Yes, it would. If I had shot him dead, I don't think they would arrest me. I don't think they would arrest me. No, I don't. I don't believe they would arrest me. They would have no justification to arrest me. He came here without warrant. He didn't identify it, and I had it on video. I had it on the live stream. This whole case will get fucking dropped today. Apparently the Father's not done yet, is he? Yes, thank you, Father, for never letting the thought of crossing my mind to kill that man today, although I know I was legally justified in trying to tell him about such. You need to leave. Go get off my property. You are not identified. If you cannot, go leave. Still, he just kept coming towards me. That's a threat. And under my Fourth Amendment, I have the right to deem the necessary force if I feel I am a threat for my persons, papers, properties, animal, all of that. I have the justification to kill him. And I didn't. Yeah, thank you, Father. Thank you, Father, for keeping that man safe. That could have been 3 dead people on this property who I had just tried to kill, and I didn't kill anybody. Never did I display any weapons. Never did I make even a single threat to any one of them. So, thank you, Father, once again. There was another opportunity for, sad but true. I would have shot him. This would have ended this case today. Yeah, it would. I'm pretty certain of it. I could be wrong, but I bet you they'd look at Elijah's 180 hours, and that's so fucking stupid that when I asked that guy, hey, so you're the investigator for Elijah's case? So what about Elijah's 180 hours, about him doing those original 180 hours? What did he say? I don't know anything about that. And they're going to take my son to trial on 11th of December? And this investigator doesn't know anything about Tom, Dawn, Morgan, the 2 females, Lily Frank, Tony Karsten, any of this stuff? Oh my gosh. Yeah, they're going to try to railroad my son, guys. Fuck, I should have shot that motherfucker. Thank you, Father, for making me reserved. Could have been all over today. That's all right, Father. I'll continue in your walk. That's what I use. I use the word of God. That's what saved that man today. The Father, not me. It never crossed my mind, but I'm just saying I had under the Fourth Amendment right to justify to kill that man under my constitutional rights. So you can protect yourself. That is the end of the Old Testament that Rhoda is speaking of. And under the covenant of this New Testament, we're not under that law of flesh. So, nope. Once is written on tables of stone. I'm a pastor, a teacher, and a minister. I minister predestination. I minister the gospel. And under this covenant, he said, let vengeance be mine, saith the Lord. So you can kill a man dead if he's trying to fucking cause you harm, or you or your family so you have that right under the meek covenant, where he said, do not avenge yourself. Let vengeance be mine, saith the Lord. So I can't go after him, but I can kill the motherfucker dead in his tracks as a teacher and a pastor. You can protect your family and your house and your property. You can't nobody can come just rob and not. God will not allow that. Even under this covenant of not eye for an eye, but tooth for a tooth. Right? That is the Old Testament. If somebody broke in your house and killed your brother, you could go sneak into his house at night and kill his brother. That was justified. But that's seeking vengeance. Now, if I had told that man to get the fuck off my property and he left and I went out there and shot him off the property because I'm going after him. But the minute he steps towards me and keeps walking towards me and I identify him, brothers, sisters, as a pastor and a teacher, I teach under this covenant of the New Testament that is, do not avenge yourself. Let vengeance be mine, saith the Lord. You can protect your family. Do not let people tell you any different. That is incorrect. I actually struggled with the word orge, O-R-G-E, with the study for weeks because that's quick to wrath, quick to judgment, quick to indignation, and God doesn't want us to be. He said, actually turn your cheek 490 times, 7 times 70. So that's what I teach. That's what I did today. But it did not take away from the fact that God will allow you to protect your home, even under this covenant of the New Testament that very few people follow. But I would not be breaking any laws by taking my gun and pulling a big hole in his head because he was a threat to my animals. I don't know if he was armed. I thought he was. I was watching his waistband, waiting for him to grab his sidearm and shoot me. And I'm like, oh shit, I don't have any weapons, but oh well. It on film. So as your teacher, as your pastor and a minister of this new covenant, he says, let vengeance be mine. You can't go outside your borders, which we do illegally in America. We could have no foreign entanglements, George Washington, the founding fathers said. But we broke that covenant. So we all do this. We have all done this. I've done it myself. I'm a veteran. But you can protect yourself. You do have that right under this covenant. That is under the meat covenant of this New Testament. So I wouldn't be doing anything displeasing to the Father today because that man kept stepping towards me, wouldn't identify himself. I could have shot him dead, and that judgment would have come from the Father, and I would have not been condemned or by my actions because they were under this covenant. I have the right to protect my home, even under this new covenant. Now, I can't go outside of my house and go seek vengeance like I told him to leave and get off there. You stupid motherfucker, I told you not to come on my property. You dumbass. No, that's vengeance. But the minute he kept stepping towards me, brothers and sisters, he was only spared today by the Father. Now, I didn't have any weapon, but I could have legally justified under this new covenant, and very few people follow this covenant. I didn't. I'm a veteran. So I'm glad that I didn't. Brothers and sisters, I really am glad that I didn't. Would it have put a quick resolution to this problem? Probably. This wouldn't have gone any farther than today. If I shot him, I'd be filming right now. The cops would be here. The coroner would be taking that guy probably right about now. It'd probably take a little longer because I'm out here in the middle of nowhere. But I would not be arrested because I filmed all of it, and he kept coming towards me, and this case would probably be dropped today. They'd go, fuck, we really screwed that up. And they already have tremendously. So this is just one more big screw up on the rest of all their illegal activities in this whole case. So I appreciate you guys listening. I'm done. I pushed all my cards in. I'm going to finish this until they either shoot me and martyr me in the name of Christ. I won't be armed. I won't have any weapons, and they'll kill me dead. Or the Father will intervene, and he will make sure he is the creator of all things. So there's nothing that's being done that the Father is not allowing to do. So if they kill me, that'll be the Father. That's what he, if not, that's all. Father creates all things. So I'm not concerned about losing my flesh as I am concerned about the safety of the community, the safety of the state, and the safety of my son at this point. They're going to try to take my son. There's the attorney said he's not my son's attorney back in June. It's now November, and he's saying he's my son's attorney. I got paperwork right here from his office saying I'm withdrawing as his attorney. This is not justified, brothers and sisters. None of this. So what would have been justified today was taking that man's life. And I thank the Father that I didn't. Although it would have been a quick fix, I don't want to have to take anybody's life. I want to see Judge Vandenberg put in prison. I would like to, for justice for the community, I'd like to see Ted Martin, the district criminal attorney, to be confined to a prison for at least 20 years. That man is absolutely trying to weasel his way out of this case and put it off, at least for me. He's the one who signed this special weapons and tactics, ruined my vision, hurt my animals, hurt this property, hurt this ministry. He should finish it up, not just push it off on the new district attorney. They have it set for trial in January. They couldn't take this to trial in 2 to 3 years. the investigation that needs to be done. And here's their investigator right here. And I asked the guy about my son's 180 hours, which will clear his case. And he says he knows nothing of the fucking sort. And this is the investigator that they're going to have for their case? Yeah, right. They don't have shit from Shinola. So I'll probably be dead before the 11th of December. The chances are better for me to pass by they're going to shoot me. There's a good chance they'll do that. They already shot my son. They already shot at me with tear gas, 6 tear gas canisters in this house. Ruined this. My windows are all been shot out. Ruined all my kennels in my livestock. My ranch was run over, all this unnecessarily. They wrecked this property. There's neighbors came over here like, what the fuck, dude? Yeah, I know, huh? Isn't it crazy how I didn't know. I didn't realize how many, I just thought they'd caught the edge and came in here and ran over that corner. And do you guys just see that shit? That stuff's still coming out of there, guys. Still coming out of there. I thought about bringing this into the courtroom, but I knew that I'd be bringing in something that I couldn't bring into the courtroom. But I was definitely thinking about bringing this because it can't be. This doesn't have any residual on it. That's not a weapon. And I wanted to bring this and stick this in the judge's face and say, will you please let me talk to the state trooper who threw this and concussed my face? Again, I've showed you guys, look at this eye, no puffiness, no sunness, no wrinkly. Look at all this shit here. Look at all this puffiness. Look how there's this big dipped in. Look like a crackhead or something. Fucking eyes all sunk in like, I don't do meth. I don't do drugs. Oh, wait. Caffeine. Hold on. So, look at the difference in the eye. Height. Look how high this one is. Look at the difference in this one. Tell me they didn't ruin this fucking eye. Just look at it. Why doesn't this have all that puffiness and all the sunkenness and all this? Look at this. It's collapsing. I think I'm going to lose my eye, guys. I think eventually I'm going to lose vision or I'm going to lose this eye. Something keeps, it's continuing to do this. It's continuing to, look at that. You've been here now long enough, lady in red. What in the hell is going on? Are you seeing this? Is this getting deeper? Why is this keep sinking in like this? Why is that sunk in? That's not like this on this eye. It's not a shadow. See? Look at this. Something's going on right here. Look at this. This is what I see, guys. I see the same thing right here, burnt into my retina with the big glob on top of it. And it looks like when I'm looking at you guys, I see a big hair in my vision. I for a week thought I had something in my eye. I kept rubbing my eye, trying to get, what's going on with mine. Now that's been, a while since, but it's still, what recently happened is when I moved this side of the, that's where they shot those, I think at least 3 or 4 through that window right there and shot out all that window. I didn't realize one of those had hit that back. And there was a big glob of that tear gas back there. So I cleaned that out the other day and it got all over and I got it in my face again. And I'm having some sniffles and stuff but it's only on this right side. You can almost hear it too in my chest. I'm getting the, see, it's weird. I don't know. It comes and it goes. So I was just clear the other day. See what I'm saying? Something is going on. So physical damage by the state of Oregon is just, this man, will probably never look me in the eye. And I guarantee this man is just like that dumbass dude who came here today who don't know about my son's 180 hours that he already did, that I can 100% prove. 1,000,000 times percent prove over and over and over. I have multiple ways to prove that my son completed his terms of community service before he left Lane County or Lake County to go to Lane County. That was his terms. He had to complete it to leave. So I don't think this man will ever get to look me in the eye. Like I'll probably die before I ever see my son again, guys. That sucks. I'll probably be dead before these eyes ever grace and look into my son's eyes again. That's pretty fucking sad, man. But at least I'll die trying. Not just for him, but for state, local residents, and the whole country, guys. I'm not just doing this. I'm doing this because I'm an Army veteran, and there are other states just like this state where there's more rapists, pedophiles, and murders released into the poorest counties across the United States. And this is how these things happen. So them thinking they're going to take my son to court on December 11th when they don't even have any mention of the 180 hours is ludicrous, and I will not stand for this. So the chances of me passing before that date are probably better than not because of the record of this state and what they've already done. I'm only going off of what they've done. Okay. I don't want to lose my life. I want to see my son. I want to build a house with him. I want to have a grandkid someday. I don't know if I'll ever even talk to him ever again. That is fucking unbelievable. Because I'm a dad that's standing up for your rights and the rights of the county. And I'm using my First Amendment right, and I get attacked and targeted and shot. And so does my son. And they kidnapped my daughter without warrant. Oh, only a man can take so much, brothers and sisters, before he pushes all the cards in like me. Not in violence. It says, all right, we're going to use our voices here, and I'm going to keep using mine until you either come justify a way to issue some other warrant for my arrest, or you come out here and shoot me dead. You either drop all these charges in this whole, all my son, my daughter, and me, or I'm going to end up dead, brothers and sisters. They're going to shoot me. So it is what it is. It's just a lifetime, guys. It's just a life. I'm not trying to go death by cop. They're going to do it, not me. I pleaded for hundreds of hours, no guns. Please just come talk to me. Make one call. Just one, please. Just one call about Elijah's 100. And they never did it. Just like today, it's 6 months later. I asked the investigator about the 180 hours. He has no idea what I'm talking about. These are Gestapo, jackboot thug police officers out here. The district criminal attorney is an absolute thug. I can prove that, he is making people pay for things that they're accusing him of stealing, saying, all right, pay for it. We'll drop your charges. Pay for it. They won't even give you the product that you paid for, that you bought. Accuse you of stealing something that you have record, that you didn't steal it. It's part of a service you get paid for. Turn around and issue an arrest warrant for the same thing you provided a service for, then threaten you with arrest and warrant. If you pay for it, we'll drop the charges. Then you pay for it. You pay $1,000. This is over $1,000. This is a car incident that I'm talking about. A car that so many ladies getting attacked in this community. She buys the car, buys it on paper. I have all the paperwork, and they won't even give her car. She bought it with her services for a cleaning company. Flipped the script on her. You stole it. Wait a minute. She didn't steal it. She got paid for it. I have witness. But they turn around and say, okay, well, we're going to issue a warrant for your arrest. You better pay for it. She's like, she goes and gets the car, returns it to the police department, and pays for it. The same day, goes and gets it. Says, all right, whatever. I'll bring it back. I'll go get it. Here's who I sold it to. They got to put a warrant out for that lady who bought its arrest. The lady who bought it just bought the car. She don't know. Then they make this lady pay for the car cash. She gets a receipt for it. I have all the paperwork. Then she writes the county and says, okay, I paid for the car twice now. Can I please come pick up my car? I've paid for it. Here's the cash. Here's the thing. And they're like, you can't have it. The lady, she donated it to the police department. What the fuck? Yeah, mafia behavior. Judge Vandenberg, you should go to prison for just that case right alone. Threaten a woman with arrest. Threaten with 3 warrants were issued for their arrest warrants through Tom Rourke. But then they're going to say, we'll drop all this if you'll pay for it. She pays for the car and they won't even give it back to her. She requests the car, like, no, you can't have it. The lady donated it to the police department. Fucking crooked criminals out here. And then she requests to give it back, and they're like, no, well, the police department donated to the fire department, and they're cutting it up. They're cut it up. They cut up that lady's car she bought, guys. That's insane. That is fucking criminal right there, proving that Ted Martin should be put in prison. That is Gestapo, mafia behavior out here. That's like fucking the federales in Mexico or something. You know, the way they extort their people down there. Same thing's happening in this poor county, guys. Poor lady. She's a cleaning lady. She provided a service for her car, part of her service, and then the lady turns around and threatens her with arrest. Warrants are issued by the county, by the judge, by Ted Martin, by Tom Rourke, the one who requests, and then turn around, buy the car. They won't give it back to you, and then turn around and give it to the police department, and the police department turns around and donates it and cuts your car that you paid for up for the fire department for training. That's fucking bullshit, dude. Fucking bullshit, man. This county is so fucking crooked out here. It's insane, brother, sister. They get away with this stuff, so don't let them get away with it anymore, please. Don't just sit around here and do nothing either. Call somebody or something. So anyways, I appreciate your time, guys. I'm going to take a quick break. I got to let my animals in here. They need fed. Poor guys. I'm going to probably have to be without their dad here again. That sucks, guys. I ate 5 fucking tear gas canisters, CS gas grenade canisters, because of my love for my animals. That's it. I could have left this building and walked out, but I needed to get a number to call somebody so I knew my dogs would be taken care of. They'd already shot. They've already shot. And I'm like, hey, I'm getting dressed. I'm coming out. I'm not going to be violent. I already talked to them on the phone. They called me and I said I would come out. So they have all the proof, no violence. I'm live streaming it. So I'm sure they had somebody out there with the fucking live stream going. I bet you they did. I bet you they did. I bet you 100 billion, million. I don't have money. So a friendly wager that they had the live stream going. They're tossing one after the others. And all I'm asking them is to please stop doing this. I have kittens in here, little baby kittens I had at the time, that I had animals in here, and they just kept throwing this in here. So if I just would have walked out, I would never probably have these issues, sinus. Now, that is different. That's just asking at 45 seconds if my son was okay. And I end up being physically scarred, marked for life. This came afterwards. That's 45 seconds of after them being here. Use of force, that's excessive force. They start tossing these in, and I'm like, stop, guys. I will come out. I'm just getting my clothes on. I'm getting dressed. I will come out peacefully. They can see me not reaching for any guns in here, guys. They can see the live stream. I'm live streaming this. They thought they were going to get me out without being on the live stream. So I said, hey, I'll come out, but please, I got animals in here. I just need to get a couple numbers out of my phone. And they can see that I'm filming it, that I'm writing this shit down, and I'm actually writing it on my stomach. You know, I'm like writing these numbers with a red pen so that when I go to jail, that I can call somebody to come take care of these fucking dogs, guys. That's it. I ate 5 of these tear gas canisters for my animals. My animals. I'm getting shot by the fucking state of Oregon because of my animals? 29 cops fucking came out here at least that day. I believe there were 29 police officers. The lady, I had just taken this from somebody else who said there were, because they said they saw how many, like, I don't know how many of those armored vehicles they had out here or how many actual men, but I know that I'm 60 acres in, and those fucking cars were all over everywhere out here, and they went all the way down. Then when they walked me, I thought the troopers were going to get me. Like, oh, this is awesome. I was actually kind of being nice to them. I'm like, oh, fuck. It's finally out of this county. Thank you, Father. Thank you, Father, so much. I'm going to finally get some justification for this. Then they walk me over and turn me over to the county. I'm like, you motherfucking pieces of shit, you fucking tyrants. How the fuck would you come out here and arrest me and turn me over? I'm sitting there saying this county's fucking crooked, and you're going to turn me back over to this fucking crooked county? Fuck you, state police. You're fucking tyrants. You fucking pieces of shit. Oh, yeah, that'll be all on the docu cam. I was ripping their ass. I thought I was good. Not like that. I thought I was out of the county's hands for a minute. This would get into the state and something was going to be done about this fucking corruption. Instead, they just turned me right back over to the fucking county. Fuck you, state police. You fucking tyrant state police, Oregon. I fucking can't stand none of you. One of you guys should have called about this 180 hours. I could have killed 2 of your state troopers dead already, too. You tell them, thank the Lord. Don't thank me. Dead in their fucking tracks. They came on my property, just like this dumbass today. And I told them, don't come on, then they still did it anyways. They didn't drive on my easement road. They drove on, tell your dad will show, they drove on this property. At that time, I could have deemed them an intruder because I already told them, don't the fuck come on this property. And I could have shot those 2 state troopers dead too. That'd be 3 dead people, brothers and sisters, already. I didn't shoot not a single fucking person. So kiss my ass, state of Oregon. Kiss my ass, Lake County. I'm not a violent man, and I just proved that again. So your fucking warrant is bullshit. You came out here and thought you're going to get an armed standoff. You got the complete opposite. Everybody went with their hands up, and nobody resisted arrest. You're not going to beat the case, Lake County. You're not going to beat this case, state of Oregon. I know that you have what is called the burden of proof. Preponderance of evidence means you have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. If there's any doubt, you can't convict me. You will not convict me. No way in hell. Not after what you just fucking pulled today. There's 3 men that could have been dead, and I could have shot every one of them justified, and I didn't shoot a single one. Fuck you. Sit there and call me violent. I said I would fight to the death with this same fucking mouth that I'm using, this potty mouth that I got right here. Just because I'm applying my First Amendment, you can't target me because of that. I'm not inciting violence. I'm not asking. I asked for complete opposite. I asked for a fucking phone call. Not a revolution, but a resolution, a conversation. And you never once even called. So fuck you, state of Oregon. Now I can't even leave this state. I'm vulnerable wherever I go. They can kill me anywhere in this state. I can't even get out of the state they're fucking targeting me in. That's incredible, guys. I can't even leave the state where I'm being shot at by the state. The county is involved. I got the county pointing out the corruption. The state comes out here and fucks with me and then turns me back over to the county. So fuck you, state police, and fuck you, Lake County Sheriff's Office and Judge Vandenberg. You're all criminals. And I have proof to convict every single one of you. Even if I die, I'm hoping somebody will pick this case up. It'll go to appellate court. This evidence, you are part of the evidence stream right now, just so you know. You have become evidence, and you didn't even know what the hell you just stepped into. On the discovery, it says YouTube. A caller from YouTube comments, hey, better be careful. Why do all these rejects think they can go on YouTube and think they matter? Are you calling me a reject, Stover? Did you stand up during the COVID for your country? Are you an American citizen? Every history's being made every day. What the fuck are you doing about it, dick? You're just a little dick, Richard. What the fuck are you doing about it? Have you done anything for your country? Have you served as a veteran? Do you have the right? You should. Oh, you can go ahead and thank me for your First Amendment, protecting your First Amendment right to even come in here and speak the stupidity you just did. So, yep. You haven't done shit, have you? You're just a fucking laydown. You're the silent majority. You can keyboard warrior, but you couldn't do anything of any real substance for your country, could you? What have you done for your county? What have you done for your local residents? Do you do anything? Your taxes pay for my... Where do you think taxes go? Your taxes go to kill Ukrainian fucking women and children, you ignorant fuck. Do you fill out a W-2? You're a fucking killer just like me. Ooh, does it feel good? You just killed a whole Ukrainian generation of women and children. Women, men, fighting age men. Bravo! Dick Richard filled out a W-2 and made a bunch of money. You want to disclose your money? How much money did you make? Tell me how many taxes you paid, you fucking train killer. You're not train killer, are you? You're not, but you're a killer. With your taxes. You admitted to paying fucking taxes. You think your fucking taxes go to me, dumbass? I even encourage these people, don't sue the county for these negligent fucking police officers and judges and idiots like you. So where did your money go? To kill fucking Ukrainian women and children, you fucking dumbass. A whole generation of Ukrainian, the fighting age in Ukraine is 42 years old, dumbass. See? You're a fucking killer, you piece of shit. You don't even care about the women and children and men you killed with your tax dollars, you fucking idiot. Everybody give Richard a big old applause. He's a killer. He kills women and children with his taxes and doesn't even know what the fuck he's doing. He thinks taxes go to like roads or something. Fucking moron. Would you like to disclose how much money you made, Richard? How much money did you pay in taxes this year? You're a killer, dude. You like having blood on your hands? You didn't even know, huh? You're a killer. You killed a whole Ukrainian generation. The average fighting age is 42 years old in Ukraine now. There's nobody even there to fight this war anymore that's of the age of fighting age because they've either fled the country or they threw them in the meat grinder with your money, dickhead. Go fuck yourself, man. Keep jerking off and thinking that you're some kind of Billy badass because you pay taxes to kill people. Oh, look at Richard. He's a killer. He pays to kill children and women and a whole Ukrainian generation with his taxes. And he thinks it's going to roads. You're an idiot, dude. You just stepped into the wrong chat. Yeah, you did. We make examples out of your dumb ass. This is a problem in this country, brothers and sisters. People just like Richard. Just like Richard. Don't even know where his tax money is going. Taxes. Yeah, you're a killer, Richard. Does it feel good? Do you like it? Oh, do you like that feeling? You're going to have to answer for that, you know. So would you like to speak up and tell how this chat, how much money you made last year? Big spender. Come on. Did you make a bunch of money? Did you pay a lot? How many women and children and fighting age Ukrainians did you kill with your taxes? Oh, wait, you're paying to send money to Iran and Israel. Oh, fund both sides of that war, huh? Mm-hmm. Richard's an idiot. So don't listen to dickhead over here. He don't know his ass from a hole in the ground. He thinks his taxes go to roads or something. He's a killer and he don't even know it. And if you pay taxes this year in America, you're a killer too. Yes, you did. You paid your, what do you think your taxes go to roads? No, they don't. Your taxes went to Ukraine to pay for the slaughter of Russians too. You killed Russians and Ukrainians. You're just like a mass murderer. Look at Richard. He's like, oh shit. God, this sucks. I've got blood all over my hands and I didn't even know that 500 million of those dollars went to strap and tuck children in America. Did you get a vote on that, Richard? Mutilate our fucking kids. Give them estrogen blockers and testosterone blockers and strap them and tuck them. That's where your tax dollars went, asshole. Fuck you, Richard. You're an ignorant puke. You're not going to make it any longer. Don't put any more comments or I'll keep making an example out of you. Fuck you and your taxes. Brothers and sisters, if you get into something like this where you have criminal behavior within the police departments and they get busted, please do not sue the county or the state. That makes people like dickhead Richard over here fucking pay his taxes to fund these ignorant cop suckers who perform in judges that go to jail in America. Yes, judges go to jail. District attorneys go to jail too. That's what, yeah, if you sue these people because they fuck up, that makes the taxpayer have to pay for that. So sue their bond. They're all bonded. Like a construction worker who's licensed, bonded, and insured. If you sue their bond, they won't. Notice these cops get busted. They just put them on paid leave and they end up going somewhere else. That's because nobody sues their bond. Although they might sue the county for a lawsuit, that just makes the taxpayer. That stupid cop sucker goes on somewhere else, just in a different county. So, okay, Richard's still in here jerking off. Okay, so good job, Richard. You're a trained killer. You're a trained killer. Now you're going to bring up child molestation, dude. You're a sick kind of person there. Not only are you a killer, but you are a lying demon and a devil, right? Because you're distributing lies and fortunes to others. So thanks for trolling the chat, Richard. You're a trained killer and everybody knows. Would you like to disclose how much money you made last year? You don't have to disclose your whole net. Isn't it gross? Isn't that net and gross, isn't it? On what? How much taxes did you pay? Let's see how big of a killer of a mass murderer you are, Richard. You're trying to get off subject, Richard, but I'm not. I'm going to hover over you like white on rice. So, Richard, do you go by Dick or Richard? Tell me. Just let me know. You're just a little dick is all I know. So anyways, Richard, how much money did you make? Disclose to the chat. You can just disclose to the chat how much you paid in taxes so everybody knows how many children, women, Ukrainian men, women, and Russians you paid your tax dollars to go kill. Tell us now or leave. I will ban you from the chat. Tell us now to leave. Or tell us now or leave. How much money did you pay in taxes? My fucking taxes. How much money did you pay in taxes? Tell us now or leave. Don't make any other mistake. You put any other statement in there, you're going to have to leave. I've given you all the chance to show your true colors, and your true colors are you're a trained killer because of taxes. So tell everybody how big and bad of a killer you are. Let's show the world. The whole world's watching. God's watching you too there, dickhead. Little dick. So, little Richard. So if you made a lot of money, Richard, you are just a big old killer. But you just don't want to admit it, do you? Okay, so he can't even answer the question. Bye-bye, dickhead. Don't let the door hit you on the way out, asshole. Yep, you're welcome for your First Amendment right, and you're a killer, trained killer. Good for you. And so are you, brothers and sisters that are in this chat. So you know I'm not going to hide it from anybody else. You're a trained killer too if you pay taxes in America. Yes, that's where our tax dollars go, to fund these wars. Banksters' wars. Give a man a gun and he'll rob a bank. Give a man a bank and he'll rob the world through wars. So when all else fails, Gerald Celente, they take you to war. So no, Hoofhard is here. We got with another idiot. Look at this complete fucking idiot right here. There's no, I'm not a sovereign citizen, you idiot, Hoof. You just put your hoof in your mouth, dumbass. I don't claim sovereignty, idiot. No, you're an idiot. You haven't even studied anything. You're unskilled. You're unlayman. You're a simple man, simple woman. I don't know what the hell you are. But so you say that sovereign citizen. I don't claim sovereign citizen, idiot. I was just in this chat earlier and claimed that I wasn't a sovereign citizen. You're a freaking idiot. You're an idiot. Idiotas. That's not an insult. I didn't insult you. Are you offended? You don't even know what the hell you're talking about. Can you define the word? Okay, let's give hoof a chance. Give me the definition. Give me the definition, hoof. If you answer anything else, you'll be moderated, of what hell is. Give me the definition of hell. I don't want any of your opinion. I want the definition of hell. You want to participate in the chat? You got my attention. Let's troll. Fish on. What's the definition of hell? Come on, Hoof. You don't have it, do you? One more chance. I'll give you one more chance. So, how about this? Does anybody have a set of balls in here? How about you grow a set of balls because you're evidence, so you know? No. No. You guys all got it wrong so far. I want the biblical definition, the definition out of the lexicon, the definition out of a dictionary, not your opinion. So, wrong. Nobody's got the definition in here tonight, huh? And you guys are just volunteering a bunch of nonsense. Okay, goodbye there. Let's just anybody who's made a Obama Saint. No, Obama Saint, you've been here long enough. I want the definition. Eternity is hell, is eternity away from hell for some. Nope. None of you got the definition of hell. All you guys are just giving your own opinions. And opinions are like assholes because everybody's got one. And none of that is the actual definition of what the hell is. We'll give you one more chance. Where is heaven? Where's heaven? We went to hell, and you can't define what hell is, so you don't know what hell is, obviously. Nope. Nope. Obama, you're wrong. Nope. Tom's wrong. Oh, JW gets it right. JW gets it right. So, what we're going to do here is we're going to give some authority in here to make sure we. So, I want the biblical definition. And you guys, that's fine. You're fine. Obama Saint's fine. That's fine. The wrong answer is okay. But Hoof, you got to get out of here, asshole. Don't let the hoof hit you on the way out. Goodbye. So, when God created the heavens, I hate to break it to you, they're class, but that's not above your head. The heavens are not above your head. Dead people don't go to the sky. God isn't in the sky. Heaven isn't in the sky. You might want to redefine the words that are coming out of your mouth. You don't know what the hell you are talking about. God created the heavens and the earth in the Old Testament, in the book of Genesis. When he created the heavens and earth, that's not above your head and that's not below your feet. So you might want to study what they're talking about when you're coming to something when it comes to God. His words, he says, don't change a jot, a yod, or a tittle. I'll blot your name out. That would be false teaching. And that'd be the very first people he deals with when he comes back, is the people who change his word. So good luck by speaking up God's word. I'm a teacher and a minister and a pastor, although I've been using curse words. Generally, I don't do that. I'm just a little bit pushed by the state, and that's okay. I'm not a perfect man in any ways. I'm not above anybody. Just because I'm a teacher and a pastor doesn't make me anything, because I minister the gospel. And I minister actual transliteration, not translation. So if somebody speaks a translation, that is not the literal definition. That's just their own version. That's what most people have of the word hell or heaven. So, okay, then how would you describe hell? I don't want to describe hell, Obama the Saint. I want the definition of what hell is. And I'm very surprised you've been in here, Obama, long enough. I probably defined the word hell at least 30 times since you've been in here, because you've been in here multiple times. So thanks for coming back. Appreciate you coming in here. Nobody's listening at you, Devin. Nobody cares. You're not getting any attention. You're just a troll. You're not doing anything. So, nope. Oh, I got a bite. Oh, I got a bite. I got him. He's excited. He's triggered. There's a Pornhub for you there, buddy. So, Pornhub. And you can go get your transgenderism on over there. Your transgender god, Satan. Three genders. Satan has 3 genders, just in case you didn't know. Satan's got boobies. Oh, breasts. Oh my gosh. Satan's got boobies. Go follow your booby god. So, my father doesn't have boobies. My father has no feminine spirit. That's why his name is Father. He doesn't even exist with flesh. He sent his son to fulfill the flesh. You're just not of knowledge of what you're talking about, and that's okay. If you blaspheme the word of God, I will cast you out of here, your unclean truths. I will rebuke your unclean lies. And I'll give the definition. I'll teach the class after I throw you out of here, because he said, don't sup with vipers. I don't even have to let you stand here more than 2 times. I'm breaking the word of God. Yes, I am. He said, love your enemy like you love your neighbor like you love yourself. Yes. Love is the word agape, 2 John 6. Show them the narrow way. Judge with righteous judgment, but do not condemn. So I won't condemn them. No. They'll probably be able to come out. I don't think we ever permanently ban anybody from the channel. We haven't done that yet. So we'll just get you out of here, because he said, don't sup with vipers. Don't cast your pearls before low energy swine in the mud. So you're not going to change a goat into a sheep. That was already purchased from the foundation of the world. That's it. That's it. This is definition. I teach the true gospel. You're not going to get taught this. He said that the most, M-O-S-T, high, H-I-G-H, does not dwell in temples or houses made by what? Hands. Christ in you, brothers and sisters. Heaven is not in the sky. Don't listen to these religious idiots. They'll tell you you could be saved. You can't be saved. No such thing as accepting Christ. Let me really piss off these religious idiots in here, not just the people, the unbelievers. God creates evil, and most people are going to hell according to the word of God. Stick that in your apple pipe and smoke it, or take a bite of that apple. So, yeah, most people go to hell. How you like them apples? Oh, according to the word of the Father, don't shoot the angel. Angel is the word angelos, or messenger. It's the hados. It's the same narrow way. He said, I am the hados, I am the aletheia, and I am the original. I am the way. I am the narrow way. Hados means to be in the same narrow way as Christ. He said, enter through the straight gate. For broad is the way and wide is the gate that leads to hell. And most people enter by that gate. So most people are going to hell according to God. So don't shoot the angel or the messenger. Angelos and messenger mean the same exact thing. Might want to start defining what the hell is coming out of your mouth. Can anybody, one last time, I'm going to take a pause because my animals are at the door, and my animals come before anything. I took 5 tear gas canisters in this 10 by 40 building from the state of Oregon to make sure my animals were okay. So fuck you, my animals come first, and my father comes first before any of you. So yes, he does. I put him first. I give him all after his counsel and for his own pleasure. So I appreciate your time. What is this? Christianity is the strangest religion ever set up in the world. Committed murder upon Jesus in order to redeem mankind from the sin of eating an apple. Well, they didn't eat an apple. Their effect. There was no apple. I rebuke all Christians. 99% of Christians are Satanist. Satan, they're Antichrist. Not the Antichrist, but Antichrist Christians. Mormons, Baptists, Presbyterians, Protestants, all religions are vanity. You stepped into the wrong chat. So you don't know what the hell you're talking about. Christianity, we're going to read the freedom effect. Freedom. There's no such thing as free will. So do you believe in free will, freedom effect? Probably so. And you're an idiot. Christianity is the strangest religion. I'm not a Christian, in case you were wondering, brothers and sisters. In the world, committed murder upon Jesus. He predicted his own death. You're an idiot. You're speaking blasphemies already. He prophesied of his own. He said, the unblemished sacrificial lamb. And he knew that they would hang him from a tree. He wasn't hung from a cross. Grow up. In order to redeem mankind from the sin of eating an apple. He didn't eat an apple. Get out of here. You're speaking blasphemies. You don't know what you're talking about. You're just some uneducated idiot. There's no such thing as free will either. So, anyway, all right, we'll get freedom. Oh, let's ask you one more thing for free will before you said freedom. Freedom. Da-dum, dum, dum. Is there any such thing as free will? Let's ask the freedom effect in all capital letters. He's screaming, the freedom effect! Is there any such thing as free will? Is there any such thing as free will? I'm asking the freedom effect. He's got free, dumb, da-dum, dum, dum. Goodbye. You're an idiot. Get out of here. There's no such thing as free will. Stay on this channel if you want to learn it. You want to throw insults out, I'll just moderate you out here. But I do teach. I'm a pastor. I teach this same thing constantly. No such thing as free will. Self-will is the word porneia or idolatria. That is the Greek word idolatry. You might want to study the word of God. If you're going to study it, study it in the interlinear Textus Receptus. This is this Hebrew and English. Hebrew and English. Oh, that book is getting pretty used. We use that one a lot. This is my study book here. So, but anyways, this is an interlinear Textus Receptus. I'm pretty sure that Trout has never even taken the time to help another brother out to study. Probably doesn't even own an interlinear Textus Receptus and is going to throw a word out like pride and say I'm prideful when I'm a teacher. I'm not above anybody. I'm not sure what's wrong with some of these people today, but that's okay. Just because something's wrong with them doesn't make them below me. So anyways, there's no such thing as free will, okay? And there's no such thing as being saved. You can't accept Christ. Most people go to hell. Probably most people don't read the word. So, and he warns his last thing, and actually it's in this book. He says the last thing he says, the words he leaves us is, don't add to this. If you add to, you'll receive of all the written plagues that are within these. Yes. Do not take a jot or a tittle out of this book, or I will blot your name out. A jot is like in English, that would be like a period or a comma or in a letter. If you take any, I'll blot your name out of that book. So you could have already purchased from the foundation of the world, him come to be your mediator, but you got yourself, you sent yourself to hell by porneia. Idolatria. Latria is to serve. Latria is to serve. Ido is your eyes, or the dirt, or the things of this world. Things, statues, eyes, anything you can see is idolatry. Anything in the world. So, yeah, I'm right. Most people won't be saved because they reject Christ. No, that's not true. You're a blasphemous, heathenous pig, Trout. Nope, that's incorrect. Watch, let me show you how much of an idiot Trout is, and he's definitely probably going to have to face judgment by the Father for changing the Word of God. Let's show you how much of an idiot Trout is. Now, I'm saying idiot because that's not an insult. Obviously, he's never taken the time to study. She, I don't know what it is. Smell a little fishy, but either ways, Pisces, Vescopa, I'm not sure. But Trout is an idiot. Trout is speaking blasphemies and is a heathenous swine pig, because God said, if I did not call out to their hearts to seek after me, that not one of them would. Nobody's coming to Christ on their own. You're an idiot. Leave. You're an idiot. That's God's word right there. You're an idiot, and you're a demon, and you're distributing fortunes and lies in here. You're a demon, according to definition, is a distributor of lies and fortunes to others. And you're an idolater, because you seem to believe your own lies. An idolater already said, latria is to serve. You're serving your eyes and your own shem, your own. It's distributing lies to yourself. Is an idolater, and a demon is one who distributes lies to others. So you're a demon and an idolater, Trout, because God said, if I did not call out to their hearts to seek after me, not one of them was. So you can't accept Christ. That hearts that these stupid Christians say, oh, or religious idiots go, oh, well, God knows what's in my heart. Yeah, the Word of God says it's continuously filled. That means it would never stop filling up, continuously filled with wickedness, kind of like this, because God doesn't call out to our hearts. He calls out. If I didn't call out to their hearts to seek after me, not one of them would, brothers and sisters. So Trout is an idiot. You can't be saved. You are already bought and purchased. You must endure to the end. To be, the Greek word sozo, saved, salvation, to be carried, lifted to a beginning point, to an ending, healed. He says you must endure to the end to be saved. You can't accept Christ to prove that Trout's an idiot and a lying demon and an idolater, because he said, if I didn't call out to their hearts to seek after me, not one would. So you can't accept Christ. You can't be saved. What an idiot Trout is. Idiot is the word idiotos. I'm not insulting that person. I'm telling them I don't think they've ever even studied the Word of God. I don't think they've ever picked up the book. They don't own a lexicon. They've listened to some mammon, and they don't follow this book by definition. A lexicon, the lexicon over here, this is concordance, where you can one word study the Word of God. By definition, you can literally define with your lexicon out of an interlinear. See, I guarantee you most people don't study out of the Greek. See, look at this. It's got a number above it. I guarantee you that this person does not own any of these study materials. So let's see what this idiot has to say. Are you disrespecting tongue, anger, etc. shows your true spirit? Okay, yeah, you just don't like the word. No, you haven't read the word by definition, because you're speaking blasphemies. If you spread the word, you would never say, oh, let's go back and let's just show that this idiot is speaking blasphemies. Let's see, because this is what do they say here? This is funny. say? They can choose to accept or reject Christ. You're an idiot. See, Trout, you're an idiot. They can choose to accept or reject Christ. God said, if I didn't call out to the seek after me, not one of them would. You can't accept Christ. You're a lying demon, Trout. You're a demon by definition. You don't like it, but you don't love these truths. You love your own self. It says in the end of days, their agape will be pornea. That's you. Do you have any idea what you said? You said you had a definition, so tell me what the hell I just said. And then define hell too. If you got a lexicon, I want those three. Now, go for it, mister. I've got all these study materials and I got all after you speak blasphemous, heathenous swine in here. Unclean truths, lies. If I didn't call out to their hearts to seek after me, how can you accept Christ? So, answer my question now or leave, Trout. You stink like fish to high heaven. Answer the question, what is the definition of hell? We'll start with that, and then we'll go, because I already asked 2 questions. You can answer those 2 if you'd like. Or leave now, because you're a liar, and I don't want anybody to believe your lies, and believe isn't a thought in your head, so they can't think a belief. Idiot is not an insult. You're just unskilled. I don't believe you own any of these study materials. By definition, you're not defining anything you're saying. If you read the scripture, you would say you can accept Christ. There's no such thing as accepting Christ. You said that people can accept Christ. You're a liar. You're a liar. You're a demon. By definition, you're a demon. You're a distributor of fortunes or lies to others. You said people can accept Christ. You can't accept Christ. You can't be saved. Once saved, always saved. That's not true. Nope. Trout, please leave now. You do not know the biblical definition of the word hell. You don't know what hell is. You don't. You have no idea by definition what you're talking about. The word is bis in Revelation 9:11, okay? Go study Revelation 9:11. You're acting like a child. There are 7 things that you're supposed to do to be matured. The number 7 is the number of maturity. To be 7 is to be completed. Go read the 7 things. You've got the materials. Go read the 7 things you're supposed to do and come back when you stop acting like a child and lying in here and spreading lies. You can't even define the word hell. You don't even know what the busos you're talking about. No busos. You don't, that's the word hell. No busos. You want to define that? I just did, asshole. I just called you an asshole because I'm tired of dealing with your mouth. They're just spewing shit everywhere. It is. There's no definition, just a bunch of crap coming out your mouth. I asked for a definition, not your own opinion. That is called idolatry. But you don't know what the hell you're talking about. I just gave you the definition. It's busos. What is the definition of busos? What's the definition of busos? Give me the definition. I'm giving you the definition of hell. I'm telling you what the word is. It's in Revelation 9:11. They have a king over them, the angel of the abyss. They have a king over them. Do you even read the word of God at all? I don't think this person's ever even read. I think they just listen to what some man says and spews a bunch of stuff that sounds like mammon. Busos. What's the definition of busos? Give it to me now or leave, Trout. What? There's 2 words for the same thing. It means the same exact thing. Busos or bathos. B-U-S-O-S, B-A-T-H-O-S. Give me the definition or leave. Give me the definition. Rebecca, give me the definition of hell. I just gave you the word, so don't speak things unless you know what the hell you're talking about. Please be careful. I caution you as a teacher and a pastor. The last words he left us is, if you add to this book, you will receive of all the written plagues that are in this book. If you take even a jot, you can't give it your opinion either, brothers and sisters, or your own version. I'll blot your name out of that book. So what happens to people who reject Christ, eternity, hell, or I will never give you no more? You can't have it. Get behind me, Peter. That was you. You know who you are. So, be you. No, not B-O-O-S-O-S. B-U, for those people who are trying to learn, B-U-S-O-S. All right, whiskey's speaking blasphemies. Whiskey's a liar. A liar. He's on the spirits, unclean spirits. Holy Ruach Hokadesh. Halathia Hokadesh. Ruach Hokadesh. Do you speak any Hebrew? Do you speak any Greek? I don't. Olegas? Poquito? Chiquita? How many languages do you speak? Can you speak any Hebrew? I would recommend you study a little bit of Hebrew if you want to gain bathos, B-A-T-H-O-S, busos. He says, my people shall perish for lack of busos, bathos. I'll throw him in the place of no busos. That is hell. That is the word abyss. I'll throw him in the abyss. All right, I'll feed you guys. I know Dad is... I got a live stream, guys. I got a live stream. I know Dad's probably going to get shot and killed, but I love you, boys. I love you. I got somebody to take care of you. If Dad goes bye-bye, I got somebody. I already made calls today. You guys will be fine. I have somebody to take care of you guys. I didn't have that last time, huh? Dad didn't have that last time. Now I do. Thank you, Father, for providing somebody to make sure that if they come shoot me, that I will be okay. Or my puppies will be okay. Oh, I got the kitties in here too, huh? I got all my kittens. Where is Tanner Boy? Where is Yasser Boy? Don't believe it, just watch. For Toggy. Oh, there's Toggy. And Mr. Pan. Where's the kittens? The kittens get to eat first. Where's Tanner Boy? Where's Yasher? Hold on, let me see if he's out. Yasher Boy! Yasher Boy! Come on, buddy. Come in tight. That's my good boy. Oh, pardon me. For the kittens, my good kittens that I love. You guys do such a good job here. You guys are the best. Whoa. Doggy's first. Biggest is first. That tear gas messed me up again, guys. I got it in my chest. I didn't realize how much I had breathed when I leaned over and cleaned that back of that thing. All right, let me get some of these papers cleared up. Ooh, yeah. Ooh. Ooh, yeah. Could have killed the guy that brought this dead in his tracks today. But because I'm a man of God, Father took care of this man, the man that served this on this paper, this property today. He didn't serve it properly. He didn't do it the way he was supposed to do it. Therefore, it's in legal service. And I could have shot him dead under this new covenant too. Well, where he says, let vengeance be mine. So I would not have sought any kind of vengeance, but he would not stop walking towards me. And when I was telling him who he was, he wouldn't identify who he was. And he didn't have a warrant. I told him to leave the property. He still just kept calling on the property. I could have shot him dead right there, but his sister was under the 4th Amendment. And I didn't do it. Again, that could have been 3 men that would have been dead, justified kill on this property under my 4th and 2nd Amendment, even under this New Testament. Yep, and I did. Once again, I'm showing my reservation, brothers and sisters. I'm a trained killer. I'm an Army veteran. I'll kill you with my fucking hands, bare hands. I don't need a weapon to kill you. I'll squeeze the fucking life out of your eyes. I'll watch your fucking soul leave your face. No, I won't. Ever again will I ever do anything of the sort. And I just proved it again today. Today I proved that I could have killed a man dead, justified, and I did nothing of the sort. So don't you anybody ever accuse me. Throw any kind of accusation that I'm violent. I just proved today I could have killed a man dead and nothing happened to him. He's breathing right now. I hope he's thanking the Father. So, you might want to be careful who you fuck with, because some people don't have God in their life and they will straight take and squeeze the life and watch your life read right out of your eyes. I'm going to take a man's life. I'm going to look him dead in his fucking eyes. I'm not going to do it from behind. You ever see life leave somebody's body? Yeah, it goes away. It's there and then it's gone. Didn't do anything of the sort, did I? Could have done it today and didn't do anything, huh? No weapons. Nothing. Just used my voice once again. Thank you, Father, for giving me reservation. Thank you, Father, for making me a meek man, not a weak man. So, yeah, I appreciate the Father's guidance today. I really do. Because there's a man walking this earth right now that should not be breathing according to this New Testament. I could have killed him dead on this property and the state would probably be here. And I bet you this case would be dropped this week, probably tomorrow. They'd figure out they can't go anywhere. They'd have to look at my son's 880 hours. You know, that man didn't know anything about my son's 180 hours. When I asked him, I finally got, he just kept coming. I said, trying to identify who he is and what the hell he's bringing on this property, whatever it was. And I finally got whatever, because I saw the paperwork and I said, oh, so I don't know who he is. I tried to ask him, you wouldn't identify. It's all on the live stream. And I said, oh, okay, well, so you're the investigator for my son so what about his 180 hours? What can you tell me? And he said, I don't know what you're talking about. Thank you, Father, for not killing man today. Thank you for not letting me. Brother, sister, I was very concerned watching his waistband, watching him going to grab for something. I thought that could happen out here. The way he kept moving forward and he had something. So go watch the live stream. I thought I was going to get shot. It is what it is. Well, why'd you walk towards him? I'm not afraid to die. I need to document the evidence for my son's safety, not of my own, and my daughter's safety. They kidnapped my daughter. They're going to try to put my son in a rape cage come like 2 weeks from now. I'm not going to let that happen. Again, I will not let my son's asshole get stuffed with a big Bob cock meat sandwich or his face stuffed. I put my ass in front of his before that happened. So thank you, Father, for the reservation. Another man could have died on this property today, and I didn't do anything of the sort. I thank the Father for his will, because if it would have been another will of another person out here, I guarantee he'd have been shot dead out here, brothers and sisters. Where I live, you don't go down somebody's driveway unannounced. They announce for you to leave. You need to leave. That is your Fourth Amendment right to be secure in your house's papers, persons, effects, warrantless search or seizure. Nobody can come on property without a warrant. If they do, you can't just shoot them. You have to tell them to leave, and if they don't leave, you can shoot them. If they're turn around and leave, you're going to go to jail. That guy kept coming forward me. I could have killed him legally today. How stupid is this state of Oregon? How stupid is the county How stupid. It's all recorded too. So I'm going to take a copy and send the live stream tomorrow to the district attorney's office and tell them, look what the fuck you did. You just almost cost a man his life. Now, you stand down with this fucking case because your discovery of and suppression, and it says I'm some kind of fucking, backed in the corner, he strike. I didn't do that. I didn't strike. Not the first time they came out here with 30 men with guns, and I didn't strike for some armed standoff Ruby Ridge. And today there was a man they sent out again to my property, knowing where I lived, and would not identify himself with his hands reaching and doing things, and he's not listening. He's very fortunate, not lucky, that he did not get shot, because if he would have went on many other properties out here, he would be dead. So I'm not going to do this anymore. The next motherfucker that they come and send on this property might end up shot because I have a constitutional right. They send somebody else here, brother. What else do I have? They've already tear gassed my house, shot out my windows, tear gassed my animals, and concussion grenade my face. I'm permanently scarred for life. Permanently. Look at this eye. See the swelling? See this? It looks deep, like some crackhead eye or something. No deep. Oh, look at this. What the hell is this? My eye is not the same anymore. There's a possibility that this eye is getting worse, and I have been to the doctor to get it looked at, that I might lose my vision in that eye, or I might lose my eye. I don't know what the hell is going on with it. You can tell it's not the same. You telling me that eye looks like that eye? What is this? What is all this? It's starting to sink. My eye is going back into my fucking skull, guys. Look. You can't see that? It's completely different. And it's getting worse. So, I don't know how much more damage I can take. Physical, they keep fucking physically causing me damage. Emotional too. I'm tired of this shit. I can only keep so much reservation, You keep threatening me, keep sending men out here to fuck with me and do things illegally. I'm glad today that nobody got shot. I'll just leave it at that. But my patience is wearing thin, brothers and sisters. My patience is wearing thin. I'm tired of, actually, I can't even stand. I can't even want to look at myself anymore. I look at that eye and look how different it is. You're telling me, look at this eyelid. Look at the lid. Do you see this big fucking, what is this double fat stack I got going on over here? Why isn't that like this over here? Oh, you're doing that, Tracy. No, I'm not. It's doing it on its own, guys, and it keeps getting worse. I don't want to lose my eye. I mean, it's just an eye, but this is stupid. This is so unnecessary. I thought that guy was going to shoot me. I'm being honest with you. When he kept coming towards me, because I don't know what the hell he had in his hands. I kept watching his hands going, oh, shit. You're going to get shot, Tracy. This fucker's going to pull out a gun out of his waistband. He's going to fucking shoot you. You don't have a gun on you. You're fucked. Oh, well. That's why I was like, leave. Who are you? Identify yourself. If you're not going to go to the edge of the property, I'll tell you. If you're not going to leave the property, then, So, I don't know, man. I don't know, brothers, sisters. I'm fine. I just don't know how. If the next person comes on this property, I can't make any kind of direct statement today on what will happen to that person if they're here illegally. So, God, please don't send anybody else on this property. I will not be as reserved for the next person. I will not. You mark my motherfucking words. I keep my word. I always have in this case. So I will fight to the death without guns, using my mouth, just like I have, and I just proved it again today. I'm not a violent man. I'm boisterous, I'm loud, but I'm not violent. I'm not inciting violence. Actually, I've spoken to the complete opposite, and today proved that again. So this case just went to shit today. The county's case just went to shit today. Again, even worse than it already is. Way worse. What they performed out here today it's not going to work. It's not. So I'm not going to stand down. They're either going to come out here and martyr me and kill me, or they're going to drop this case, and I will not rest until everybody from Judge Vandenberg, Ted Martin, Michael Taylor, Tom Rorick, Sam Birch, Lance Brown, and every one of those fucking police officers that were out here today are put on leave. And every one of their bonds is suspended until Michael Taylor goes to jail. The elected sheriff, I will not rest until he is in prison. I will fight until Michael Taylor is in prison. The elected sheriff. Judge Vandenberg, the residing judge in this county, circuit court judge I have involved in criminal activity. I will not rest. I will fight to the death until Judge Vandenberg is put in prison. I think he should serve at least 2 decades. Everybody I'm saying in this case should serve at least a couple decades. Oh, hell yeah, they should. I'm sure there's going to be a lot more cases if the feds come out here or some other outside agency. Ted Martin, though, that man right here is the one who signed off on this original, warrant. He knows who Tony Karsten is. He's the one who started this whole case back 4 years ago. This whole case started 4 years ago, not just weeks or months ago. This case starts 4 years ago. This man will be out of office in December, and I will pursue Ted Martin, not in vengeance, not in a physical, not stalking, criminal charges against Ted Martin, the district criminal attorney who thinks he's going to kick this case off until January. No, he's not. I'll be dead before January, or this case will be dropped. He will finish it. He wrote the SWAT warrant for it. He's the one who sent the man with the fucking guns. He's the man who scarred my eye. I don't care, even in January, if he's not in office, I will pursue a lawsuit, civil and criminal lawsuit against the district criminal Ted Martin, and I have stacks of evidence against criminal behavior and evidence against him. I will not rest until Ted Martin has been put in prison, and is confined to a cage. He don't mind if my asshole gets stuffed with a big cock meat sandwich, or if I got to take a double to the face, he don't care. So I don't want that to happen to any of these men that go to prison. Sergeant Rourke, Sam Birch, Lance Brown, you're criminals. Josh Bezel, that man needs investigated, a whole separate investigation on his cellular data. What the fuck is this guy doing stalking people in this town? There's been so many people seeing this criminal Josh Bezel out here doing illegal activities. It's just he's getting to run roughshod out here, and it's getting ridiculous. So I am calling out Josh Bezel, the district or the deputy out here who couldn't get a job with the fire department, so he got a job at the police department. Next thing we know, the fire chief's getting locked up. What the fuck is going on here? So you shouldn't be talking about this on here being Mr. B. Leave. Tell me what the hell to say in this. I'm a host of this chat. You're not going to tell what the chat what to say. You're not going to tell my chat here what to say, and you're not going to tell the host what to say. Get out of here. You're not going to stay in here. I won't allow you. Don't sit there and come in my. This isn't mine. This is a ministry. Don't come in the ministry and start telling people what to do. I get to do that. Leave now. Man, ever since that day, man, I've just not been the same either. So you'll have to excuse my whatever. I got some kind of cough. I know what it is. It's the CS. Like I said, why is this nose running this side? It's always this side. It's this side. Think it has anything to do with being concussion grenaded in the face? Breathing in CS gas for fucking weeks on end while you're cleaning it up and breathing it and breathing it and breathing it and cleaning it, breathing it. I just did it again. I thought all out of here. And 6 months later, I found a big old patch of it behind some, something that was behind some egg cartons that I had tucked in behind there, and just gassed myself again. Bad. So You'll have to excuse this cough or whatever that I picked up over the last couple of days, but I didn't realize I just had to clean that up again. So all of a sudden I was fine. I have no issues. So what are you doing, Mr. Pants? Come over here. So hold on. The dogs always do the same thing. So my puppy wants to come see the dad. So I love you guys. Appreciate it. I'm not going to take no more bullshit in this chat no more. I'm just not. You trolls can kiss my ass. You don't amount to nothing. You do the works of your father, the devil. That's all you want, to sit there and get your freaking troll on so you can jack off and go, oh my God, I got the host all triggered. Good job. You got it. Go whack off somewhere else. I'm getting tired of trolls. So, oh, I love this guy. When they swatted this house, Yoder would not leave the house. He would not leave. The other dog had to be taken out of here because he was having some serious respiratory issues. I love you, boy. This dog would not leave. This dog is amazing, guys. I am so thankful that he watched the house and he watched the kitties for Dad until Dad got out of jail. So it took him 2 weeks to let me go. So anyways, he's such a good boy. He's such a good guy. I love him. And my other guy here too. And this guy. Oh, kisses, guys. And Taggy's right here. Doggo's right here. All right, he's gonna go crazy. All right, we're streaming. We're gonna keep streaming. I'm not streaming until they either come kill me. I'll take a little time off here, but I'm pushing all the cards in. All cards, all in. All in. All done. Oh, man, sucks. Gotta get over this crap. What are you doing, Vegas? What are you doing? Ooh, yeah. Ooh. I love this big guy. I love my big guy. I love this big guy. He's older, and so he didn't fend as well when they shot this house. So I just love this guy. I just love him. Oh, he's going to get Dad. Oh, watch it. He's going to get the Dad. He's going to get the Dad. Hold on. He wants to play with the Dad. Come here, buddy. I love him. I love him, guy. Oh, I got him coming from both sides now. Oh, yeah. They know this loving the Dad. Loving the Dad. You guys just keep knocking everything over with your big old tails. All right. I am so thankful I don't have a wife, guys. I really think sometimes, like, man, I get lonely and I don't have a mate, a helpmate, if you will. But man, this would suck for somebody to have to be subject to this crap with me. Thank you, Father, for making me a single man. And so nobody has to be subject. My dogs already have to pay dearly because of the dad so boisterous. So thank you, Father, for making me a single man and making no woman have to go through like what my daughter's having to go through with her husband, my son, right now. I can't imagine what those two are going through. Father, be with them right now, please. Let them know that their dad is out here giving it everything he possibly can. And I have been, guys, for a long time. So I'm not done yet. Now, if I just pushed all my cards in, that means I'm ready to, yeah, it's time. So we're going to go until we either break the bank or I end up as the house and win this car. And then, one or the other. There's no in between on this one. I will not settle for dropping this case and just letting it go. We're gonna get their bonds. So we're gonna go after their bonds to make sure that my son has been reimbursed for all the extra hours that he worked in this case. He's been an indentured servant to the system, and they're trying to continue to prosecute him. I will not allow the prosecution of Elijah John Werner until they look at these 180 hours and can prove he didn't do them. And there's no way in hell they can. They can't prove that he didn't. He did more than 180 hours. And that's where they're going to have to pay a lawsuit against. If my son chooses to sue them, I'm going to encourage him not to, because that makes the taxpayer in Oregon have to pay. That sucks. The taxpayer has to pay for the criminal activity the law enforcement officers or public servants. So, no, Tango, you're going to rip that down again. Stop it. Go through there. Go. Every time, man. Every stinking time. That dog cannot walk through there without his tail hitting. He got a big old tail. He's a 140-pound dog. So he stops, and he stops right here. He's like, no, don't go back through there. Come up here. Thank you. So he just big. His tail hits that. He goes through and he stops, and then he goes fast, and then his tail comes by, and it pulls the cords or whatever because you're plugged in. Oh, I think I just lost my generator. Oh, well. I just burned up a whole other tank of gas. Dang, guys, I burned a lot of gas today. I burned tanks of gas in the last 2 days, 2.5 days. Whatever it is, what it is. We just haven't had much, sunshine out here. So, all right, I'm going to take a break. I've just live streamed for 3.5 hours again. I just burned another tank of gas out of here. I don't know how much gas that I have, so I can't burn out all my power because I need to have the ability to see how much gas. If I have enough gas to do another stream before the end of the night, maybe I can go get into town. Me. Doing that, please. I'll try to come back on. So I am not sorry for anything. I have no sorrow whatsoever, but I do apologize for the cursing and the frustration. But, I'm risking being ass raped by a man, my face being raped by a man, my son's face being raped, my son's asshole being raped. And if I can prevent that, I'm going to give it every effort I can. So I have the proof, so that doesn't happen. If they'll just listen, that could happen, but the chances of that happening are probably less than them coming out here and shooting and killing me. So I hope my son doesn't lose his life over this. I don't know how they would affect my daughter. They already have by arresting her, but I hope that they don't mess with her. And God, please watch over my son and my daughter. And somehow I know I can't have contact with them, but I hope that they know both that I have not stopped working on their behalf. I will continue to fight until the death, not violently. That's what I said. I'll fight to the death. And so until they kill me or drop the cases, it's going to go one or two ways. I will not settle for anything in between. It's just not worth it. It would just make all this vanity worthless. So judges lose jobs every day. And in this case, I cannot see how this judge will continue to keep his seat at the bench, as a judge. District attorney, he's almost out of office anyway, so I don't think he gives a rat's ass. Judge Vandenberg, though, I'm going to hope to be there the day that they arrest him and put him in handcuffs. And then maybe one day when these people sit in jail for 15 years or something, because I'm going to try to make this ministry mobile, I'll go minister the gospel to them. The same man that tried to have my face raped or ass raped, I'll go in there and hopefully he doesn't have to eat some big cock meat sandwich from Big Bob, or have his asshole stuffed by some man who can't keep his cock to himself. So things like this happen. I have the evidence to clear my son. And certainly there cannot prosecute me after today for being a violent man. I could have shot that man dead today on my property here at High Desert Faith and Truth, and nothing happened to him. Thank God. Thank you, Father, for not making me go back in and get a gun and shoot that man dead so that I can drop this case today, because that would have gotten this case the 180 hours. Look, what the fuck did you shoot him for? Well, he was on my property and he wouldn't leave, and I asked him, and so now will you look at the 180 hours my son did, or do we got to start taking some more lives? So people say, I'm not want to take nobody's lives. That's not a threat. I've never threatened anybody to violence in any way, shape, or form. I've only spoken of a resolution to this issue using communication, not revolution and men with guns. They ended up doing that, not me. I tried to settle this for years, guys, and in prior cases, the targeting and things, the corruption. And in this case, I have been nothing but nonstop for weeks before they ever swatted this house to try to get them to call me, and they've never once called me. This is crazy. And the actions of this county and its law enforcement officials and these public servants are criminal. And I will not rest until there's a new judge, new district attorney, new elected sheriff. And most of these officers are bonds are sued, so they can't just be shuffled off to some department. They need to not serve in law enforcement anymore. So I die or they go to jail. The chances of me dying, though, brothers and sisters, are much, much, much with their history than this happening of judges going to jail. So I hope I'm not the victim here, the martyr of their Gestapo mafia behavior, but unfortunately they have shown that is what they do out here. They do not care about the evidence. All they care is take some fucking, concussion grenade to the face, eat 6 fucking cured gas canisters. We don't care about the 180 hours. Fuck you. Just like that stupid investigator out here today, if that's who he was. Okay, you're the investigator for my son's attorney, right? So what about his 180 hours? Have you looked into his? I don't know what you're talking about. I can't do this, brothers and sisters. If they do not look at the 180 hours in this case, I'm afraid this is not going to turn out well for me. For me, not them. I think they'll get away with this crap, but Father will pour out a just measure on whoever. So be not anxious. He tells us, fear not, only the Lord. And I only fear the Lord that I'm not doing this his way and for my own motive, and which I'm not. And for anybody else, this is for the county residents that are scared of these cops. This is for the state, the people that have had these similar things in the state that don't have a voice, that are scared. And I do this because I'm a United States Army veteran. And when I took that tour and I ended my tour of service on my DD-214, when it says honorable discharge, it doesn't end my tour of service. It says defend this country against all enemies, foreign and domestic. These are enemies within my county, and I cannot stand by as a military veteran and just allow this to continue. So for speaking up, I've been targeted. Using my First Amendment, I've been targeted. I could use my Second Amendment and my Fourth Amendment to kill a man dead today on my property, legally justified, and nothing of the sort happened. So thank you, Father, for that. There's another man alive today because of you, and he's breathing, and I hope that he somehow understands what was done today, that by the Father's will, he's very fortunate. He should have been shot dead because he did not listen to me please leave this property. I had every justification to do so, and I didn't do anything of the sort. So you failed, state of Oregon, when you came out here thinking you were going to get some armed standoff, and that didn't happen. Today, I could have shot a man justified dead again today, and I didn't. So it proves that I've never called for violence. It proves that the state of Oregon has no case and the county has no case against. If backed into a corner, he'll strike, which I didn't, and then he'll fight to the death. You're motherfucking right. I'll fight to the death with my mouth, not with guns or violence or any kind of weapon. I'm using my mouth. That's called my First Amendment, and I have that right. So if you'd like to help my son come back, I might be on for the end of the night. I don't know. I'm a little burned. Thinking of sit here, have some prayers with the Father. Maybe I'll for the end of the night. What time is it? 9? I don't know. We'll see. But hopefully I'll see you tomorrow. I'm hoping that paperwork that they brought to this property, whatever it is, doesn't have some kind of chemical substance, powder or something on it that kills me tonight. And if I don't see you in the morning, it's probably because that paper has something on it in here. My animals will probably not be alive either. So continue on with this story. Don't let this story die. This isn't a story. This is an actual fact of a veteran who stood up for his country, his county, and the residents, and ended up being shot. My son was shot. My daughter was kidnapped. I'm trying to get this justification taken care of, and that so this can be resolved without any more violence. I wasn't the one who was ever violent. It's the state of Oregon. It's Lake County. That's the ones that are being violent. So please, I don't condone violence. I never called for it. I said to be meek, not weak to my following. I explained to them that they had the right to protect their homes under this. And I didn't do it today. I did not protect my home the way I could have. And I've done it before where I didn't shoot somebody that was on this property that was here illegally and did not leave. So shouldn't even been on my property to begin with. So there's signs posted, do not enter. And he still came on this property anyways. And when I told him, because it's posted and he didn't leave, he put himself at jeopardy. Father, thanks for protecting that man today. He didn't have any idea what he did. That's pretty sad. This is what this guy does. He's in this business and he doesn't even know what he's doing. So thank you again, Father, for keeping me reserved and keeping me settled on your word that you are my prize, Father. There's nothing in this world that's going to come make me stop doing your will. And I think today was a good example of that. So I appreciate everybody's conversation in here, and everybody got their butt ripped. Too bad. I know Jimmy crack corn, man. I don't care. I'm not here to make friends with you. I'm here to make sure nobody's spreading unclean truths. As a pastor and a dog, when it sees evil, it's going to bark. So that's what I do. And I'm his shepherd. So I lead these sheep, this flock, and I'll continue to try to protect the herd. It's what he sent me here to do. All right. Always Agape. I don't see anybody making any more chats in here. So you guys must have shut off there and went back to the silent majority. And Mr. B said you shouldn't be talking about this on here dropped off like a dead weight. So didn't hear anything after Mr. B. Where'd you guys go? Goodbye. Adios. If this is my last live stream, YouTube, it's going great. I love you, family. I'll see it on the other side if that's what happens tonight. I don't know I don't know if I'll ever even see my son again. So I don't even have any understanding of what the Father has in store for me. I wouldn't even ever think false prophets are a dime a dozen. Want to know why, Rebecca? Because there's no such thing as modern day prophecy. Did you know that, Rebecca? Did you know that there's no such thing? What is the word teacher? Do you define anything that comes out of your mouth? Can I learn? I'm not attacking you. Do you know that the word prophet means teacher? Do you know what you're talking about? Do you know anything by definition? And then, because it's not an attack. I'm trying to, they're everywhere. People who claim to be prophets. There's no such thing as prophecy. It was all nailed to a tree that day when he divorced his bride Israel, and he made a new covenant with the bride he would call out at the wedding feast of the lambs. So there's no such thing as modern day prophecy. Nope, not one prophet walks this earth today. So false prophets are a dime a dozen because they're not even one. So what do you mean by that? You know, the false prophets, the Scorpius. That's the word false teacher, false prophet, Scorpizzo. Did you know that, Rebecca? No, I understand. I see. That's okay. I don't do spelling police in here. I know what she meant. I don't do the spelling, but that is the correct spelling on prophet. But I'm not attacking Rebecca. I'm just saying that's a very direct statement that I believe has a lot of validity to it. I don't think she was pointing anything at me. I think she's making, and if she was, that's fine. And then I'm not concerned. I'm not a prophet. I'm a teacher, and I don't claim to be a prophet. Prophecy is not the same. Christ predicted no stone would be left upon another, the destruction of the temple. He was a prophet. I'm not a prophet. So, would you like to answer? I just gave you a bunch of information there, Rebecca. Any you want to answer any of that questions, or did you know there's no such thing as a prophet in this modern day world you live in? There had been a prophet in over 2,600 years walked this earth. What do you think, Rebecca? A lot of false teachers out here, huh? Discernment. Hallelujah. Thank you. Put on that spiritual discernment, brothers and sisters. Run everything through that spiritual discernment. All things. He said, believe no man. Can't serve two masters, mammon and God. Right? So, bunch of religious idiots, man. I rebuke every single religion that walks this earth right now. Catholicism is probably at the high because that's basically Christianity, and that's the same thing. Baby manger, Nimrod, bestiality, transgender, pedo Jesus, baby manger Jesus, Christ Mass, Christmas, that's Satan. But people don't know they don't have any idea what Satan is Jesus, born in a manger. That didn't happen. That's Catholicism. So there we go. Just like that. So, all right, no answer from Rebecca. Interesting. Maybe Rebecca fell off. And Cub is a babbling idiot. We got a babbling idiot in here. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, I sound like the Chuck E. Cheese, one of the things up there in the little animatronics or something. He's stuck on dumb. All right. Mask, I don't think you can talk anything about that. I don't think you understand what you're talking about either. But that's okay. No worries. Nope, no worries. All right, no more answer. I thought I'd answer a couple questions or something before we go, but I don't have anything other than some opinions here. So we all got a couple cheeks to the same hole, huh? All right, good stuff, guys. All right, love you, brothers, sisters. If I don't see you again, I'll see you in my new body. If not, Lord willing, I'll be back for maybe the end of the night. I'm not sure. Definitely be back on here tomorrow, hitting it hard first thing in the morning so we can get people calling Ted Martin's office again. I appreciate everybody who made calls today to these county offices and county officials, to the sheriff's office, everybody who participated in the stream and left a good comment. And I appreciate all the support of the ministry. I do think we had a tithe. I got a tithe for the bumper for the mobile ministry vehicle that was purchased to get that vehicle out on the road and be able to off-road to get to different locations and whatnot. So got a CashApp donation. That's very much appreciated. To get the mobile ministries more important. I think I have found my niche. I was contacted by another agency, and I have some people that would like me to go pastor the gospel in prison. So I think that's a very good spot where I could find people who need to hear this truth. And I would think that if the Father would allow that in my life, that is a lot of direction for me. I can point in that direction, and that would be a great goal to achieve. So Lord willing, maybe someday I'll go pastor to these, this judge that got thrown in prison, and Ted Martin in prison, and Michael Taylor, the elected sheriff, and they'll go serve a bunch of time, and I'll go in there and check up on them and give them the word of God. Tell them it'll be all right. You're not going to be in here forever. You can get out and flip burgers or something. Your whole life isn't over. Don't lose your mind. Don't kill yourself in here or something. Don't do something stupid like that. You have to endure to the end to be saved. So don't be doing anything stupid. So, all right, that's it. Thank you, brothers and sisters. If Lord willing, I'll be back here tomorrow. I appreciate everybody's time and the tithes today. And you can't make any more time. You can't print time. You can't make time. So you can make more money and you can print more money, but you can't do that. So thank you for everybody who was able to give time today to this ministry. The time is very important to me. That's what I ask for. I don't want to take your time from you. I want you to give it when you have that time. That is the tithe of the ministry that I do require I don't require monetary tithes ever. That's just bonus if you have got extra and you got abundance. Super chat's always on, so you can hit that. You can do the PayPal app if you decide to do that, or the Cash App, but it's not part of the ministry that gains you any favor. It's because you have abundance and you want to tithe to the ministry. It says in the book of, Timothy, add to your faith. And yeah, thanks for adding to your faith today. Apologize for the cussing, but I'm a little stressed out. So other than the cussing, I have no regrets, not a single one. So I'm not sorry about anything. I do apologize for the cursing. So sticks and stones, right, may break my bones. Hopefully those words aren't tearing you into pieces. So always agape. I am pastor and teacher Apocalypse. Welcome to the last book in Scripture, brothers and sisters. We are living in the book of Revelation according to the celestial firmament. I am Revelation. Oh, whoa.